What is happening here?
There it is.
There we go. Hopefully we'll stay live. We're going to give it quite a minute, a little minute, little minute, and see if we stay alive. Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. We are going to start off the week with a little bit of interesting conversation. Well, actually, a very needed conversation, in my opinion, that's been kind of looming over a lot of people's heads for a lot of time. So today I have a special guest with me by the name of Malicious Intent. Her link is posted in the description of this video. It will also be dropped throughout this live stream. Malicious is here, Mal, as we all call her, is here to talk about some things that have gone on, that have carried on. These are not just past situations that have ended. These are carried on situations that are still going on in active time in these chats. There's kind of this cloud of Mal's never been able to really tell her side of the story, so that's what we're going to do today. So I'm going to play my intro, and then we're going to get rolling. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to go through. I appreciate y'all being here. Please remain respectful. Questions are absolutely encouraged. Just do it respectfully. This is going to be hard for Mal to talk about this because she has been silenced for so long. We'll be back in a minute. And here we are. Ta-da! Just like that. Poof. Okay, so let me go up and say hello really quick to a few people, and then we will get going. I'm giving Mal a little time to settle in and realize she's on panel with me. That's a danger in itself.
I know. I'm
She's
good.
got to be clipped beside nonsense. Ooh. Just joking. Actually, let me give a little backstory as I'm doing this. This is not an intentional, like, we're not trying to create a bunch of unnecessary stuff. This is hoping to allow Mal to tell her side of the story. She has receipts. She will be discussing that. She will be answering questions, which I will be asking a lot of questions too, because I don't know all the ins and outs of all of this stuff. I've heard different things thrown in to different parts of stuff, but it all gets lumped into the current situation. So because Mal is in my chat and participates in conversations that we have, there is this personal attack that continues to happen because she's here during the discussions that I'm having, even though she's remained very neutral, very kind, in my opinion. Just recently started speaking more of her mind and giving her opinion on things. But again, this is just to allow and give space for one of our own. And Mal is one of our own. So this is what we do. Hey, Annabella, MJ, Josh, Angel. Okay, how do you pronounce his name again? Chakto. Mal.
Shoot, Melissa said it a few times. Shakto.
See, I always get it wrong.
Something like that. I've heard MJ say it.
I know I need to go listen to MJ say it again. Hey, Chicos, a one-way street. Molly's Moose Knuckle has something to say, is back in the house. Love you. Hey, Shop. Let's see. Who else is here? I know there's some. Mickey 44. Mystic Firefly. Doo-doo-doo. Arctic. Mal's here on panel. I already said hi to her. I am Groot. Penny for your thoughts. Catherine. Tomboy Charm. Why is my computer being slow? Bo. Tia.
We're
Tim.
already getting shout outs too.
Are we?
Yeah. You're
NorCal.
a fraud.
Is that NorCal Jim under NorCal Bowler? If it is, like, I think he's
No,
blocked.
NorCal Bowler is my boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was going to say if it's the same person, I will go and block him if he wants to be here for that conversation. I have no problem with that. He don't like me.
NorCal Jim. I do love NorCal Jim though as well.
I know you do. I know you. That's why I said I would unblock him for this. Him and I don't get totally fine though. I'm good with that shit.
Yeah,
I
all
am
the NorCals.
Pika. All the NorCals are good.
Yeah.
Petunia, Mrs. Arnold, Teresa, Revival. Oh, Dexter's saying, "Hey everybody, I'm locked in the house." Pepper, Peanut Shell. There he is again. Miss Brittany, Whispers in the Shadows. Janice in Accounting. Yep. Merp. Heather Licious. Chica. Thank you for being a member and being here. Just for you 24/7. Cousin Trixie. Jolene 420. Miss W. LFT. LFT, I hope you got my message last night. And Aaron, you guys, I failed. I failed so bad. I was so discombobulated last night. So I apologize again. Like, I didn't even thank Erin for her super chat. I read it, answered it, and just kept going. And I was like, oh my God, Becky, what did you do? Floor. Uh-oh, we got an echo. Tracy.
Still? I don't hear anything.
We're good now. I don't know where. It just pops in occasionally.
Ah.
River House. Daddy's baby girl. Okay, hurry up. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. That is going to get stuck in my head all day. Brooke 33, MJ's Wolfie, Hope, Peppermint Tea, One Shot, Terry Dean. Thank you for all being here. Arctic, I posted my feelings on how to determine who is a tragedy pimp to you on my community page. Feel free to share. I absolutely will, Arctic. Thank you for that, and thank you for the support. Heather Dawn. Wait, did I miss anybody? Yes, Mal's got support.
Ugh.
Ice. Shakto. See? I always get it wrong. Shakto. Thank you, Melissa Jade. I just need to say it a bunch. Tammy Shepherd. Hello. I bet you recognize a lot of these names, don't you? Vanessa J.
Yeah, a lot of people have also, though. Oh, I heard it that time. A lot of them have changed their names, especially since leaving. But luckily, I've spoken with them and I know their name change.
Okay.
So
you know who you're talking to. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Emerald Sky, Skeptical Robin, Am, ASG, Steph B, M Faithful. I think we're almost there. Mystic Butterfly. Gretchen the Great. Meg. Jaguars Hooligan. Andy. Tara. Holy crap. Muffin Mouse. Thank you for being a member for 3 months, Andy. Okay. Do we got it? Rock a bit. Wooddrake, what's up? Nurse Kins. Oh, yeah. See, then there's a Fragara. I'm the best at butchering names, so I nickname you all. Hello, VMath. We're almost there.
You're good.
I won't do it for 45 minutes. Sorry, I don't have that in me. Diana KNS. I know Charlie B. I just want to thank everybody because I know we're going to get deep in this conversation and I'm going to tune out a lot. Hey, that Ellen. Miss Leah Persnob, Megan VR. Holy crap. Now we got Amanda Meatfoot. I love that name. 13th Hour and Sherlock. Mercedes Girl, Crimson Moon. And we are to the bottom. Okay. So I'm going to open up today with a reminder of what was just said, 2 nights ago?
I think so.
I think it was 2 nights ago. Well, we were on live stream. Not Mal. I think Mal was just in the chat doing her thing, hanging out with
Well, I I was laying into it a little more a few days ago, which is not usually what I do. But she keeps saying things like, "They all just hate me so much. All they do is hate bond. They go in every single chat that I'm ever being talked about in, and they all just hate me so much." So I went into chats the other day saying, "Only here because I hate Brittany J" with a bunch of exclamation points, and
Oh.
just here to hate bond.
So you
Uh,
were priming the pump.
well, to a certain extent, it was more of just putting something out there that she has said that she could actually say is factual now. So,
Giving her a
uh,
reason.
yeah, but
I
I also knew this was coming,
Yeah.
um, so it was more of like I knew I was gonna be saying something at some point.
You're just ready to be heard and you're frustrated and it's about time. And I think this is going to be, again, this is not to in any way, shape, or form harm anybody on a personal level, but it is a very personal conversation that will be had, which is not typical for this channel at all. But
Yeah,
this is important. This is somebody that I have grown to really enjoy. Speaking of Mal, and it's not because of my dislike of Brittany. It has actually nothing to do with that. Kyle's even in here to support Mal because we've both grown to really enjoy her. He likes to give her shit about her medicine at night.
yeah,
But it's not, we're not hate bonding. It'll be seen as that way, which is fine. It'll be seen however you want to be it to be seen, but just know that it will be factual.
well, and I think hate bonding is something that she utilizes to try and make herself feel better about it,
Correct.
because the way that I look at it is when I was over there, there were a lot of people that were off limits. And when I say off limits, I don't mean necessarily she said, "You can't do that." Although she did say that a handful of times, and I do have a screenshot of that. Um, but it was more of like, these are the people that she was telling us behind the scenes were horrendous people doing all this real life stuff, doing everything. And then when you actually leave, oh, those are for Wolfie.
That's for Wolfie.
But then when you actually leave and you're just trying to figure out what is true and what is not true, you obviously go and have these conversations because in your mind you're just like, well, what the hell happened? Like, how do you, like, you're just literally trying to be like, who was this person that I was just best friends with for the last however long? And then you go have conversations with these people, and everyone that she's had these things about are genuinely good people, and some of them may have done bad things, most of them have not. And it's just I don't know, it's, to me it's not hate bonding, it's Brittany leading me to genuine people to find out the truth that I have now have genuine friendships with because we're both good people, if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely. It does make sense for sure. That's why I think it's really confusing too, because you really want to just be done with this. Like you really do. And it will continue, unfortunately. This will amp up. It will be turned
Yeah.
into drama. That's not the intent of it, of course, from this side of things. But it's going to involve some drama. It's going to create
Yeah.
drama because that's the natural course of things. But it's also people deserve the right to tell their story in their time. And Mal has not been able to do that. She's told bits and pieces here and there, but she is going to lay a lot of it on Front
Yeah.
Street today. And she would like us, because there's many of people in here. She picked an audience that is going to be non-biased because a lot of us don't know the history, weren't around for it, didn't even know Brittany J existed. I'm speaking for me and like the Islanders. There's a lot of them that didn't even know who she was up until I started reviewing her. So this is going to be a little bit of a bigger perspective of things that we have seen and discussed. And I've more recently touched on myself over here too. If there is more, like at first I looked at it at a very surface level of how she maneuvers and navigates. But then digging deeper, like there is a very much need for a lot of these movements that she does and creates. And you sat beside her for quite some time and know and understand that on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
So it's also kind of giving perspective of why we do see some of the things that we do inlaid with the true crime content, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else? Hey, everybody coming in. There's so many of you guys coming in. And this is going to be, I have time allotted for this, but I have to be off here at a certain time. We have a dentist appointment today. Babe, I miss you too. I got the cutest text message from him this morning. I got to just brag for a minute, because I like to do that. But he texted me and he's like, I love you, babe. And I was like, love you too. And he's like, I miss you. And I'm like, I miss you too. He was telling me last night he was homesick. I'm like, yes, we're very codependent for our old age. Okay. We like each other.
Go cuddle the cows, Kyle.
No, I want to do that. Don't tell me to do that. That's my job. That's where I would have been sleeping. All right. So let's go ahead and get going. Hey, let's be honest. And everybody else coming in, Fit and Curvy. Daniela,
if I mute it all, I'm very nauseous. I'm very nervous. So if I mute and she asks me something, it takes me a few seconds to get off of mute. I'm very nauseous. I'm trying not to puke. I took medicine, but just throwing that out there ahead of time. I'm not ignoring Becky if she talks and I'm like saying and so on. So
it's okay. A lot of people ignore me. As you know, I have a web and can talk anybody's ear off. So I'm sure we will be fine. So here, I'm going to play these clips, just audio only. Dexter whining in the background and Whiskey hitting they're making sure that everybody knows they got this. So we're going to open here and then we will roll into everything. But this just happened Saturday. And the reason for this again is because I was doing a live stream with Chico and Duchess. Mal was in the chat. Okay. Just to give some clarification, Mal was not on panel.
Hey, that Ellen.
And I was only there because I hate Brittany for future reference.
That's me doing the dumb thing over here today. I got clips pulled up and my live stream. Okay, here we go.
Would not give him a sip of beer.
Huh.
Valerie Doyle, this is for you.
And yes, she repeatedly said her name. Mal is okay with it, of course, as you guys have heard. But it was just the way it was done was so unnecessary.
And she does it on purpose. When I first came onto her channel, I was my full name, and a lot of my social media is still my full name. I've obviously changed it, but like I still have like all of my other social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, stuff like that under my full name. So it's not, to me, it's not a dox. She's just doing it to be a shitty person, which is just as bad in my opinion, but that's okay. So yes, go ahead.
Not technically a dox, but it's still a very underhanded and shady and sneaky. And it's still like, it's a dog whistle in my opinion, again, because many people didn't know your name. They didn't need to know your name. Mm-hmm. But again, the bigger perspective of this is at one point in time, you sat right next to this person. And this is where we are today.
It was more than that too. It was from my side, a genuine friendship. As you guys can see, there was a lot behind the scenes that I'll show you guys receipts for. So this is something where I'm doing this because I've seen the hurt that she can bring. And I've had a lot of conversations over the last few weeks with a lot of different people who have been hurt by her. And the thing that she doesn't realize is that it's all very personal hurt towards us because we all were very personally connected to her, where to her, it's just another group of people gone. And I have said that the reason that I'm doing this is not to get people to stop watching. It's not even to get people to, do anything really. It's more of just, I'm trying to hope that more people will not take everything she says as fact and does their own research, and is just aware of kind of how she maneuvers things, hoping that if her current mods are listening, that they protect themselves. I'm tired of people being hurt, tired of people leaving and having to feel what I felt. When I left, I literally laid in bed crying and throwing up for 2 weeks before I did anything.
We're going to break those habits, just saying.
What?
we're going to break those habits.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't care if you watch her, and I have messages of me telling subs that after I left as well, because they would come to me and be like, "What do I do?" And I'm like, "Support us both." Like, that's never been anything. But the thing is lately, with you covering her and seeing more of what she's done lately, it honestly makes me sick. But then at the same time, there's a lot of other people that she drags into it that I wish would just take a step back and be like, okay, I can be here, but I don't have to give in to what she's trying to make me do or what she's trying to make me hear or believe. And because a lot of what she tells you is to paint a narrative, and that's in front of the scenes and behind the scenes.
And by the way, you don't have to take anything we say as fact. You
Yeah.
can hold on because receipts will be shown, conversations will be shown. There will be a couple things that there's intent of why we are going to show certain things, and it is not to dog whistle anything like that for any harm. I don't want people even unsubbing. Sub all you want, support all you want, do as
Yep.
you wish, but just beware. And again, Chapped, thank you so much for the support. Thank you all again for being here. And Mal and I have discussed that too, and we will be handling that support coming in. We'll be going to Mal. So there's that. We've already discussed behind the scenes. So, okay, let me play the rest of this clip and then we'll go. But on behalf of me and Mal, I can openly say, please do not do anything that you know we would never stand for doing, such as going real life. This is none of that because, grown adults just got to handle adult business. And by the way, when I said we got to break that habit, I mean you taking things. I don't want to ever see you that impacted by people again. Like my mama.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is a lot of people are like, don't let YouTube impact you that much. But for me, it wasn't YouTube. It was my hurt from things she did to me personally behind the scenes that just translated onto YouTube because of everything that was occurring. So go ahead.
So much deeper than YouTube for you.
Yes.
This was a real relationship, somebody that was a foundational piece of your everyday life for quite some time. And that is
one-sided,
that's very hard. It is. Yeah. But again, my mama heart comes out and I just want to fight people. So we're just going to leave it at that. Hey, Kathy P. Okay. I'm going to play this in full context and then we'll discuss. There's another section of this I will be playing too.
Would not give him a sip of beer. Mallory Doyle, this is for you. Mallory Doyle, aka malicious and fucking tent. I'm going to tell you this one time. I'm sick of you. You don't stop talking about me. It never ends. I haven't spoke about you. I haven't spoke to you. And I don't bother you. But now you're sitting over there saying, I'll be so glad when I don't have to sit on my hands. You haven't been sitting on your hands. You've been trashing me. And you introduced yourself as my ex freaking co-host. There's never been a time that you sat on your hands. Go ahead. Out whatever else it is you want to out. Because to be perfectly fucking honest with you, half of the stuff that you come out with has been all lies. It's unreal to me.
So when you start to cry victim, just an FYI before we finish listening to that, when you respond and rebuttal this and cry victim, you invited this. Just a reminder.
Mallory, I thought you were better than this. I've got kids, for God's sake.
Oh.
I know that you don't have kids, so maybe you don't understand.
Either of you having children has nothing to do with what we are going to be discussing today. That has been used as a shield and a weapon, in my opinion, and you will see prime examples of that today. But again, please keep the discussion off of those. They are unintentional, caught up in this, and they should have never been. But again, we're done with the weaponizing of that and using them to silence Mel.
But sitting there constantly going after another person for what? What did I do to you? Nothing. Now, I'm going to save this for tomorrow because I've got some stuff to show y'all. And I'm going to do it on my second channel because I don't want to bring this here. I had no intentions on speaking on any of this tonight because I don't want to do this on this channel. But
this is from Saturday evening.
will be going live on my main channel tomorrow. And I will be addressing some stuff and showing screenshots. I am sick of all of it. I don't bother these fucking people. Nonsense. I thought it wasn't personal, but there you are talking about me muting. She literally is over there saying she mutes every time.
No, I mean, that's not what I said, but that was a good flip of the story. By the way, I actually found the clips that I was looking for about that section when she actually told he did come in, and I was encouraging her to mute more often, but that got twisted. Anyways, here is one more little section. I'm not going to play this full thing because most of it is addressing me, but you get thrown in at the end of it again too.
Yeah.
So,
what's up, y'all? Now, note.
And then we will discuss a little bit, and then we're just going to continue to get going.
Muting. She literally is over there saying she mutes every time her husband speaks because she's scared of what he's going
That's not what I said.
to say because he's drunk.
Although it is accurate.
Yeah, but it's
Not what you said.
It's definitely not what I said. You can go. I think her July 5th stream is a prime example of what I'm talking about. Anyways,
Or the whole getting demonetized for him using the F slur, but whatever. Tomatoes.
I am playing this part though because some of this is super funny, and if you haven't heard some of this, you guys will at least open up with a laugh because this is one of the best shit talk rambling rants on me that I've ever heard somebody do. That just made me giggle with joy afterwards. Okay.
No, you big-nosed ugly bitch.
Big-nosed ugly bitch in the house. Large and in charge.
I wonder if that's how she prays too, asking for a friend.
The reason that I mute when Craig is speaking is because he pops his head in and I don't know what he's going to say. It's not YouTube's business what we talk about in my personal life. He only drinks on Fridays, you dumb twit. Not that that's any of your business. It's not. It's certainly not.
It's not my concern.
Are a nosy, good-for-nothing, sleazy trash bag Karen. That's what you are. Middle-aged Karen that has nothing to do than to use the names of victims and their families as an excuse to drag people constantly to make your miserable self feel better. I can't with you.
I am going to play the full thing in context because how you get wrapped in with the kids at the end is actually, I am.
Yeah. Plus, for future reference, every day is Friday when you are unemployed. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, and he's over the age of 21. Nobody cares what he does. Do your thing. She missed the entire point. Again, you can go and watch it. I time-stamped it all for you guys. Feel free.
You really need help. When your own husband comes on YouTube.
This is the best part ever. The best part right here. Well.
And says that you are, what is it? What was the term that he used?
She's so bothered by what my spouse said, but couldn't remember the word. It was consumed.
Nonsense. His own husband says that she is, what was the word? Oh my God, I'm so upset I can't even remember the freaking word. This consumes her. That should tell you all you need to know. This fucking consumes her. I would be embarrassed.
I'd be embarrassed that I tried to twist it and turn it into this when it wasn't even close to this, because he was absolutely saying that I get consumed in these projects and where I stand for victims. And like, there's nothing, it's self-explanatory. You can go listen to Kyle say it himself. I mean, he's in the comment section. He knows how consumed I am.
Well, you should show her your cardboard cutout of her that you have. So.
Oh, shh. Don't tell her. I hug her every night and I say, it's going to be okay. You're good enough. You're smart enough. And gosh darn it, people love you.
Hoping that it goes to the real thing, kind of like a voodoo doll.
They're going to run with that shit. So
we're joking. We're joking.
I wouldn't
I'm feeling petty to calm my nerves. Sorry, everyone.
Embarrassed. Do you realize that he just admitted that you are obsessed with the drama so much so that it consumes you, and I freaking believe it. You spend all
She added all sorts of stuff in there that wasn't even, but that's typical of her.
your time watching what everybody else does. Justin has never done a thing to you.
I'm going to skip through that part because that's just unnecessary, because he absolutely has been a part of a bunch of bullshit that was done to me, but that's between me and him, and he's scrimey anyway.
Really? Really, bitch? You're passionate about going live and dragging people for filth and inciting all kinds of hate and real life shit against them? Because maybe you won't do it, but hey, I'm going to be honest with you.
So she's claiming that I would, okay, this is why this part is imperative that people listen to, because she's already, in my opinion, gaslighting and dog whistling that she thinks somebody is going to encourage something to happen real life. That wasn't what anything that happened. That's nothing we stand for. Again, and Mal gets mentioned coming up too. And I know she doesn't stand for any of that either. So please, again, this is a YouTube conversation. Don't take it any further.
Put nothing past you. You're a fraud.
And if you are being threatened, and if CPS is being leveraged, as you say it is, be an adult, handle your business, protect your family, go to the police and report it. You are a grown woman. And instead of doing that, you bring it here and constantly use it as victimhood. That is my opinion.
And you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So I'm not even going to say that you wouldn't do some foul real life shit like that on your own. I believe you would, with a quickness. But nonetheless, you're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen trash bag. Oh my God, I can't. It's people like you that call shit like this. Period.
A quick mute. She'll be right back.
I wish you would have kept this live up though. Damn.
This is what I don't like, when people do this kind of stuff and then delete it. Stand on that shit. If this is true, stand on that shit.
You want to sit here and mock me? You want to sit here and mock me about turning my audio off? I mute because of people like you.
I was actually encouraging you to mute more for the dignity of your family. That was it.
Yeah.
Because the trash bags like you.
What's that?
I said it's everything that we've ever said is to try to help you protect them, because you don't seem to get that.
Yep.
Sit there with your ear to the speaker, just looking for anything that you can.
And again, just a reminder to those in the back, if you are walking around with a boombox held to your ear and leg warmers, can I have a picture of it? I'm sorry, but no, I'm not intentionally looking for things. These are things that even from the plain ear without headphones on, you can hear very much so. You don't have to look for these things. They're apparent in most of your streams. Again, projection.
To twist. You can't come on here and do your own content. You want to sit here and talk about people you want to sit here and say that people, oh my God, I'm so mad, y'all. I'm so pissed right now.
Yeah, we can tell.
Just give me a minute, because I'm going to say some shit that I regret.
I think you already did.
I am over it. I am over all of you. Every one of you that spend your time.
Pause. I was just going to say, Rebel Soul, so do we. That's the whole point of us bringing it up, is that most oh my God, most of the time she doesn't. And that's what me and Nonsense have said is, yes, we want her to mute whenever someone comes in the room. That's
is somebody confused?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, I don't know. They just said like, oh, I don't mind that she mutes when someone comes in the room. Well, she doesn't. And that's the issue, is that we wish she would, because no one else asks to be on this platform.
Right.
Other than you choosing to be. So no one else needs to hear anything else, is the point.
Yeah, I was actually suggesting muting more often, because people don't mind. People really don't mind if you, like, especially with children. Again, it is what it is, her choice to do that. But in my opinion, it does give people,
Focused on other people, trashing them to the bitter end, sitting like people. I have never in my life seen people that get so fucking mad at somebody that don't even speak on them. Not, it's crazy, Mallory. Talk about you.
This is why I'm playing this, because yes, she is absolutely going over the top with me, but she includes Mal in the foul shit that she just said. Separate it out. Mal has nothing to do with my feelings, anything on you. That was developed all on my own. I know, crazy thought. I didn't even know who Mal was, didn't have a clue that there was a one. Nothing. I knew nothing for the longest time.
Can't you shut the fuck up? Why are you so obsessed? How long ago has Mallory been a part of my channel, you guys? I feel like it's at least a year and a half. Is it not?
She knows exactly when you fell out.
And I have the dates. So just to throw it out there, guys, it's not. Neither was the SWAT call. Neither was the wellness check. Well, the wellness check was about a year and a half. But it was just May of last year was everything else. And then I left July of last year. And there is reasoning behind why I waited to come forward, which Nonsense and I will talk about as well.
Yes.
Sorry.
You're okay. You know what to do. Tell me to mute.
You're good.
She can't get her own content. She's not freaking original enough to come up with her own shit. This is easy.
That's really rude.
Lazy.
She's
even talked about how this is easy content.
It
ain't
is.
nothing to fire up a live stream and sit there and commentate over everybody else's live and talk shit the whole time.
It is really.
It does.
Yeah, exactly. It's just ironic right there. But I mean, it's easy in the fact of we watch stuff, we take notes, we walk it back. Like that's okay. I don't have to explain this stuff.
How simple is that? You simple bitch. That's what you want.
That's a compliment. Seriously, I wish you would realize, like, I am extremely simple. I am not complicated to figure out. This is complicated to figure out. I don't speak in a complex way. I'm very simple, and that's a compliment that you acknowledge that. So probably not use it for a dig next time.
Nonsense. You're a simple bitch.
Yes,
You're
I
a
am.
simple bitch.
Okay.
That's what
Yep.
I call myself that. Okay, and
you're a fraud. You sit here and you lie to these people all the time, and you tell them how, I just care about the victims and their families. It's not personal, Brittany. Oh, it's not personal, but you slagged me on my looks how many times? It's not personal, but you put my picture.
Oh, yeah. I'm a petty bitch. Nobody said I'm not. I can, yeah. Okay.
The worst fucking pictures you can find of me on your freaking thumbnail.
Give me something to work with then.
It's not personal, but you talk about my fucking husband. It's not personal, but you let people in.
I use that as an example.
In your chat, drag me for filth and talk shit.
Just so you know, if you were present in this chat today, it will be clipped, it will be shown, and it will be saying that you are taking part in a whole hate campaign and all of this other stuff. So please be mindful if you come out of the bushes, to be expected, because they are screen recording this, although it will stay up. They are also monitoring the chat. They will be showing your comments on the screen. You can guarantee and bitching about it. So be very aware that whatever you say will be held and used against you in the future. Not in a court of law, in Brittany's head.
Yeah.
Say,
am I wrong?
Not wrong.
Okay.
Accurate.
Accurate as fuck.
About my kids, it's not true. And here you are. You guys, it's fair game. You can say whatever you want to.
Here comes everybody making comments just so they're seeing in the chat.
Say about her. The other day, somebody said that you look like a man in Molly Golightly's chat. I wasn't even around. I was nowhere to be found. Said you look like a man.
We know this, okay?
Thank God she's bringing it up again. Thank gosh, sorry.
Again, the community post is still up. You can read it yourself.
Said that you was a tranny. I was nowhere in sight. I wasn't a part of that live. I wasn't on that panel. I wasn't in that chat. I didn't say it, but you know what she did? She went on her community post. She shared the screenshots and she blamed me for the shit.
Did not. You got an honorable mention.
There. I didn't say anything about you looking like a man or sounding like one. Okay? That sounds like a personal problem. I didn't have any part in it. You said
that sounds like a person.
after every.
We're almost done.
drag me, like Justin. You hold on, y'all.
Yeah, Granny. I thought the same thing. When I first listened to it, I went, oof,
Rolls off the tongue a little too easily, if you ask me.
very easily. No, they were saying I look like one. They were asking if I was male or female. That's their joke that they think is so funny, to ask if I'm a male or a female. Like, it's offending me. It doesn't offend me, but it offends an entire community that is made into a joke. It's quite ironic.
People like you are the problem.
Okay.
You are the problem.
Mm.
You're a hypocrite. People like you are hypocrites. You want to sit there and pretend like you're in this for all the kids and the families and all of that. You want me to tell you something? You're worse than any of them could ever be.
Mm.
You're worse than any tragedy pimp on this platform. You're worse than any fucking troll on this platform. And you want me to tell you why you're worse, nonsense?
Tell us.
You're worse.
Take us to church.
Because you use Sebastian's name.
Oh.
You use Katie and Chris's name.
Ouch.
You use Seth's name
Ooh.
as an excuse.
Meanwhile, she has Seth as moderator. Okay.
I was going to say, I wonder if he texted her and told her to say that.
I wonder.
And drag people on YouTube and talk shit and put them down.
Now, reminder, Mal got thrown into the middle of all of this right here. All of her dislike of me, Mal got mentions in the middle, okay?
And talk about their looks. Talk about their parenting. Talk about everything that you can find wrong with them. You're worse. And if you don't think for 1 minute firing up those live streams, what number are we on, you guys? She wants to sit there and talk about how every freaking body else.
Y'all are just begging for another series with a whole lot of videos.
I know, I can't wait.
Yikes, people just be begging.
And I think she also doesn't realize that the reason that you have so many parts is because her and the people she sits with keep putting out bullshit.
The crazy thing is those aren't even numbered in the parts usually when it's petty.
Right.
Like, this is numbered as a part of that. Like, it's very separated. I don't put all of that stuff in there. I put, it's very easy to follow, but some people have a hard time. Okay.
But go look at what number live stream she's on this.
It's coming up on number 22. You don't even have to look. We're on number 22. And like I said last night, we should be probably more like 800 because of the misinformation and how many different creators and channels continue to do it. No shame.
Week. Ever since you stepped back in and you started dragging me, dragging Justin, dragging Smiley, dragging CJ, dragging everybody that you can. Ever since you stepped up, guess whose name you're doing it under? Sebastian Rogers.
Oh.
You are a fraud.
Ooh.
You are a hypocrite. And you are a phony ass bitch. And I'm sick of it.
Stand on that shit.
I'm going to delete it.
I'm ending this live because I don't
listen to the switch. The switch of tone.
It's attached to what I'm here for. Just know that me getting that email was what set me off. I had no intentions of doing this.
So, and all
that had nothing to do with me or nonsense.
Yes. Do you know who it was from?
She says it at the very beginning of that live. I have a clip of it, but I didn't know who it was.
Okay.
So,
I wasn't sure. I'd never
heard the name.
Yeah.
I'm going to end this right now.
I also find it very convenient that these emails always pop up around the time when she is being held to the fire with accountability and things. And I always also find it ironic that at the very opening of her stream, a lot of times there's a troll account that pops in that says something horrific and gives her this whole, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just carry on.
And I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about things that matter. Okay.
Do you hear that switch?
Mm-hmm.
Needed to say this.
Okay.
And George said she didn't call CPS. She messaged minutes prior to your live to distract you. Maybe she did. I don't know, Ben. All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm sorry, y'all, but sometimes I'm just over it. I'll be back.
Oh, I missed the Petty Betty Karen. You guys are right. I don't remember what timestamp that is in this, though. Hold on. Will you hold the floor while I go through this? Somebody said play that part.
Yeah,
That
that's fine.
whole
I'll hold the
adjective.
floor. My Zofran's kicking in, so I'm not as anxious anymore. And also, I know Nonsense said this at the beginning, but after I go through everything and I show you guys all my screenshots, which I will say I'm not showing you everything that I have because I don't think all of it matters. There's some that I've shared with Nonsense that I'm not comfortable sharing because I do want to keep it specifically like between me and Brittany and not necessarily bring anyone else. If I do mention anyone else's name, I have gone to them previously and asked permission to either utilize their name or share a screenshot. And in all of my screenshots, I have blacked out every single name as well. But I do also have the unredacted versions. So I'm trying to think of one other thing. After today, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. If anyone does have any questions, they aren't comfortable in the live, you can always email me or find me on social media under Mallory Doyle. But other than that, like I'm blocking her. Her name is blocked. I'll probably listen in when people talk because the thing is even though I'm doing this to try and help and try and stop someone else from getting hurt, there is this is also something that I've held in for a very long time, and after it's done, I'm done with it. So yeah, Granny's watching. Exactly.
I did play this already, but somebody must have missed it. So here you go. This is just the best adjective chain I've heard in a long time.
You're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen, trash bag. Oh my God, I can't.
Yeah, you can't. That was not a very good sling of insults.
Also, my mom's name is Karen, and she currently has the big C word, and so let's not call people Karens.
Well, disclaimer for even Mal, since I don't think she knows, but Mal, just so you know, the word on the street is I'm a fraud and I've been exposed like 40 sometimes. So everything that you're about to hear upcoming in this live stream is representative of Mal and Mal only, her truth, because
Yeah.
I'm a fraud. So just giving Mal that disclaimer, she is being hosted complete fraudulent channel. So there's that. Okay, carrying on.
That's why I came here.
That's why you came here. Fraud unite. Would you like to go back and start at the beginning?
Yep.
Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay. So I'm gonna be a little bit scatterbrained. There's a lot to mention. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of situations. There's a lot of things that I just want to.
Should we start with text messages so people have a foundation of where or whatever you want to start with, whenever you want me to share screen?
I think I want to try to do it more.
However, lay it
No,
out.
you're good. In chronological order, because if I go, because we will be. I did a screen recording of the text messages of me leaving, why I left, how she reacted to when I left, and me and Nonsense are going to be reading through them. She will be Brittany, I will be me. They will be on screen. You will be able to see the entire conversation between me and her when I left, because she never called me. We never had a phone conversation about me leaving. She never gave me the respect to do that. We did have one phone call later on that I had set up because, and I will get into that as well, where I had specified to her multiple times that we were not friends. I was doing this to give her the respect that she did not give me, to hear something come out of my mouth. And so we will get into that. I will be reading those. But I think it's important to kind of get some of the other information out too. just because chronologically it'll make more sense of everything that we've been through as to why I end up leaving and being hurt and so on. If so, um, if that makes sense to you guys. So, let me. Okay. You talk too. Don't just leave me hanging. I'm going through everything as well. Hang on. The night, yeah. One of the other things too is that with having the conversations and all this hate bonding that I've done since I left, I have heard the storyline, the narrative that she tried to spin after I left. So a handful of those narratives I will also be bringing up and proving inaccurate with different things. I know she told a lot of people that it was a monetary reason. Um, and I know she's also utilizing me as an excuse for her Patreon. Um, I had logged out 2 days after I left of everything and sent her proof of that, and she knew that. So she just doesn't want to do that stuff, and that's why she doesn't. And she's trying to utilize me as the scapegoat for that. Okay.
I think that's been a common theme.
Yeah.
If I'm correct.
Yeah, it's weird.
With a dramatic reading, to be honest, I should probably contain myself a little bit here.
I know. So I do have notes because that's the type of person I am.
I love it.
I also have all of my screenshots. Hang on, let me open this. I wonder if I can just share.
Whatever you need to do. Ooh, I got it.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and put that up. So this here is the ones that I'm going to be sharing with you guys today. I have an entire other folder that has more unredacted stuff as well.
Just for future reference, don't piss Mal off and lie about her. Look at that. I love it. This is called organization, people.
Otter Daisy, do you want me to keep your who you are to me? I'm just asking because I think it would actually play a big role in this if I was able to say it, but I don't want to if you don't want me to. But the thing is too is a lot of this is not even me. This is stuff where other people saw it and took screenshots and sent it to me. And saw her doing things that they side-eyed. And when I went to people and was like, hey, I really need to get all of this out there. Okay. So Otter Daisy is my friend Katie, a very good friend of mine. She is someone that I met through Brittany's channel. But if any of you guys were there, Katie is the best friend of Madeline Kingsbury, who was killed last year, and is involved in that case. And I have gotten very close to Katie. I actually interviewed her on Brittany's channel, which Brittany was mad when Katie asked her to take it down because it was getting such great views. But we took it down just for the safety of the case. To the point where I went and watched and stayed with Katie's kids when she had a baby. So we are very close. And I think it's very important, especially just because Brittany in the past has tried to weaponize Maddie's case and my closeness to Maddie's case against me because I made genuine friendships and connections in that case with people close to the case. But the thing is, to me, it's like they're just my friends now, my family now. They're not people in a case anymore, and I don't think Brittany understands that. So I just thought that was important because I wasn't expecting to see her in here. Okay, where was I before that?
You were on. You got it.
Yeah, no, I don't. Where was I?
You were talking about Otter Daisy.
Yeah, before that.
And in that. Oh, before that.
Yeah.
Chronological order is
Yes.
what we're on. Okay. Before that.
I'm trying to think. So I'm just gonna do everything chronologically. Like I said, I have all my receipts here. I have more
Like,
receipts here. What?
I wasn't. I'll start paying attention and keeping track. I gotcha.
I'm also scatterbrained because I'm anxious. So
You're fine. I will. I got it. I know where I need to be. I'm tuned in.
So, that's what I was saying, is that a lot of these were not something that I had ahead of time. Obviously, when I left everything, when I left the channel, she kicked me out of Discord before I had the chance to leave. But other than that, like, I had logged out of everything. I'd unsubscribed. I'd stopped my memberships, everything like that within the first few days of me leaving. And I, for my own mental health, could not watch her. Like I said, for the first 2 weeks, I was in bed crying and throwing up. Like, you can ask my mom, which she might be listening. So if you're listening and in chat, mom, you can tell them, like, you were worried about me because I was just like, I wasn't eating. I was just laying in bed. I was crying all the time because it was something where my entire day and my entire life was the channel, which is not healthy. It is not healthy at all whatsoever. I was so much happier once I got through to the other side of that.
Hey, Mom. Hope you feel better.
Yes, she's tested positive yesterday for the big C, so she's hanging in there. You'll see it. She'll come in under Karen if she is listening.
Yeah, no calls, no Karens then.
But it was the type of thing. What?
This really meant something to you.
Yeah. It was something where I had literally, I'd be up all night because she goes live so late. And then after her lives, we'd stay on an after panel with our friends. And we'd talk for hours after that. So I wasn't getting to bed. My normal bedtime was like 3 a.m. and I work a full-time job. So I would be getting up at noon and then going really fast, trying to do my work really fast, and then coming home to get ready for the live, all while I'm at work, having Brittany in my ear while we're on the phone all day. Like I sent, and this is not me talking about her kids, but I sent the boys gifts all the time. I sent Brittany, I'd go to Walmart and I found a bunch of shirts about autism and I took pictures and I was like, please, can I get you one? Let me send it to you. Like, it was something where it was a very important friendship and it was all day, every day for a full 8 months. And
that's really hard.
Yeah. And all of a sudden it went to like, no, I need to stand up for myself and say, I need to leave. This isn't good for me anymore.
And let me play devil's advocate for a second either. She is not blaming her for the time or the energy put into this, or her, like, she didn't feel held hostage. She wanted to be there. This was a choice.
Loved it.
Yeah. You were making these choices because you enjoyed it. You loved this. And that's why it impacted you, in my opinion, so strongly too.
Yeah, I loved, and I mean, yeah, even going, like, doing my own channel and stuff like that. Like, I have always been here and I have text messages that I'll show you guys of me saying to her and her saying to me, like, I know you're just here for the cases, not the drama, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's all I've ever been here for. And for me, it was that, but then also I'd found friends here. There was a group of people that I still talk to till this day, that multiple groups of people that I have become friends with. And that was also one thing that she didn't understand, is that I'm a people person. So when I talk to you, it's not I get what I want and I leave. I make connections with people because I think everyone's important. And she did not like that. She was very vocal to others about, I didn't know Mallory spoke to this person. I didn't know Mallory was friends with this person or had this connection. And it's like, I make genuine connections with people because I genuinely care about people. And I don't know, it 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 was a whirlwind of a time. Um and I was doing it for me, but then also you'll see some text messages that I'll share as well where I literally say to her like, I'm here because I love and support you, and I know that you also need this. So even if there was a night that I wasn't feeling up to going on the live, I'd go on because I knew how badly she needed the money. And at the time, I'm under the impression that she still gives off to this day, that she doesn't make much on YouTube. It's the only income, it's her income. And I cared about that because I cared about her household being, you know, good. I cared about her boys. I still do. Yeah, exactly. Betty Joe. Like there's so many people, even the people that I knew like didn't talk to me after I left and were behind Brittany at that time, which didn't bother me. I would still reach out if I knew something happened. Like Betty said, Mallory emailed me to see how I was doing after my eye surgery. Absolutely. There's been people who have gone through deaths in their family where I reached out to them and I just said, "Hey, like I know we don't talk. I know you can't talk to me, but like I just want you to know that I'm sorry." And I'm not saying this to make myself look good. I'm just saying like there was definitely a difference in the humanized factor behind me and Brittany. And it's something that I still struggle with to this day to why didn't I see that? Um so
Do you want me to pin comments so you can see them easier?
I have my chat up on the side, but it's up to you.
Okay. The reason I usually don't is because then they get talk shit too. But if you
Oh,
want, I
you're
can.
fine. You're good. Um okay, so where should I go from here? We got really close. I was talking to her all day every day. Um I will say a lot of it is when you're with her. Yeah, what you can put Otter Daisy's last one up too. Um when you're with her, it's not even let's talk about what we're going to do on the live that night. It's, oh my gosh, this person's live. Oh my God, you should see who's in this person's chat. Oh my gosh, you should do this. You could see this. You could do this. And I hated it. Everyone knew that I did not like the drama. There's so many um situations of me being like, just ignore it. Like, we're not drama. We just can ignore it, do true crime, and it'll go away. Because another thing that people don't realize is that you're in a bubble when you're over there. Yes,
That's
and Mo, we got it to her too. We got her that information. Um, but it's
the chat's distracting you.
no, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm distracted in general.
You're
You're in a bubble when you're over there, and she has a very crazy way of making you believe everything that she's telling you. And it wasn't till I left that I found everything. Um, and it's it's hard because there's definitely things, and I've said this in many of chats, um, that yeah, that is just me. um, I did things that I was not proud of because of her. Now, a lot of the stuff that she had asked me to do that I'm not proud of, I went to those people and apologized because I did have to take accountability because I was the one who did it. Um, but there's also a lot of other things where I was doing things because I was new to YouTube, because when I came to BJ's channel, it was like one of my first situations on live stream. So I didn't understand the background. I didn't understand the history with people. And it was easier for her to say, these people are going real life on me. We need to protect my kids, to have me look someone up or do something in her name. Because to me, I'm like, oh my God, YouTube is crazy behind the scenes. These people are so nasty. Like, I have to protect her and her family.
You
To
really
then-
thought it was a genuine concern.
Yes. And it's hard though, because I do still feel a lot of guilt and a lot of like, because I did do it. And when I left her, I went to all those people myself, took accountability, told them everything I'd searched and apologized. And I was always like, if you don't forgive me, that's fine. I did the thing. But I need you to know that it's something that I regret, I've learned from, and I'm never going to do again. Which I will get into as well. But like, there is, it was, I don't know. To find out that not only am I not the first person, but that her history and background, like, she also didn't share that and lied to me and others about that to get us to do things, which is crazy.
Can you give us an explanation, if somebody is comfortable with you mentioning, like, how did she get you to walk into some of these spaces? Like, how did she get you to do those things? If there's somebody that is willing to even their situation be mentioned, I think it would be a good example to give people
Yeah.
if she manipulates people behind the scenes, in my opinion.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of exactly. Well, it's gonna stick to the one situation. To
You don't have to give names. It's fine.
No, you're good. Can I talk about it, bestie? Just want to make sure.
Do I need bribery again? Do I need to go find whiskey? Just joking. Wolfie knows I'm joking.
There's a lot to it. I'm almost there. Okay. So
Go however you want in your order.
No, you're good. I will get to that though, because
Okay.
that comes in
Yes.
with the swatting incident, which I will go over.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And I'll get into that too, Katie. Because I do have screenshots of that as well.
All right.
So we're gonna start with when she had a death in her family. It was something that happened suddenly. It happened at night while we were live. She just left the live. It was just me, so I ended up ending the live. And then she came back to let us know, which all of this she said publicly. I'm sure she's obviously deleted them now. But she had a death in her family. Someone in her family had collapsed and had been taken to the hospital and had died a few days later. We told her many of times, like, you don't have to go live, you don't have to do this, like, just be with, her significant other, be with the boys, like, don't. And she went live. She went live every night after that. She would tell us it was her way of escaping, which is, it can be true. That's fine. I'll give her that. That's fine. But one of the things that had come out of that was that a group of us mods behind the scenes had sent her a sympathy food basket. It was me, someone named Poppy, who's no longer around on YouTube, NorCal Jim, and Eddie, or All Things Serious, and Red Eye Obsolete at the time. And we sent her this meal. And I didn't realize that this was an issue until after I left, when the next group of mods left, and I'd had conversations with them about how she was talking shit about the meal that we sent her. Which I will get into everything that's in the meal, and you guys will be able to see her. I'll just grab this. Let's see.
Sis, I see you. I texted.
Hang on.
If you need me to take it down so you can prep too, I can take it down.
No, you're good. There we go. So if you guys see here, here's my order confirmation. It was delivered by 1-800-Flowers on 4/7/2023. You guys can see here, recipient address, Brittany J. This is from my email here, as my email's out there. Anything that I haven't taken back of myself or blocked out myself is fine. Hang on. So this is the next part of it here. This is what we sent her. It was a comforting meal. It had 2 pounds of ham, 2 pounds of turkey. It had an apple crisp, cheesy potatoes, stuffing, and like a few other things. And then you guys can see here, we love you guys and support you during this difficult time. We're always here for you. And then we all signed our names. Okay. Let's see. We also sent a greeting card, our thoughts and sympathy. And then the next one here.
And this wasn't a cheap meal. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Nope, it wasn't. We also did celebration cheesecake bites as well. If you guys can see here, it has billing address. It has my name. I obviously crossed out my address, but you guys can see what the total here was. The subtotal was $234.97. I found a discount code, and then shipping was $47. Tax was $7. The total ended up being $283.19. And which is fine. We all had gone in together. I think Chris was the only one that didn't, but he was with us when we were picking everything out, which he'll tell you that as well. Or Red Eye.
Can we give a message right quick?
What?
So it's delivered. You see the name on the screen?
Yeah.
Real quick.
Brittany, this, because I know you're listening. And if anyone wants to clip this and send it to her, Miss Arnold wanted me to give you a message, and I don't say this word a lot. So Nonsense is going to do it for me, but what Nonsense is about to say is a message to Brittany J from Miss Arnold.
Okay, you say the first part, and I'm just going to yell the word.
What was the word again?
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Is that what? Oh, that's how
Yeah.
I get to say. Oh, fuck off. I love saying that. Love you long time.
I just don't like to say the F word a lot. So, but Miss
I
Arnold
feel
did want to make sure that that message was given out. So,
oh yay,
okay.
Go me! Look at me, the girl now.
All right. So the next one here that I have is our message in our group panel, and this is me in the thing saying, so you guys can see the green is me, and then the rest is this is about the meal. So it says food ordered and set to be delivered on the 13th, and NorCal Jim says thank you for taking care of it all. I said she ended up choosing the big overall meal with 2 pounds of ham, or 2 pounds of ham and turkey, the cheesy potatoes, apple coffee cake, and then a side of cheesecake bites. Now the part of this that I want to say is that Brittany chose this. She chose the meal that we sent her.
That better, Granny? I full screened them so they can see it better.
Okay. And I have these too, so if anyone does need them. I know, it does sound amazing, doesn't it? But I found out after I left that she was saying it wasn't even a ton of food. It wasn't enough for me and my family. I wish you would have just sent us money so we could go grocery shopping, which I had conversations with people in the background who were putting money towards this, who said, we cannot guarantee that this is going to go towards what we want it to go towards if we give her money. So that is why we ended up sending the meal. Now we sent the meal, we sent the cheesecake bites and the card. And she went on to talk about how also the other part of this is that she went on to tell multiple people. There's people in the chat that can say for sure that she said it because she said it to them. That I bought the least expensive meal that I could buy and I pocketed the rest of the money. was the storyline.
Oof.
That she, yes, Tia. And so because she had that out there, and I don't know who she told, I know a handful of people she told that to. But because of that, I obviously, brought the receipts. So, let's see. We have, oh, here's my text messages with Brittany's when she showed that she got the meals. Okay. So here's a picture of her sending me a picture of the meals, as well as the cheesecake bites here.
So it definitely was delivered.
Yep. And those are
And
the cheesecake bites. I know, they look delicious. Hang on. All right. But let me see. I have my receipts here. So, as you guys saw in the beginning, it was $283.19. So, this is the first one here. This is my receipt from Poppy for the dinner. She sent me $100. Now, you guys also have to remember that I was also a broke bitch during this time.
yeah.
So I'm doing all of this while also only having probably the same amount of money in my account that Brittany had at the time. Well, or
Mhm.
that she claimed she had at the time. So if you guys saw this, this is from Poppy. This is her $100 that she sent me. Okay. The next one here, this one is from NorCal Jim.
Gotcha.
He also sent me $100. What?
Nothing. Aaron told me to check my email. I'm on it.
Okay. And then I also have the one from Eddie, All Things Serious for 40. So if you guys add that up, it's $240. I ended up paying the 200 and or not the 200, the 48.19 of the extra. So yeah, I didn't pocket anything because what I got was $48 less than that.
So
Yeah.
you were accused of pocketing money, the leftover money that was sent to you to help provide this meal to her family, who she claimed wasn't even enough in the end of things for a family of 4 when it was an extensive, excessive, over the top meal, flowers, cheesecake bites. So she was ungrateful in the beginning, if I'm following this correctly. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just doing a quick recap.
Not to us, not to us. I actually have this message where she put it into our our after panel group. It says, "Hey, I just want to tell you that I'm so thankful to you guys. I can't tell you how much it means to me that you would come together and show my family such love and support. I love you guys, and I hope you know that you're in a tough situation. I'll be there for you always." So this is her telling us she appreciated the meal.
Then what changed? What?
I left. That is
I
what
know.
changed.
It doesn't
Well,
make sense.
and the thing is too, is this also happened a second time. So we had sent it for the passing of her family member.
Not once, just twice. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You not only did this one time, but you did it
Not
twice.
me. Not me.
Okay.
So we did this, and I had told her, like, we're doing this so that you don't have to worry about cooking, just throw it in the oven and you're good for, a week or two. I mean, it was 2 pounds of ham, 2 pounds of turkey, cheesy potatoes, everything. Like, it was a lot of freaking food, and it's good for leftovers and stuff like that. And she picked it out, which you guys saw in the text before.
Ugh.
But there were the people and stuff like that, that after she left needed groceries again. They had offered to send a meal. She said, "No, I want to blah blah blah. I want to pick it. I want to do this. I want to do that." Those people ended up buying groceries and having them delivered to her house. Which I'm sure if you're a current mod, she'll say she didn't like either because she wanted just the money so she could do it herself.
Where does this take place? Because it's not on live streams. We don't hear her asking for groceries. So this takes place in her private chats with mods, or does she have a Discord that she uses for this too, or another app?
It's different. Because for she texts people, so she gives people her personal number. She has many, many, many Facebook messengers. To the point of like she'll be in 12 groups where there's only one person from each of those groups not in the other groups. You know what I mean? She also does do Discord messages, stuff like that. But she does a lot behind the scenes as well. So I don't know if you've ever heard people joking about the tires or her internet bills. There's people that have come forward saying, "Oh, Brittany asked me to pay for her tires and I gave her $200." And then they're saying that to someone who then goes, "Wait, when?" And they're like, "Today." And they're like, "She asked me today for $200 for tires and I gave it to her." And so she's going to these people separately, asking them, getting the money, and then still asking others for that same amount of money.
Okay, not to interrupt you, but I think this is important to add in here. Miss Arnold said, I need to add, she told me that she didn't know where it came from. I found one on Google, cheaper, and she said that was the one, and then told me Mal pocketed the difference. I think that's an important part to add in there too. When you are done with this story and get to a stopping point, there's a clip I want to play right off the bat because I'm going to shut this down really fast.
Yeah. And so there's that. There's the internet bill where people in chat will tell you like, "Hey, I paid her internet bill for February." And then there'll be 3 other people that'll say, "No, I paid her internet bill for February." Because she goes to people individually, asks them instead of doing it in a group setting, all while still doing the dry begging and stuff like that on YouTube. So it's just, there's a lot of shittiness behind the scenes when it comes to money, where the money's going. I've said this too. One of my addictions is scratch offs. You can ask anyone. I won money one time. I won $25,000 on a $3 scratcher one time. Don't have it anymore. Spent it real quick. But ever since then, I play them all the time. And that was something that we had in common to the point where she would just sit there and scratch offs all day. She'd go get her ice from the gas station and do scratch offs. So it's just, I've tried to be very, yeah, she's also been given a lot of laptops. People send her things. She's gotten iPad sent to her that goes along with the wish list stuff, which we'll get into.
Can we take a moment? Are you at a spot?
You go ahead and do your thing.
Okay, make a note where we're at right here because I need to shut this down because this is not going to fucking happen. So I'm going to play a screen recording right quick. And the reason I'm doing, well, you guys will hear. Not the game to play with me. I told you once.
What the heck? What the heck? Yeah, I agree with that, TJ, because several of them have threatened CPS. And I would imagine you, Nonsense and Mallory and all of them, they're okay with that because it's hurting me. You're cool with inciting this kind of shit.
Nope.
Like you just don't even give a F about my kids.
We're gonna fucking go. Just a minute.
Like she don't have kids, so I guess she wouldn't care. But they claim to love the kids so much on this platform, right?
At this point, I'm protecting them more than she is on this damn platform.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Old, save our kids. It's so old.
Okay. First and foremost, for her mods in here, clip this and get it to her now. If you continue to make false allegations about me weaponizing CPS or even inciting your audience to believe me or Mallory or anybody else has called CPS, had any CPS interaction with you, I will absolutely be handling it because there is no way, shape, or form that I would ever encourage that, ever stand beside that, anything. You are a grifty, grimy little bitch, and you're about to see the reality of your actions on this. Stop weaponizing your children. Act like a grown-ass adult. Handle your business. Get it done and shut the fuck up, Brittany. Do you understand me? You will not continue to play the blame game because Mal is finally getting to speak. Ain't nobody over here calling CPS. Ain't nobody over here threatening your children. Don't get me going on that shit because I will open Pandora's box and it won't go back in. So watch your step. Stop the bullshit. Nobody's doing anything with CPS, your children, anything. You have weaponized them against Mallory for the longest time to silence her. I'll be damned if this continues to happen.
What she said.
Oh, I can't
Anyone
see
who knows me, knows that I would
That's
never.
her.
And
She's saying that right now in her live stream, trying to deflect.
well, right.
Yep.
But no,
Oh,
she's
this was gonna
incorrect.
We knew coming into this that this was going to be the election. We pointed it out the other night. I told everybody that this is what she was doing. That's why I opened with those clips. But anybody in the bushes, you want to ask a question, come to us, ask us the question. Neither one of us stand for that. I'm so firmly against that because it's wasting resources and it causes unnecessary harm and trauma to children.
Yep.
You have shit going on in your own real life, handle it. Stop blaming all the rest of us.
Yep.
If you know, you know, Brittany.
Yeah, what she said. Because that's so far from the truth. And the fact is I think the thing that bothers me the most with that is she knows that it's so far from the truth. It's the spinning of the narrative to the people who don't listen to all sides that she's doing this. So
if people only knew how much Mal cares about those children and how that was even weaponized. Okay, I'll let you tell the story, but those pictures still, that's just something that yeah. Okay, carry on.
No, you're good.
Sorry, I speak for me and me only, but
no, for that you spoke for me as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm just a little more aggressive than Sweet Mal here.
Yeah, I get anxious. I can be aggressive, but no, that's not the case.
That's
and
bullshit.
Anyone that's ever listened to me, talked to me, or anything like that knows that that's not the case for me. So
same here. Anybody that knows it, they know. And that's the stupidest thing. It's just her victim status 101. She does it on everybody. We're not gonna play that game. Trust and believe. I will shut that shit right the fuck down.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got plenty of clips to shut it down and show what you are doing. Trust.
All right. I'm going to have to start going a little bit faster just because it's already been an hour and a half. And we haven't even read through the text yet.
You're okay. No hurry. If we need to do a part 2, I just have to go to the dentist. So no.
Yeah, that's fine too. I'm free tonight as well if we need to, but
okay.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions though about the food thing? Oh, that's what I was going to say, the food thing. She had them drop up, they decided to send meals instead. So this is not the first time we got into kind of the whole behind the scenes. It's very much if she asks you for something and you want to help, ask to do it directly to what she's asking you for. Because if she takes just the money, it's not going to go for what you think it's going for. It brings me back to how many ice machines she has had sent to her house. I know a lot of people that are very, very hurt because they put in for, a nugget ice machine, and she was so grateful. She was so grateful. I say that, sarcastically, because she never set it up, and when she did, she told all of us behind the scenes that it was the wrong ice and she's never going to use it. And it was one of those things where it's just like, who cares if it's not the right ice? A bunch of people went in to buy you something $200+ and it was just, there's definitely because that's what she eats. She goes to the local gas station and fills a huge cup of ice and gives them $1 or whatever. But she's had a few of them. And if she's still telling you that if you see now, she drops links for her ice. Do you want to buy Brittany a cup of ice? Well, why doesn't you use the at least 2 for sure?
Yes. That was actually just discussed, just to give Mal some context to, which I don't know if she even knows this. A couple nights ago, she discussed that one of her mods was sending her a new pellet ice machine.
Yep.
And she was waiting for it to arrive. So, and then she talked about how she already had one, but it wasn't the pellet ice, it was the cube ice. So that one was going to go upstairs, and then she was going to get this new one, but she was just waiting because it was having a shipping issue, something like that. So she's got 2 ice makers, but that is her new introduction is, if you would like to buy me a cup of ice, again, no shame.
Ice
Make
is
your
free, by the way. Just throwing that
Yeah.
out there. Put it in your damn freezer and freeze water. It's free. It's just
part of the
she wants
holder.
the Sonic ice, and all of the ice machines that she's been gifted don't do the Sonic ice. So, but don't worry, she'll talk shit about it behind the scenes, but she'll tell you she is so thankful to your face. So, yeah.
It just shows for me personally, this is me speaking on my own behalf. Please do not blame Mal for anything that I'm about to say. But for me, it shows a very entitled person
Yes.
that lives in a very isolated bubble, that she is very out of touch with reality. Like, me having a pool has been such a big thing for her. Like, she just can't, it's just a common way of life here in Arizona. My house is very common. It's nothing, it's not a status symbol at all. But she grabs onto those things and she feels like, this is my perception, that the world owes her something, that she is very entitled to things. How ignorant does it sound that, oh, well, I have 2 ice makers, but I just like this one. I mean, yeah, we all have things that we like differently, but when you have an audience who, some of them are facing homelessness, some of them are struggling to feed their children, some of them
living
are
in their cars, like,
exactly. That's the reality. And it just gives off a different perception. And these people are living paycheck to paycheck, dollar to dollar. And yeah, anyways, that's my perception.
well, that also brings into the situation, her wish lists and my wish list, and everything along those lines. I did not want to start a wish list, but people had been starting to give her shit, for only posting her wish list. And I had always said, like, I don't have one. I don't need anything. Like, I'm good. But then she says, no, you need to have one, because if it's just her, people aren't going to buy things. They have to see that it's equal opportunity. So I made one, but it made me very uncomfortable. And if you guys were ever there, if you did ever buy anything for me, I was very, very appreciative. But the thing is everything that I put on there was for the channel or to help me in the channel. I had pens, I had notebooks, we used to do trivia. I would ask for trivia games. I had some serial killer books, some, forensic psychology books, but they were all things that were like $20 and under, because I was like, I don't want anyone to buy anything. I think one person bought me something extra, like a moisturizer, and I literally used the shit out of it, and then I tried to give back to that person as much as I could, because they then went through a hard time. And she would say, like, you can literally put anything on here. They buy everything. She goes, she had a tablet on there. Then she had a tablet case. And I remember the tablet case got delivered the day before the tablet, but it doesn't tell you that something's being delivered. So she got so mad and she goes, does someone think this is a joke, sending me just the case and not the tablet? And then the next day the tablet showed up. This is like a $300 tablet. She would say, you can literally put whatever you want on there. They buy everything. And, but I never did, because I was never comfortable with it. And yeah, there were 2 times I had done fundraisers. One was when my grandfather had fallen, and the next day me and my mom had to really drive across the country. Yeah. And it was last minute. They weren't letting him leave the hospital without someone there. And a lot of really, really, really kind people came together and sent me Cash Apps and Venmos, to help me get there. And I thanked them all. And it was one of those things where I never thought that I would have had a community that would help me in a time of need. And it was something that I've appreciated from the very beginning, but it's also that. The next one was just going to Maddie's memorial, and just saying, like, no, I'm paying for this. I'm paying for this. But I do want to buy Katie and her family dinner. So if anyone does want to give money that I can give to Katie, then we can do that. And people were giving it, and she didn't like that. And we'll get back to, I know Katie had said something in here earlier about the book. When I went down there, we had asked the subs over on Brittany's channel if anyone would want to write a letter of strength, encouragement to Katie, and then I would print them all out. And no, Saint, I would print them all out, put them in a book, and give it to her so that she has an entire book of people encouraging her during all of this hard times, during the trial that's coming up, where she can just go in, flip to a page, and it's someone encouraging her. Yeah.
Did you from it?
Miss Arnold, no. I paid for gas and hotel. The fundraiser stuff was strictly for paying for dinner for me, my mom, Katie, her husband, and her 3 kids at the time.
Quick question on that.
Yep.
Did she start playing the games between you guys while you were still friends, or was this just after the fallout? Does she play mod against mod in the back end? Do you guys truly know? You might not
yes,
know.
I mean, it depends, because there's many of times where if you're the chosen one, then she'll come to you and talk shit or say something that she doesn't like or something like that to you about other mods. Absolutely. And she only tells certain mods certain things. But yes, from my remembering everything from my experiences, yes, she does.
Well, they're all saying yes too in the chat.
Okay.
So they're
yeah. So
I got that perception. Okay.
There are multiple mod chats. It's literally like mod chat 1, mod chat 2, mod chat 3, and 3 of the mods might be in one, 6 of them are in another, all of them are in one, and then one there's only 5 and one person's left out. It's very, very, she picks and chooses, and she does it in a way that keeps the mind like thinking that she's chosen you.
Okay.
So, yeah. So anyway, so we made that book for Katie. I think I had like 50 some people email me their letters to Katie. I ended.
Pause. NorCal, I'm going to go look right now. I can see you on StreamYard, but I'm going to go make sure that
I
you're.
see him.
I know, but can you see him in the chat?
Yeah.
So
I can
maybe
see Jim.
I didn't know if he was or not. He was one that I was worried about and
yeah,
I wanted him to be able to talk in here because I know you two are friends. So
yeah, Jim's a good person.
Okay. He's not blocked.
Okay.
I'll be nice today. I'm just joking. They're all like, God, she's mean.
Well, he's from Jersey, so
oh.
Yeah. So he'll say it. He'll tell you. He just doesn't like the drama, so he tries to stay out of it. So anyways, we ended up doing that. We put it out about a week before I went to the memorial. And yep, that's what you do. And you'll never guess who never gave me their note. Brittany. How many times did I remind her? Multiple times. But no, she did not write a note to Katie. She did not write it to put it in there. Or anything like that. It just was not important to her, I guess. And I've had this conversation with Katie as well. She noticed. People notice things and they realize the importance that they hold in your life, and she doesn't think that they do. Yeah, and what LFT said is very true. I'll get into that chapter. Technically, no. But the house that they do live in was her father-in-law's, and he passed away. And they lived with him up until he passed away. Now it's just them in his home. No. Yes, Meg, you are correct. There are many of times where I would go to Brittany and say, can we cover this case? Like, I can do a whole presentation on it. Which one, Tia? No, not when I was friends with her, Heatherlicious. But there's no. From my understanding, Shakto,
Shakto.
no.
We got it. We finally
From
got
my
it.
understanding, no, there's a whole separate like wing or like basement, finished basement as well. But I can't be 100% sure on that, so don't take my word for it. But no,
No.
the room that is her office now was an extra bedroom.
Yeah, we don't need to
No,
know the layout of her house anyway.
I'm just saying
Yeah,
because she utilizes that, but no.
Yeah.
Which screenshots, Tia? Text it to me.
All of them, all while I'm white hot. Any of them. If you want one of those girls to come up on panel with you too, you can.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I just know there's a lot of things you want to get through, and so.
Well, and so Natalie from California, that's the thing though, is I'm just answering questions, but you'll notice that I don't bring up a lot of the stuff that I do know because it's personal for her. And also she bring anything that I have said here that is personal to her is something she has brought onto her channel and she has made people aware of, or lied about. So also just, putting the truth out there. But
yeah, a lot of this is going to revolve around certain personal situations. Yes, we're going to try to keep it as peaceful as it is, but unfortunately in this situation there is a lot of weaponing. There's just a lot of things that maneuver around very personal things that she brings public or has done in these things. So it is not the intent to rehash personal things, but because of how this conversation is going to go. So I expect adults to be adults in the chat and keep it focused, please.
Well, and I think too, a lot of this comes down to money for Brittany. A lot of her lies surround money, and her livelihood and stuff like that is not accurate to how she's portraying it. And I think that's something that is important because there are a lot of people who give to her thinking that they're helping helping.
This is a very good comment. This isn't a hate campaign. It's exposing who she really is and what her channel is really about. She's not the good woman she claims to be. And she weaponizes these situations to make sure that nobody talks about them because they are involving personal things and nobody wants. It's uncomfortable. It's super uncomfortable for Mal. You can tell she's anxious. She's nervous. It's a terrible thing. But when people repeatedly have these patterns of behavior and continue to do it and continue to lie about it and continue to weaponize people, meanwhile claiming that we are doing real life things or inciting real life things, they have to be addressed openly, honestly, and out front, like adult. This is grown women business. We're not playing games here. It's time this is happening for Mal.
Yeah. And so one of the main reasons that I haven't, and I've waited the year to come out is, to be honest, I was never going to come out. And you can ask a lot of people, I wasn't going to start my channel. I wasn't going to come out. But the lies have just continued. And she's continually tried to play on my empathy and my care and love that I do have for her kids, to get me to not bring things up because it will affect her downline. And so yeah, that's kind of.
I did not come to you and ask you to do this. In fact, Mal and I didn't have, there was no personal conversations. Mal has not sent me anything besides the screen recordings of the text messages, things like that. Yes, Mal and I have talked on the phone. It was hysterical. We talked about random things. I was cleaning up messes while it happened. Anyways, but Mal isn't sitting here creating a hate campaign. Mal came to me and asked, hey, she was scared shitless to ask me, actually. Weren't you?
I was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I've said this in a lot of different places too, that Becky has a way of making me feel stronger than I feel like I am, which is why I asked her to do this with me. but also because she's somewhat unbiased in the personal sense.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of any of this stuff, so I will.
Yeah.
There will be things, you know, just like I
Um,
said before, she wasn't forcing you to be there. You were there willingly. But yeah, this isn't some concocted scheme behind the scenes. Mal has not sent me personal information, private information, never, nothing like that. That is not how I operate. Neither does she. That is not what this is all about. But she approached me, asked me if I'd be willing to host her. And I said, absolutely, because I have kind of a combination of people that have been burnt by her that combine over here. So
yeah. I did just send Tia the link she asked me for, just to, because she knows
oh,
I've had a lot of conversations. So if you see
yeah.
someone pop up, it's just Tia. So, and I'm okay. So let's see where we were. See, and need some Z's. That's fine. And this chat is not to try and get people to stop, like, unsubscribe to her or stop watching her. I think it's just important that people realize, and I hope that even if it saves one person from getting hurt by her, that what you see is not what you are getting necessarily. It's very I don't know. It's very
You're getting a curated version of her that is beneficial to her and
yeah,
her ultimate goal. That's the sad thing, is a lot of these people have genuine vested relationships on their in their opinions with her. And what Mal is showing, I think, is a bigger perception of this is just not the reality. Everybody plays a
yeah,
part in what she can use those people for. And she is hoping that she can prevent anybody else from being in the same situations. We can
yes,
only do what we can do, and that's talking about it publicly. This happened publicly. She's brought all these situations public. So this is
yep.
Mal addressing the very public things that she has already talked about in the same fashion. We match energy. And that hasn't even remotely been. And please do not, like, if I hear anybody, they're trying to get you to unsub, that was actually
No.
distinctly said, that's not what we hope to come out of this. You are grown adults and can do as you wish. But at the end of the day, oh, Tia's got
Feedback.
It's me.
You got feedback.
You got feedback.
Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry.
You're
You're
okay.
So, but yes, and the thing is too is you can even ask. I had a lot of mods, and when I say mods, to me they're not mods, they're my actual friends. Like, we talk about everything, our real lives, everything. But then they just happen to, I've met them through Brittany's channel, so there's a little bit of a thing there. And some of them were still mods at Brittany's after I left, even to the point where my channel, like when I made my channel, they were modding at both places, and I did not care. Brittany cut them out of everything. But I didn't care, and I still don't care. I don't care who people watch. I don't care who people see. But I want people to hear my side of this, because she's publicly lied a lot about our situation, and it's important to me, to do that. But except for Heather left before me, so did a lot of people left before I did, and I am okay. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're okay. This is a very, Tia's with us too. Welcome, Tia.
Hi, Tia.
Hi. Thank you, guys. Is that better? Am I not as
Yeah, you're good.
feedbacky?
That's
Okay,
good.
sorry.
Thank you.
So let's see. I'm gonna we'll go into the two bigger things that she's brought up, which are the welfare check and the swatting. Two different incidents. Okay. The welfare check happened before. So this all started, I want to say it was a Sunday night. We did a live together, and then she said she wasn't feeling well. So we ended the live, and she was like, I'm just going to lay down and try and kick whatever I have. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Now, you guys have to remember, from the very beginning, I have said that I would talk to her all day, every day. That's both during the day and during the lives and after the lives. So it had gotten to the next day and I hadn't heard from her. It got closer and closer to the time that she would schedule the live. And nothing was happening. And she also wasn't answering phone calls and text messages. So at that point, I went into like our group chat. And okay, let me see. Is this one? Yeah. So here's this here. You can see 3/14/2023 at 6:46. I said, Brittany, are you okay? You haven't called me or texted me, and you're freaking me out. 10:04, still no live. Again, the next morning, I started calling, and there was a point in this when I hadn't talked to her that I did a live on my own on the channel. I had access to the StreamYard. Because I knew how much YouTube and the algorithm meant to her. So she would tell me all the time about how I have to go live every night or I'll leave the algorithm and all this stuff. So her not responding, I got nervous, but then she didn't go live. So then I was like, hi, Allie. Perfect timing. And
Love Allie.
I know.
Allie makes me feel calmer, just her being here, truly. Like, she's just
well, Mike, and Allie was a big help to me during this exact conversation. There's a handful of other people who were as well. Junlu, Criminality. Who else?
Mike sent a super chat with $20 and said, it's great to watch bad creators that don't think they have to pay overhead like everyone else get caught grifting. YouTube does super chats to protect the viewers as well. Thank you, Mike, for the support. And you were right, like, truly. And
so let me jump in really quick, Mel, because I'm not watching Brittany's. I'm actually just watching the chat. Apparently, she has downplayed your relationship, which, let me say this, Brittany, as a person who has a partner on this app, regardless of what you want to say, you were good friends. And I couldn't imagine LFT saying that we weren't good friends when we were doing this. I just couldn't. That's disgusting and hurtful. And you know better.
I could go through and add up the hours that we were on the phone during our friendship too. I'd do it just to spite her too. But it's that there's also someone was messaging me saying that they're saying that the meal was
one meal,
wrong.
Boston Market.
Yeah, which no, it was 1-800-Flowers. It was from Harry and David, I think. And
yeah,
Brittany
that's pretty nice. That's pretty freaking nice.
Yeah, Brittany picked it out. So, but yeah, so thank you. I appreciate that. So anyways, so this is the things here you guys can see. I say, Brittany, are you okay? You haven't called or texted me. At that point, I end up doing a live stream because in my mind, I'm like, she's going to be pissed when she comes back and she's out of the algorithm for missing a live. That was my whole thing. Okay. I found out after the fact that she was really pissed about it. Not to me. She thanked me. But to others that she was mad that I went on her channel without her permission and I was trying to steal her channel, which was not the case ever. But we did that. And the next day, I still had not heard anything. So at this point, it is Tuesday. And this all started, our last live was Sunday night. And it had ended early. So that day, I end up messaging a handful of other people, and that included Alex Erickson. And like I said, those handful of other people, and I just had gone to them and I said, like, hey, have you guys talked to Brittany? Because I wanted to check and make sure, like, if it's just me, that's fine. Like, I don't care. That's fine. So here's another one. This is in our Real After panel. I said, anyone talk to Britt today? No. Still nothing on Britt. No. Wasn't she feeling sick last night? I said, yes. I said, this is when the stuff started happening. So I had a phone call with them, with Allie and a few of the other people who were close to her, close-ish to her at the time. trying to figure out what to do. Because in the 5 months that I'd known Brittany at that point, we had talked all day, every day, and she was always online. So, yeah, it was a hard few days, and it was hard because I was navigating also not knowing what was going on while also asking, like, does anyone know what's going on? But also being asked by subscribers and stuff like that, like, where is she? Hey, that's my best friend. um, and so we'd had conversations, and it had gotten to the point where we had all said we're all messaging her and giving her this deadline. Like, if you don't send us a show of life at some point, like, we're calling in a welfare check. Like, at that point, my main thought was carbon monoxide, to be honest. And you can ask any of them. I was like, nothing's happening. Like, we were calling her phone, we were calling messengers, we were doing everything. I was worried. That was my number one worry, was carbon monoxide. But then something weird started happening because her messages on Messenger started being read. And it was, I don't know. It was a weird thing. So anyways, we ended up giving a deadline, where we're like, we're going to call if you don't get to us by 7:30 p.m. Central Time or something like that. Nothing happened. So we end up calling in a welfare check to her local police department, and the police go out there, and she is sick. She is sick in bed. She's not tired. She can't walk. She couldn't do anything. And I'm not going to go too much into detail. Everyone else was fine. But she was so sick to the point where she ended up in the hospital the next day for 5 days. And they didn't even really want her to leave at that point. But she had to get back for the boys. So that was the incidents for the welfare check. Now, the welfare check is different than the SWAT, to the point where I was reaching out to people in her real life, and they went over to try and check on her as well. So that's just this information here. Hang on. Let's see. What else do we got?
It's like whack-a-mole. Which one next?
I know. Well, I have specifics.
I know there's certain things you can't talk about too that you have.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, so she ended up in the hospital that time. And apparently she told us, I remember which one it was that I was looking for. Oh, here we go. Shit, wrong one. About 2 weeks later, and this shows this here, which I scribbled it out because the rest of this is personal to my personal life. But it says, hey, because I hadn't responded. Hey, it took a long time for me to respond here. She said, do I need to do a welfare check? Winky face? Probably. So she was joking about, oh shit, I closed it. Hang on. Story of my life. I'm trying.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing great. Just breathe.
You're doing great. You're not in a time hurry. This has been a lot. This is a lot to endure. Okay. This is a lot to talk about. You're doing wonderful.
All right. Okay, back to this. Now I'm back to where I was. Let me share it again. All right. Okay.
There we go.
All right, we're back. All right. Okay. So yes, she ended up in the hospital for that, for 5 days, and it wasn't until we had called the welfare check in, that she actually ended up having to be carried out to show them that she was fine, and then the next morning took an ambulance, and was in there for 5 days. So that was a serious one, and that one is completely separate than the SWAT. So now we'll get to the swatting incident.
But
When we were
wait, back up for 1 second because
Yeah.
I think you should be thanked for calling that
Yeah.
wellness check
It wasn't
because
just me.
he was
There is an amazing
okay.
group of girls that came together that made that difficult decision, and I can tell you, up until the moment that that call was made, it was very back and forth. Like, do we do this? Do we do this? Like, and it was all out of fear, us doing that call. Um, so yeah,
I just wanna make sure that
thank you.
you understand that or that the other people understand how serious the situation was when you
Yeah,
guys called. It wasn't just like, oh, Mallory kinda glossed over the fact that she was in the hospital for several days and was
yeah,
very
5 days.
ill,
Yeah,
and thank God that they did call when they did.
yeah. But that's played off as like a, oh, they just wanted it for drama and different things like that. Um, so that's one of the reasons why I bring that one up, even though it's a personal thing. The next one that we will, um, she's talked about it. She had an infection. Um,
Lana Kate, look, let me address that right quick. Lana Kate, she says, sorry if I sound ignorant. I don't follow BJ, but what's the reason to share this info? I feel like I heard it before as well, and I don't even belong to that community. Seems like it's very personal stuff. You probably missed us talking about that a little bit before. This is very personal stuff. The reason for sharing this is because Brittany has been talking about bits and pieces here and there of all this stuff for the last, what,
lying.
year?
Yeah,
And she has brought all this publicly to her page. Mal has talked about bits and pieces in different segments, but she is laying down all of the receipts. She has
yeah,
talked about it recently on Queen Bees, but she didn't pull up all the receipts. So this is kind of the receipts final discussion for Mal to tell her entire truth, add in the receipts, and be done with it, because it's
yeah,
going to be a personal conversation, unfortunately, because that's where Brittany takes it
yep.
and brings it out publicly. So it is uncomfortable. I'm sorry that those of you feel that it's overstepping, but she did that, and this is the response. When you go there, this is where the receipts have to go. I hope
Plus,
you understand.
anything personal that I'm talking about, anything that I'm bringing up is stuff that she has brought to the internet herself. You just
Yes,
may not know that because she deletes everything. So,
that is correct. Yeah.
um,
And feel free to sit out this one too. This is a totally different stream. I mean, these
yeah,
aren't people that I know over here from anyway. So, but I understand the question absolutely. So please just keep in mind, if this makes you uncomfortable, please check out.
yeah. Um, okay, so the welfare check. So we get to, let me see, or not the welfare check, the SWAT. Um, let's see. Here's this one. So this one I got sent to me, but this is the live stream. It was called Brian Koberger linked to another murder question mark. Um it was what was the exact date? Aaron or Wolfie, do you guys know? It's the 23rd or the 25th of May, I believe.
The 25th is what Aaron says on the screen.
Um, but that's this is just the live that it was in. The 20 so okay, so it was the 23rd, but I did my stuff on the 24th. Okay.
Oh, different time.
Yeah. So she
Okay.
just this was sent to me because I was trying to figure out with the FOIAs and stuff. Okay, 23.
Holy shit.
So this was me trying to get stuff for the FOIA, but because she deletes everything, um I just wanted it shown that this was the live here that it happened in. So if anyone does actually have that live downloaded for some random reason, let me know, because that's the live that the quote unquote SWAT happened in after the 1 hour and 15-minute mark. Okay. So we're on a live and I'm on panel, obviously. So I don't necessarily remember a ton of information about what was happening in chat or anything like that, because at the time, Brittany was just muted. And so I was just kind of trying to continue the live. I was like, what are we doing? Because obviously there was never really, unless I set something up, a structure to each live. I knew what we'd be talking about, but that was about it. And she goes away and she comes back and she says something along the lines of, EMS was just here. They came up to the door with their gurney and white sheets with the most terrified looks on their faces. And I don't know what's happening, or something like that. I don't exactly remember word for word, but she brings it up on the live. The live starts calling it a SWAT, where you just swatted, which is where I believe she got caught on, because at first she was just saying EMS. She was not calling it a SWAT to begin with. But once they said swatted and she realized that that was a trigger word for a lot of people, it stuck. She claims now she never said the word swatted. But here is, oh God, why do I keep doing this? This was a text that I got from her on May 24th, 2023 at 10:09 p.m. Do you find it ironic I'm swatted the night blank shows up? So here is her utilizing the word swatted. So there's that lie. Right, Chris, right. But at the time, we thought that just a 911 call had been called in to get people there, and that it was just that it was meant to have like the police show up and everyone show up. And like that was the plan, but that EMS showed up first, and when they went to the door, it was nothing.
No problem, Lana.
So yeah. Yes, and we will get to that. Yep. So I end up FOIA-ing that night. I can show you. Hang on. Go back to this. This one. Nope, this is the other one. So as you guys can see here, this is me putting in the information for the FOIA. It's correcting a narrative, I'd say, Josh B. Because technically I'm correcting the lies that she has put out publicly. So
no, this is not going real life in any way, shape, or form. If it's considered going real life, then please reevaluate, because, and this is coming from me, this is response to allegations that have been made publicly. So if it's going real life, then she went real life on herself and outed this stuff, only sections of it that fit her narrative that she was trying to spin. Thank you for participating.
Yeah, but thank you.
And if anybody continues to run back and forth between chats, stirring shit because she's over there claiming that this is inciting going real life, please stop.
Yeah, we don't want anyone to do anything real life. We don't even want you to leave her channel if you watch her. We don't care.
Yeah, no, really. This is Mal's time to speak. This is just really silly at this point to even consider this real life or inciting anything. This is just clarification, setting the record straight, and that's it.
Plus, if I was going real life, I would have kept all of the real life information too. So I've probably blocked out way more than I actually needed to. So if you guys see here, this is the FOIA that I had put in. It says approximate time. I obviously blocked out her city and the location. And this is what I had written. A swatting call. So this is what we were all calling it the night after that live, based on what Brittany was telling us. On my YouTube partner, which, remind you, I'm doing this on an after panel with Brittany and other people there. So they're helping me write this. While we were on a live stream, EMS showed up looking frazzled. Would like to hear a 911 call that was called regarding a medical emergency, was a false report on their address. Then you guys can see it has my name, my email, which is still my email. So if anyone ever does need to reach out to me, there it is. And then I blocked out my phone number. And so I end up getting an email back from their like dispatch person. So if you guys hear, it says online form submittal, audio and dispatch, CAD records request. So our thought process was behind the scenes, Brittany is telling us that this SWAT happened because of the Mean Girls. So obviously, if you guys have been within this realm and have heard different things, there's a group of girls that had left Brittany who she referred to as the Mean Girls. She believed that they were behind everything that was happening to her, that they were doing everything real life, that they were coming into every chat she was in and making her feel uncomfortable and bullying her, and that it was them, that someone in this Mean Girl group had called this in as a swatting and so on. And so at the time, our mindset, which if anyone that's in chat was on this back panel, please, if you remember, feel free. But we were going to ask for this 911 call because we knew all of the Mean Girls, and I say that as I'm doing my fingers.
Air quotes on the
yes,
Mean Girl.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That we knew all their voices. So
Actually, that's funny. Megan VR said, can you clarify which Mean Girls she's speaking of? Because we were part of a Mean Girls group, and I know there's been several
yes.
after.
So the Mean Girls that she was focused on when I was there was Allie, Wolfie, Shay. She'd sometimes throw Melissa in there just because she always thought Wolfie was working for Melissa.
Can I do an interruption right quick?
Of course.
Just really quick.
Yeah.
For the one time. Okay, here, I got a little jingle. Mean girls don't remember what they said. Okay, that's it. Go
accurate. So but those were the people. There were a handful of other people in chats, subscribers that she would also try to blame this on. In the one screenshot that I showed you where she utilized the word swatting, it was actually a subscriber that neither of us had ever talked to behind the scenes, but that would come in and was like half troll, half not, where you love them being in there. It's kind of like your skank ass nonsense, where like you like them being there, but sometimes they push the line, but sometimes they don't, but you love them regardless.
Yes, Skink Pass is my personal troll. Everybody better leave that alone. I mean, what it is.
So, yeah. Yeah. Well, she does, Melissa. What do you mean? Yes, you guys, I didn't actually hear about like Granny or Megan VR, which now seeing how she is with Granny, it surprises me that I did not hear her name that often. But yes, so during that time, it was like that group of girls that she thought was behind it, which we had all heard their voices. So we were just going to try to get the 911 call to figure out who did it. So I had done that. So then I had got this email back and it said, "Good morning, Mallory. I have attempted to call you back in reference to gathering more information about this incident. Please return my call." And put the phone number. So you guys can see it's in response to my filing here. And then I called back. So give me just a second. You guys can, why do I keep clicking shit? Sorry. I went all the way yesterday and went to my cell phone records. So you guys can see that I had a phone call with the phone number. Right here at May 26th at 10:22 a.m. for 2 minutes. And you guys will see that.
Can I for 1 second? Lana asked, are these recent events? They're dated, so you'll see the time on them, May 25th, 2023. And the reason why it's being brought up again is because Mal has been being named in some of Brittany's recent, as of Saturday night, accusations, saying she's obsessed with her, all these things. Mal has actually only recently started to really speak out about it. And it's just amped everything up. But Brittany had been doing that before Mal had started to say stuff. She had been drugged recently into things. and Saturday night she had a lot to say and invited Mel to do this. Her own words.
Yeah.
If you scroll back to the beginning of this video, you will hear Brittany ask for this to be done. Do
Yeah.
it. She encouraged it to be done. So we are just
And
obliged.
this is also the one and only time I'm going to talk about it. So after this, well, unless we do a part 2,
Yeah.
which I did not think this was going to take 4 hours, but now I'm like, okay, it might. But I lost my mind. Sorry. I don't know. It all happened a long time ago, but it's being brought back up, and this is a one and done for me. I don't like the drama. I don't like the back and forth. It makes me, if you heard me at the beginning of this vlog, not vlog, jeez.
You're doing fine.
This live, I felt like I was going to throw up the whole time because it all makes me so anxious. And I hate it. And I think I take everything a little too personally, which also has been very difficult for me. So
yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I figured that was
good. So these are my screenshots of my call logs, just so everyone can see that I did have a 2-minute phone call with the dispatch people. And in that dispatch phone call, I had talked to the person and brought everything up, and the person was very nice and was like, I need to figure this out because there was no 911 call to that address. And I was like, well, she had them show up at her house and all this stuff. And no, you're good, Lana. You're good for sure. So he goes on saying, like, I don't know what you're looking for in this FOIA request or this records request because there was no 911 call to this address. And I said, well, she had them show up at her home on a live, and she talked about all of this on a live. And he was like, well, there was no 911 call to this address. And he said, but there was a 911 call down on that street down the road, that he said something along the lines of having to be dispatched twice or something like that. So there was one earlier in the day, and then there was another one where they had to go back to transport someone. But either way, he had said, like, there was no 911 call to that house. If they did show up, it was an accident, but there was no 911 call to that house. So I immediately called Brittany after I got off the phone, and was like, dude, it wasn't like, I was happy. I was like, it wasn't a SWAT. Like, it was just an accident. Like, and she was like, well, actually, I called and talked to them, and they're telling me that they just can't find the 911 call, but that they know that it happened. This was also the same day that she talked to a cop or a sheriff in the gas station when I was on the phone with her. She utilizes that and says that I heard the whole conversation. I did not, and I told everyone from the jump, including her, that I did not. I could only hear her side of the conversation. I could hear someone talking, but I could not hear what was being said.
Tia, thank you for popping up for a moment. Sorry. Continue.
And so she just said something like, I think that the police are trying to hide this from us. Something weird is going on. Where I was like, no, they just told me there was no 911 call, that it was an accident. Like, they went to the wrong house. And she was like, no, the person I talked to went to high school with, insert her partner name. And so she was telling me way more than she should have. And she says that she knows that there was a call. They're just trying to find the call. And I remember being like, no, I don't think so. But, like, obviously at that point, I wasn't questioning my friendship with her. Nothing had really happened at that point. So I just kind of took her for her word. But I do have messages with other people where I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why are they telling her one thing and us another? Like, why would the police be lying about this? But then I'd bring it up more and more to her, and she'd tell me to just stop talking about it. Don't bring it up. People will forget about it. All this stuff. So it was during that time that she starts naming the mean girls as doing this, but then she starts doing stuff behind the scenes that started giving red flags. That includes trying to get me to search on different people. Some of them I did, because at the time I'm thinking these people are going real life. And I was trying to protect her and her family. And so, and that's something that it's hard for me because it's still something I'm very ashamed of. But I was given access to a subscriber's truth finder, 4 cases. And Brittany had multiple times called me on the phone and been like, can you look this up for me? Because she knew I was the one who had the passwords. When I left, that list was shared with Brittany, and she put it out as me trying to go real life on everyone that I had searched, which was not the case. If you saw, I put my own name in there, my family's names, my friends' names, because I was just curious if the stuff that was going to come back was interesting. But not only that, but after I left, anyone that I searched, I went to and told them that I searched them, and that although it was at Brittany's hand, because to be honest, I didn't know these people. I didn't know people's names. I didn't know people's histories. I didn't know people's backstories. I was doing it because my friend needed help.
Or that's what you've assumed.
Yes.
You guys please understand too. When she said I have gone, she means she has gone directly to those people individually, talked to those people, and she understands that however those people choose to feel at this point in time is the choice. She gets that. She admits that it was dirty. She would never do it again. But she's going to fully explain that situation. So
and it's something, like I said, that I directly went to these people. I apologized. I told them my part in it. I said, I'm not trying to put this off as Brittany told me to do it, even though that's the truth, because I was the one that physically typed it in. I'm taking responsibility for that. And just know, like, you'll never have to worry about anything like that ever again. But just know that Brittany has that information. Now, I will say a lot of the times I was uncomfortable when she asked me to search people. So I would tell her I didn't find anything, or I'd say, oh, you didn't give me enough information or anything like that. So yeah, and I've touched on it a handful of times. There's certain things where, we were on an after panel and she had asked us to go search into people's real lives, including a creator on this app who she had an issue with that had a death in the family tragically, and had asked us to find anything that we could that could link that creator to being at fault for that death in their family. All of us were very uncomfortable.
That's ooh, that makes me mad. Ooh.
Yeah. But the thing is the part of this that worked for her is that I was very naive in this because I didn't know her history. I didn't know that a lot of the stuff that she was having me look up was stuff that she already knew. And that I still to this day don't necessarily understand why she was having us look up information that she already had. So it's something where it's hard. But I will say that one of the biggest parts in that after, so, okay. So we all said no to that, or we told her we couldn't find anything to the person with the death. Come to find out, since I left, which I did talk to that person, and I'm not going to put their name out there. But I have talked to that person and told them they were one of the people I went to and apologized to. Come to find out that person had actually shared all the information on their own channel themselves regarding this, and it wasn't something that was like unknown. But nothing was sent to her in that other than an article sent by one of the other mods about that incident, that this person had already read on their own channel. So then back to the SWAT. Yeah. Back to
I'm
the
here. Whatever you
What?
need me to do. Whatever, if you need a break too, we can take a break and I can do a little jingle dance routine, whatever you want me to do. You're doing great so far. I just wanted to remind you of
No,
that.
you're
Thanks
good.
all for being here in the chat and
Yeah,
supporting Mal.
thank you.
Thank you all for understanding and supporting her and listening to her.
Yeah.
It means a
Thank
lot.
you. So, but that kind of goes back to the whole swatting thing. So that night, after the SWAT, she did kind of zoom in on one person, which was Wolfie, and came to us as an after panel. So me and the others that were on this after panel, and was asking us to get as much information as we could on Wolfie. She had played it off like she didn't know Wolfie. That Wolfie was only doing it because of her love for Melissa and Allie. But to the point where I found out that they were actually very good friends, and that she had known everything about Wolfie. She was pretending like she didn't necessarily know her name or different things like that. But it was to the point where Brittany was sharing pictures that Wolfie had shared with her privately, with this group of people, and asking us to compare it to random people with the same name that Wolfie has on social media to see if we can find out who she truly is. Now, once again, we were all very uncomfortable with that. We were looking around, but she literally sent us pictures of her at like ages 9 and 10. Which I come to find out later that Brittany actually had pictures of Wolfie while she was older that she could have sent us, but she sent us these. So I don't know if it was so that it looked like we dug more, but everything that she had asked us to look up or that she wanted our help with, she had already known, which till this day, I still have no idea why. Yes, what Allie said. Pictures that have never been online before, like physical pictures. And she also she was very much aware of Wolfie's history of previously being doxxed and everything like that, and still did this and saw how it affected Wolfie and still did this. So that is why, if you guys have heard it, because I have been very honest with Wolfie, I've sent her things, even things I'm not proud of, in regards to this, because she was the one that Brittany was blaming as the person calling in this SWAT, even though by a few days later, I had told Brittany it wasn't a SWAT, and she just told me not to talk about it. She still, till this day, says that it was all how she said it had happened. So, okay, let me grab the other screenshots then. So let me see. Which one's this?
Jennifer, that right there, making
What?
you all look like, looking up, that's some weird, that is diabolical. That's extremely diabolical. And I'm super glad that Mal took her ownership, went to the people directly, showed them what I'm very glad that happened, and she knows never. This is just this is mind blowing, honestly, to hear some of this, truly.
Okay, let me see. Here we go. So this is the one, Wolfie sent me this one because after everything, I didn't actually put together, I knew that she was blaming certain people when I went back to think about things. But it wasn't until I was looking at dates and stuff that I realized that was when she had doxed Wolfie to us. That didn't happen was the reason behind sharing the photo. Right. Yeah. So, and it was to the point where it was in May. I ended up leaving the beginning of July. Um, and she just told me not to talk about it. So, yeah. Anyways, so just more recently, Brittany's bringing it up again
Yeah. Okay.
and talking about it. And so Wolfie ended up herself FOIAing it. So we have the FOIA here. It has the information. You can see here patient transported. A lot of stuff is blanked out. The assigned with the time for a fall. And then you can see here, there's different ones, and we've had questions about to why. But that it has 2 different en routes on scene, en routes on scene. They had gone to the wrong house. And it says here, wife got out of bed and hit the wall, fell in the garden tub. That was what the original call was for. So in this, it literally states what the 911 call was for, where she's saying, no, there was 2 calls and one of them was to my house. That's not accurate. Not accurate. Because you guys can see here too, these are, one is her address, one's the other, because they stopped at hers and then went to the second one. Let me see what else we've got. Yeah, same here. This is just the patient transported. Same thing. Same one. Yellow down at the bottom is hers. Yeah. So, those were the FOIA requests that came back. Now, when Wolfie had asked for them, they said they no longer keep 911 calls that long. But that they'd send this information. And they did, and it shows exactly what the guy had told me over the phone. Yeah. So, she is utilizing that still till this day. But there was a lot of questions that did come up even for me. Because if you're being swatted, let alone a medical emergency, they're not going to take the time to take the stretcher out of the back before they come in and assess the situation. Which is something she said, that they came up to her door wide-eyed, terrified, like they were walking into something horrific. Whatever was said on the phone must have just been terrifying, is how she was saying it. So, yes. And one other thing, too, that I've said as well is that Wolfie, I've gotten to know Wolfie. We have a lot in common, actually, that has nothing to do with Brittany. Is one of the most genuine, big-hearted, nicest people you could ever meet. And she does not deserve what Brittany has done and put under her name. And so I just want to make sure that that is out there as well, that if you do hear Brittany, everything that she told me about Wolfie was untrue. And it's all. She uses it all to gain the sympathy, to be able to get donations and so on, to have that victimhood status. Yeah, she embellished the whole thing. Yeah.
I just want to give a huge shout out to all the ethical creators in the chat who showed up for this. MJ, Alex, yeah. There's so many in this chat right now. And they are telling you and confirming these stories. You're not just having to take Mal's word for it. And I'm sure they can walk it just the same. So please be very aware that when multiple people are confirming the same stories, and even not ethical creators, amazing subs that have been around and been a part of these things, mods.
Yeah.
These people have receipts. You're not just having to take their word. Ask questions if you have them. Yeah. Please feel free. They will answer it. I can't walk this stuff like this. I am just here to host, learn, listen, and offer Mal a safe place to tell her story.
And ask the hard questions too.
Yep. I will ask some questions too.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just wanted to say that right quick.
No, you're good. So, but like other than that, she's just held on to it and has told the story. I even got a message that she's still saying on her live now that it's not a SWAT. I never called it a SWAT. Well, let's bring that back up, shall we? Right here, Brittany, you called it a SWAT. So, um, and not only that, but when I put it in when we were all on the phone, I put literally in my FOIA request, um, that she called it a SWAT. Now, I don't think she came up with that on her own. I think it all worked out for her. I think people in chat were calling it a SWAT, and it wasn't. But she's been aware that it was not what she's claiming it to be since the days that it happened. So yes. All right. So I think that's the SWAT. Is there anything else that I'm missing on the SWAT to anyone else that was involved in that? After that, it's going to be more of Patreon, Discords, memberships.
Can I say another thing about there's a comment that keeps getting put in her chat. Mal wasn't forced to do any of this stuff. Mal wasn't forced. No, we addressed that in the very beginning. Mal chose to be a part of it, was absolutely invested. She was not held hostage whatsoever. She has openly just said she did these things. She went to these people and took accountability. She is not trying to say that she was coerced, any of that stuff. How it was done, extremely shady, manipulative, absolutely 100% legit. And I'm just listening to this as it goes on and watching the receipts. But to even attempt to say and try to diminish the situation by saying she wasn't forced, get the fuck out of here, Spirit Seeker Squad. You can suck my toe.
Yeah.
You condone and co-sign her bullshit all the time. I'm not expecting any different from you now, but don't try to twist the narrative because that's not even being said. Mal is taking accountability for what she did. Maybe you grown ass fucking bitches should do the same. Okay, go on. I'm getting angry.
You're good.
Can't stand shit because that's not even what's happening. You've been
Yeah.
very clear.
Gotta be careful though who you tell to suck your toe. Some people like that. So
Well, I guess according to the trauma surgeon last night, if Kyle cut his finger off, they're just gonna replace it with a toe. So I guess it might be
right.
fetish.
I want to say she shared her address and I screenshot it because she gives me such a hard time about sharing. Yeah. She gives her address out to anyone who wants it. So her saying that people are sharing her address around, that's not true. Just for future, but yeah.
And she must be off.
You obviously haven't listened to this from the beginning then because you're missing the point.
Here you are. You actually had to sub up for 5 minutes, sit here with us. So I guess you're one of us. Welcome in.
Yeah. Okay, so the next thing I have on my list is Patreon. So Brittany and I started the Patreon together. That was something where we came together and we're like, let's do the Patreon. We can utilize it to
Hold. Wait, what? Nonsense. Not only that, but they're confusing Mal with Mallory and calling her a transgender, and BJ's not correcting it. Imagine that, because there is something with that chick in transphobic stuff. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
But Mallory Williams and malicious Mal intent are totally different people. You must be new here, as Melissa Jade always says, new phone, who dis? Because what? Okay. Anyways, definitely two different people. Okay, go take the wheel, because Lord Jesus.
Patreon. We started it together to the point where I had the login info. We were both just under the AWBJ. This was around the same time that she had the second channel changed to, allegedly, in my opinion, with Mallory and Brittany, or Brittany and Mallory. I actually have, this was her header on the main channel. Let me see if I can grab it. This one. Almost the entire time that I was there, this was her header. So yeah, it was something that I was there and anyways, so we started that together. We had a conversation because there's not a ton of ways to stream to Patreon um other than like an unlisted link to a YouTube channel. Um and so we had the conversation about us wanting to utilize the Patreon in a way where we could say whatever we wanted, not have to worry about um being demonetized or getting the channel taken down for, conspiracy stuff, anything like that. So I said, hey, I'm never going to use my channel. We can use my channel. I don't mind. I'm never going to use it. So for some reason, um, if for some reason they take the channel down, we don't have to worry about it being the AWBJ channel. And so that is why we utilized my channel, and we just did the unlisted links on my channel via Patreon. It had nothing to do with me wanting to get subscribers. It had nothing like that, which is what she tells people. It was strictly a conversation that we had to protect the AWBJ channel at the time. And to ensure that if we talked about something that, even though it was unlisted and we were doing it through Patreon, that it got a channel taken down or got a copyright strike or something like that, that it would be on a channel where I could just potentially make a new one and come back up, if that makes sense. So anyways, where was I? Sorry. I end up using the channel. I have, hang on. Patreon. To see which ones are which. These are still on my channel. I just have them private. But you guys can see here's all the Patreon lives on my channel. Most of them not monetized due to copyright. You can see copyright. And this is a majority of I think I have 10 or 15 different lives on here. But one of the other things too is that a lot of the times Brittany would not show up for Patreon lives. I'd be in there, I'd start it, she'd be like, I'm coming, and then she just would not show up. Or she was not prepared for them, and so on. I was used to that at that point, so it didn't necessarily bother me. Let's see. And I was used to it, but regardless. So everything was 50-50 on Patreon. We would take it out whenever it hit the threshold, and then it would go to her email or her Cash App or whatever, and then she would send me half.
Huge note to those in the bushes. Sorry, Mel, for cutting you off, but this is being discussed because Brittany has told herself publicly that she was there for the money, and Mal did a big thing about the money. So if you're asking why is this being addressed, there you go. Thank you. Have a great day.
Not for the channel, no.
What did you say? Oh, you're answering questions.
Yeah, no. Not split evenly. But I was paid, yes. But it would differ between $50 to $250, and it would just depend, and I wouldn't know what it would be. I always told her, you take care of your bills, your family, the boys, and if you have any extra, you can send it to me. That's not what I was here for, and I also have screenshots of me telling her as well that's not what I'm here for, as well as other things. So give me just a sec. Let's see. This comes down to an incident of right before I left, which was one of the reasons why I did leave. I was in the Patreon because I was the only one that was commenting back to people's comments or answering the messages or anything like that in there. And I scroll down, and there's a part of a Patreon when you're the creator of the Patreon that shows you withdrawals from the account. And so I see it, and I notice that there's an additional withdrawal that I was not aware of. Here is those withdrawals. And you can see here's the creator thing. I've knocked out all of the information, the amounts, the hyper wallet, everything like that. And I noticed that she had taken money out without telling me. Now, when it came to the channel, I didn't talk to her about money, but Patreon was our thing. It was 50-50. We started it together. I was actually doing 90% of the work on the Patreon, and so on and so forth. So I actually did confront her about it. Let me see. Well, and she blames me for that too, Debbie. So here's this one. Here's a text. You guys can see. I said, you took money out of Patreon from yesterday from Patreon? She said, yep, for gas. I had to. I've got $20 to my name right now, and that's only because someone donated last night. And I said, right, but why didn't you tell me? Like, I would have been chill with it. I have $30 to my name too, but I wouldn't take it without asking you. She said, I didn't know I had to come to you, ? You were going to get your part anyway. I said, Patreon is our thing, right? Like a team. I get the channel stuff is yours, but Patreon was ours. Just thought it would have been a team thing, but never mind. I thought we were making team decisions. We were a team and making team decisions. And she just, after that was like, we are a team. We are a team. But it was the part of this that was my first, one of the red flags was, I didn't know I needed to come to you to take money out of an account that was both of ours. So yeah, but she's also utilized me as the reason, which this part you do have to take with a grain of salt because I can't find my screenshot of it. But I have told multiple people, and I told multiple people at that time, that I had logged out of everything that Brittany had given me access to, 2 days after I left. And so she knew 2 days after I left that I no longer had access. I had erased all of my password history. I had logged out of everything and sent it to her, and she was aware of that. Since then, she has continually charged people monthly, and put in there into the Patreon, like, I'm so sorry I haven't used this. Like, the only reason I'm not using it is because I'm so afraid Mallory still has access to this, and I don't know what she has access to, so I've been scared to use it, but don't worry, she's collecting the money every month, but she's just not doing anything with it. But she was aware within the first few days of me leaving, that I no longer had access to anything. And there's multiple people that I told in those days that I had logged out. To the point where actually, you guys, she made a second, or said she was going to make a second Patreon channel because she couldn't trust the first one because I still had access, but yet keep the first one up. And so then collect money on 2 Patreons and do nothing. So once again, that was not me. I've not had access to any of that stuff in a very long time. Yep. Aaron just wrote, Mallory told me and showed me. I showed people that I had gotten rid of the access. I just can't find my screenshot that I sent. So that part obviously you have to take with a grain of salt, but what do I have next? Discord. I have
Song.
What?
Do you need me to sing a song?
No, I'm good. I'm just debating on if I don't want to like rush through anything, but I know we only have an hour.
Kyle's gonna. No, you're good. You're actually good. We have an hour and a. Well, no, we have at least 2 hours. But then Sis also said she would take the little one to the dentist too. So yeah, we're good.
Thank you. That's nice.
She wants you to be able to get this all out, and she's.
Thank you.
If we get to that point, she will take. She's just having feelings, and Kenzie is the best big sis ever. So.
Well, me and Kenzie are also twins. We're very, very similar.
It's actually poor Mal. I like mom the shit out of her just like I do Kenzie.
I know.
It just can't go 11 hours because I promised them I'd never do it.
I have 1, 2, 3.
She's pulling up
three things on my list, and then the text messages. So that's pretty much it.
Lana asked, I know this is not about money and friendship was ended, but did she pay you on a consistent basis for your work, if not too personal?
So yes, but it was always a different amount. And I never knew what it was. She never actually told me what the channel was making. I never asked because I wasn't there for it. That's never what I was there for, and I even have messages, which actually I'll just bring it up right now before I start the next one. Let me see. Oh, here's one of Brittany telling me I was a good friend.
She
So that's
definitely
ironic.
ended her live because our numbers jumped up huge. Welcome in, everybody. You are welcome here to respectfully ask questions. Mal encourages that.
Yeah.
Do it respectfully. If you do have questions, if you feel that you are confused on something, please ask. My mods are not blocking people as long as it's respectful, but Mal is a guest on my channel, and we are giving the opportunity to tell her side of the story, her truth with receipts. You don't have to wonder. She's providing those to you. So please feel free. You can come out of the shitty booty bitch section for a moment if you would like to and ask the questions.
Oh well. So here's one
Yeah.
that says, "Did you decide what you're going to do money wise this month? Got to know if I should budget anything. I'm cool either way." So that was kind of my thing. Which you can ask people close to me, I'm not a good budgeter. I'm sure my mom is laughing downstairs. But I needed to know if it was coming in to then prepare to see where I could put my money otherwise. I didn't care what it was, what amount, if I was getting anything at all. I just needed to know so that I could budget it. Okay. So that would be like the situations. Let me see.
Smile. Can I address something really quick?
Of course.
I don't want to get you off track, but this is funny. Kathy just said, oh, nonsense is an ex-Katie Joy troll and did a lot of dirty stuff behind the scenes is what Brittany is feeling at the moment. But of course, she has no proof because she's not shown any. Show the receipts. Show them, because for 2 years on this app, they've been saying the same thing. And I've walked everything back and forth. I never worked for Katie Joy. Don't even like Katie Joy. I'm not a part of Katie Joy. They thought I was Katie Joy. But still to this day, those all fall short. So until you can prove it with receipts, not fabricated receipts or assumptions that you're getting, shut the fuck up or prove it, because you'll never be able to prove it because it doesn't exist. So carry on with your bad self. Say whatever you want. I did troll the fuck out of the anti-KJ community with my hand, my foot, all of that stuff. And I was damn good at it. Carry on, Mal.
No, you're good.
This will stay up. This will go in its own little section of Mal's truth.
Thank you. Here is when she kept bothering me about so she kept getting questions in chat regarding like how can we donate to Mallory and everything like that, because I was on there every night. And so finally she was just like, I need to put it in. And so I sent her the PayPal. She says, okay. I said, just type in paypal.me thing. And then I said, my Venmo is this. I blocked it out because I don't want any of you guys having it. I don't need anything. And then I said, I guess I didn't send it to you. Sorry, but not asking for anything, just giving it to you because you asked. So there is some proof that she asked me to give her my information. Let's see. Here, this is a text message from after she had the death in her family, which is the part that she's saying. I had Chipotle. Probably didn't end well, but regardless. April 20th, 2023. I said, hey, if you need to skip paying me this month or give me less, I totally understand. More than willing if you need it for bills. So this was right after her father-in-law, the person in her life had passed. And I had offered, because she claims that I have told people that she did not pay me after her father-in-law passed. That is not the case. I just offered her to not have to pay me. So, see what else. Okay. Oh, here's one of us trying to get her to stop. She kept going into different chats and drama chats and chroma chats. And you can see here, I said, that's why we were better people. We aren't going to engage, and we will be the better people and focus on true crime and subscribers, not those who focus on the pain of others. We've got this shit, which was something that I was constantly trying to tell her. Let's see. Okay. She would pay me a certain amount to be on the channel just because I was there every single night, the entire live. A lot of the time she would drop off. I was doing a lot of the research behind the scenes. So yeah.
Okay, hold on. You'll be right back on screen.
Oh God, you could have at least taken time for the stuff on your foot to go away. Or taking the picture.
No.
Looks like you were stepped on a grill.
What? Mal, quit ruining my feet finder obsession. I'm trying to, come on now.
Oh man.
See, this is why Mal and I work together, because she's like, God damn, you could have at least waited until the thing
Or
went
warn me. You're like, I'll be right back. So I come back to the screen. All of a sudden, your damn foot's on the screen. I'm like, shit. Thank you.
I gotta keep Mal in a good headspace. That's my job today. Keep her in a good headspace, on track, and over here I'm taking pictures of my damn feet. Okay. I mean.
Oh, that's a new picture. That's not the one that you used.
No.
Oh.
That's a new one. I just took that.
Oh. Okay. So I showed you guys that one. What is this one? Okay, this one says, so this is a very common, why is this thing being so stupid? Conversation that I would have with Brittany. She said, people are already talking shit to me. Like who? It's way too much to type. Several Krama people emailed me and messaged me. Okay, but you aren't in Krama. And letting them get to you is exactly what they want. They are doing some effed up things behind the scenes. Go ahead and go live if you want. I am trying to get home. Okay, but they always are. And oh, look! Shout out! Shout out to you guys! MJ and Wolfie said, yes, they always are. She said they took screenshots and they are passing them around to creators and subs privately, thrashing me. Oh, well, there you guys go.
Well.
Oh. Yeah, I know. And so, like I said, well, she never could for us either because she knew none of us liked Krama. So she knew none of us would go and look for receipts. And putting a ghost into a chat is not bullying you or thrashing you, Brittany. Idiot. Yeah. Which one? Wolfie? Hang on. Send me the one that you want me to show, Wolfie. Right. Okay, let me see. Back to this. I'm just making sure I don't miss anything before we get to the final text. And Discord. So Discord, I know she also told people that I kicked them from Discord. I never once kicked anyone without Brittany's permission. I was actually very nervous to do anything on Discord without Brittany's permission, even though I had all of the permissions granted to me. So just to let anyone know, because I do know that there was she told Death Doula that I had kicked her out. I did not. And I can't say I did not. I may have. But if I did, it was because Brittany told me to. And you can ask anyone that was a mod during the time that I was there. I would never have taken anyone out without Brittany's permission, ever.
Aaron, you did not? Are you serious? You've been here that long, Aaron? Oh my God. That's a trip, actually. Look at how organized she is. They're all in like order, everything. She's doing good.
All right. Offering not to get paid, Patreon. Okay, so here's one. I asked her if I should say hi to the mean girls in the chat because I didn't have issues with these people. Oh, let me make it bigger. And she said no. I said, do I say hi to the mean girls to see if they respond? She said no. I said, okay, why not? She said, that makes me look awful. I said, okay. She said, that's what I've been trying to tell Jim. It just makes it look like I don't have loyal friends, Sish. None of them would ever say hey to me. No, it proves that we are adults and not catty, not necessarily not loyal, especially if you know about it. But okay, she said, that's not how these stupid women are. They instantly look at us, they look at it and see even her friends are cool with us. And I said, if they think I'm neutral, and if they think I'm neutral, though, then really not. It could be interesting, but I'm not gonna. So that was when I was just trying to say hi. Hi, MJ. But that's one thing is I've said this and I've said it before. If someone ever sends me something and I have to talk about it in a negative way after the fact, I will always misread what they spell. So she said Frenchish. French.
She even does it on the phone.
Yeah, I do.
Yes,
Oh.
you do.
All right, so let me see now. Did I show that one? I think so. Yeah, I did. Okay. So I guess we'll get to the days right before I left. So the days before I left, everything kind of came to a head when I went to Maddie's memorial. And I met Katie and all of that. If you guys don't follow, I have an entire playlist on my page of the Maddie Kingsbury case. She was a missing mom of 2 out of Winona, Minnesota. And I've gotten close to a lot of people in that case, which I'm in Minnesota, so it's somewhat local to me. But I was invited down for the memorial, so I went down. What?
I just said oofta, Minnesota.
Yeah.
I'm from North Dakota originally. I've lost my accent, but I still have a lot of it.
Oof.
I love people talk from back home.
See, and I don't think I have an accent, but a lot of people do say I do when I say certain words.
No, you really don't have the typical like Minnesota.
Yeah, I will. I'll say. What's the words that I say? Sometimes I'll say oofta, but I'll say it more ironically. I say you betcha. I say you betcha a lot.
I do too. Do you say warsh? How do you say bag?
Bag.
I have to think about it before I say it. Otherwise, I say, yeah, I can't even do it.
I do say don't. I don't say don't you know. I don't. But you can hear my accent come out when I say it.
Revival, I do too. Cheesy wheezy, yes.
Oh, I do say ope. I say ope, deets. Yeah. I say ope. I also, another thing that I heard is a Midwest thing is I say, I'll scoot by you right there when I'm trying to get past people, or let me sneak right past you. That's okay. So that is my best friend, Abby. Obviously it says in her name, but she's my best friend off the app. We've been friends since 2004. She's the one with the boys that I showed you.
Yes. Yes.
But so she'll know. I say ope a lot.
The most adorable
thing. It's like whoops almost, Melissa. Go, oh,
whoops, oops.
Oh, I'm just north of the cities, Lisa. That's awesome.
I do say it really a lot.
Yeah, it's like
off track again.
No, you're good. So anyways, so I had gone down there and met Katie. I had the pleasure of also meeting Maddie's family, her mom in particular. That was very emotional, and I didn't think I'd get emotional during that. So I went to the memorial, met Katie. That was hard in itself. And then after, which Brittany has said a lot of lies about situations that happened during this time frame, and I actually had met a sub there, Mish. She's great. I know she's still over at Brittany's, and I don't care. I love miche to death. We'd gone out and we had fried pickles at a restaurant, and it was great. But she was present for a lot of the stuff that Brittany is changing. Just
You
show
good?
the No, I was reading. Sorry, I was reading a question. Sorry. She'll pretend to be neutral. Yeah. Yeah. So, but those situations where she took everything out of context and then she straight out lied about a lot of them. Um, but I had got to meet, like I said, Maddie's mom, and she knew who I was because of the coverage on Brittany's channel. Because I had interviewed Katie on Brittany's channel. Brittany fell off and never came back. But even Katie has said, and she said it in this chat earlier, is that she felt off. She felt not welcomed. And this is someone in like close to a family of someone who's missing, who is family to someone who's missing for all intents and purposes. And Brittany made them feel uncomfortable on her panel. Like she didn't care. To the point where I was told to ask Brittany not to cover the case after I left. But anyways, so I'd gone there, I'd met her mom. Her mom knew who I was, gave me the biggest hug, and was like, thank you so much for sharing Maddie's story and all this stuff. And we ended up swimming and having pizza, which was from the help of a lot of the subs as well. People had donated to be able to pay for our meal there. And it all kind of came to a head that night. She got mad at me because I didn't end up on the stream that night because I was in the lobby, sitting like on the chairs in the lobby with Maddie's family talking about Maddie. She got upset that I didn't make it. And then the sponsorship comes into play. So if you guys have ever heard it, Brittany says that I left because of a sponsorship, and that's just not the case. There were multiple times leading up to this where I was very confused. Maddie Kingsbury, Mystic Firefly. Maddie Kingsbury. Her body was found. Her body was found 69 days after she went missing. And the father of her kids is currently in jail with pretrial starting soon, hopefully. Yes. Shakto, I know. But it was a situation where I had not been told about the sponsorship. Now, at the time, I very much made it a point that if I'm going to be doing half the work on the channel, I want to be respected as a co-host. Does that mean that I wanted the money from the sponsorship? No. And I even say that multiple times in the text messages, which I will be reading to you. Which text? Hang on. The one about not letting me saying hi to people. Hang on.
Good catch, Dee.
This one? So I was in someone's live. I was in someone's live and I don't have issues with these people. At all. I only knew what Brittany had been telling me about them, but I didn't personally have any issues. It may have even been like Allie's chat. It might have been Allie's, or I want to say that would have been the only one that I was very active in. But at this point, yeah, I was being a little shady because I'm thinking these people aren't leaving her alone. You know, which, I mean, I apologize for. I don't mean that, but you know. So I say, do I say hi to the mean girls to see if they respond? Because at that point we were watching a live together, and I was in chat, and she, I don't know if she was or if she was just watching the chat. But I had said, like, should I say hi to them and see what happens? Just because I was curious. And she said no, because it makes her look awful. And I was like, fine, I won't. So does that make more sense? and she's going on saying, I was saying, like, no, by me saying hi to them, it's showing that we're adults and not catty. She's like, no, they're going to take it like all of the, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Deets?
Well, and back at that time too, if I'm being honest, you thought you guys were friends, so of course you were like, "Oh, screw it,"
Yeah.
kind of like these weren't people
Right.
that you thought were on the good side. You didn't know who these people really were, and you were like, "Nah, fuck them," kind of
Well,
situation.
and
I mean,
well, not only that, but I was like, should I say hi and just see if they respond?
yeah, let's test the waters, kind of thing. I mean, that's when people
Yeah.
are on one side of things. You don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
you don't
Well, and I
know.
know, and I mean, I'm now part of the mean girl group, and I know it doesn't feel good to have people do things behind the scenes or be messaging and then writing in chats and giggling about it. Like, I did all that, and I apologized for that. But the thing is, I don't do that now because I've learned that lesson. That's the difference. Brittany still does that. It's just with her next group of mods.
Is there a roster for the Mean Girls? I would love to see the roster of the Mean Girls
It
because I'm
changes.
confused.
There's different seasons. So there's
Oh,
like season 1. I think I was like season 4 or 5 actually, which is crazy.
anybody know
Um,
what season we're on right now? And is it like softball? Like there is a
you're at least 2 or 3 after me. She said I think either 2 groups or 1 group that have left since I left.
well, I don't get a seat on the Mean Girls or the roster anyways because I was never friends, never
You are
nothing.
now.
But do we have a uniform at least?
It's a little schoolgirl outfit.
Oh no, I'm too old for that shit. Nobody wants to see these.
I don't
Could be
know.
like a booty cheek or a wrinkle. I don't know. Don't look that close. Carry on.
But does that make sense though? Deets? Is that the question? Oh, no, LFT. TNLFT had asked me and Brittany up onto their panel the whole time, and then Brittany ended up leaving, just dropping off and never coming back, which I had never met them. I have the text messages too of her being like, "They're trying to squash all the drama. Let's go up there." And I'm like, "Who are they?" um, and then she started an entire lie saying that they had just monetized, and that was the whole reason, so that Brittany could bring all of her followers over to their channel.
Can the Mean Girls in the chat sound off, please? The ones that are self-identified Mean Girls. Shar would like to know because there we go. Okay.
Anyone that you see, let's see, I don't know, put a pink heart in chat if you've been called the mean girls from Brittany.
Put a ghost in chat if you.
Oh yeah, put a ghost. President. Yeah, she lied. Yeah, she lied about everything when it came to TNLFT, and luckily, I had the wherewithal to like go and watch, and they're some of my best friends now. Oh yeah, can we get a 5x5? Oh no. Oh god. No, Shar, you would have to have I've never heard your name, so no, I don't think you'd know. Ooh, you get a granny troll, just another troll? Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, you can, Deets, you're on the list now. Okay. So anyways, I go to this funeral. Another lie that she likes to state is that I took videos of where Maddie's body was found without the family's permission after they strictly said not to. That is not the case. There was a sign. Yeah, everyone's a mean girl that's in this chat now. But there was a sign. So where Maddie was found, so trigger warning, just in case. It was a maintenance road that went from like a gravel road to like just a road that was made because cars drive on it, where you have the 2 lines where the tires go and that's it. And going into the woods, it's open. And so but getting closer to where her actual body was found onto this maintenance road, there were signs that the family had put up that said, "Please don't share anything past this point on social media." So I took a video driving into it for my own. I've never shared it. And then I stopped it, and then I took a video for myself after to not share on social media, but just to have. I wasn't aware of the fact that the family had been there the day before and had placed different memorial type items. And so when we're driving down there on the video, you see me notice the items, and I'm shocked to know exactly where it is, because at the time it wasn't said where exactly it was. And so then me and my mom both got out of the car. We said a prayer. And then we got back in, and we had to back out because of how skinny the road was. And then I had shared that with our group of mods, because I was in shock, number one. But it was never anything that I was ever going to bring to YouTube or anything like that. Like, Maddie's case is something I hold so true to me that I would never do anything that could potentially hurt not only the case, but the family, the friends, the people that meant most to her. So, but don't worry, Brittany went around saying that the signs said no filming beyond this point, and then I proceeded to film, which is not the case. So,
Deeds woke up spicy today. It's cracking me up.
But so yeah, so that was another thing that really hurt me, because she knows how much Maddie's family, friends, the case mean to me, and she knew that. Yeah, you did too, Heather. That's right. So it all ends up coming to a head. She never actually messaged me asking how the funeral was or anything like that, or the memorial. And I remember saying that, like, Brittany, you didn't even ask me. And then, so this all happened, I want to say the funeral was the 25th. So this was the 26th of June. And that night on the after panel, she brings up the sponsorship. She brings it up with like 6 or 7 of us on the panel. This is the first time I'm hearing of this. Now, because I was the co-host of the channel, and that's how she did it, she changed it to the BAM fam for a while, if you guys remember, which was, instead of the green team, it was the BAM fam, which was the Brittany and Mallory family. That she had gotten the sponsorship. So on this back thing, I'm hearing this for the first time. I had a lot of people that I also talked to, they're like, "You didn't know about this?" And I'm like, "No, I had no idea." And that was embarrassing for me. I was like, "Brittany, we're supposed to be a team, and the team is like, the channel's being offered sponsorships, and you're not telling me. And then you're sharing it with everyone else all together." So that really hurt me. And that was the night of, I think, the funeral or the memorial. And she then chalked it up to like, "Everyone else is happy that I got a sponsorship. Why aren't you happy?" And like all this stuff. And I had to have a conversation with her saying, like, this isn't about the sponsorship. And she still didn't understand it. And she still to this day does not understand it. What was her story and thread about the cop? Oh, so I had a thing with someone back then, who she claims I was hitting on police officers at Maddie's memorial, which was not the case at all. And that's what she told people, that at a memorial I was running around and hitting on police officers, which was not the case.
But even if
that was her way of shaming me. Those are the few things that she can say to shame me, because I didn't do anything to her. She twists different things to make it sound like I'm this terrible person when she's telling the stories completely different.
Yeah, I'm with Wolfie on that.
Yeah. Like, because it shows that I'm not really there for the case. I'm not really there for Maddie.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You know,
all right.
That was the kind of shit.
Right. Okay.
So anyway, so I end up barely talking to her. We drove home the next day. And I didn't really talk to her a ton. And it all one of the cities near me does like a 4th of July thing. That was the day that I ended up leaving. So I guess we can kind of we can read through. Now I'm gonna have to, this is gonna be work with me because it's a video. Hang on. So I'm actually gonna stop sharing my screen quick. Grab my.
Can we explain the sponsorship right quick? It was fraudulent. It was not.
Yeah. So which remember, Brittany's channel is really the only one that I ever knew about. Like beforehand, I didn't understand the background of anything. But she had just hit 10,000 subscribers. And so I guess there's a company that's a real company that whenever someone hits 10,000 subscribers will sponsor you for a certain amount. She goes on to tell us on that mod chat that night, like, I got it a few days ago. I've been trying to talk to people about it. It's a really great opportunity. Now, mind you, this is a true crime channel. It was a video game sponsorship. It was something about a game console that she would have had to have put into the beginning of a live. Nothing to do with the channel whatsoever, but it would have brought her money. No. It was Bethesda was who she was saying it was, and it ended up being, it was a scam that people who hit 10,000 subscribers get. Yeah. Okay, so let me grab.
Thank you for explaining that. There was questions about that.
Of course. All right. You have to share this.
Got it.
Okay, so this is my screen recording.
Let me take this screen.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the banner out.
Okay. It's a video, so I'm going to have to like play and pause. But these are all of the text messages. This is the extent of me leaving Brittany's channel, how she handled it, how I handled it, why I left the channel.
We're at this
and
part.
How she responded to it. Okay.
I get
You're
to
Brittany.
do this part. I'm what?
You're Brittany. Hang on.
Am I green in this one?
I'm green.
You're green. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
You're going to be on the left-hand side. Okay.
I got my sides right. I got mine pulled up too. Okay. I'm ready to go. We are this dramatic reading. So
yes,
please.
Here's the reading. And some of this stuff does get me a little emotional. It still makes me very angry. But you guys can see the responses that I was getting during this time. So June 27th, 2023 at 2:09 a.m. This is the night after she talks about the sponsorship. Okay. I said, I did not appreciate just finding out about that with everyone else. Not only are we supposed to be a team that makes team decisions, but the way you brought it up is that you were being sponsored, not us as a channel. It really hurt my feelings. I don't feel like we are a team unless it's convenient for you. I do a lot for the channel. I don't ask for monetary compensation because I know this is your income, but I always do half the work while working full time. It's hard. You are the only one who gets constant compensation for the work that we all do. We all love you and the channel, and we aren't leaving, but you need to know that you can't have it both ways. If you want a team behind you in this, then you have to treat me like a team all the time, not just some of the time. That's not fair for the amount of effort and time that I put in. The fact that you brought that up in front of everyone and I learned with everyone else was embarrassing for me, as I'm put out as half of the channel but not treated as such. I'm sorry if this makes you mad, but I'm crying and I'm overwhelmed and feeling used and not appreciated. I love you. I'm going to bed, but we can talk about this tomorrow. So then there was no response. So at 11:42 the next day, I said, did you read my text? Are you mad at me? And then again, a couple hours later, put question marks. It didn't. This didn't sink in for her at all, and you'll realize that with her responses. And then again at 4:06. And I said, okay, so clearly you aren't going to respond when I've put my heart and feelings out there. So to me, that says you don't care about my thoughts and feelings. I know you read it because you have been all over different platforms and you've scheduled a live. So I get it. I'll take a step back from the channel.
Not responding to you doesn't mean I don't care. And I have to go live regardless of how I feel. Honestly, I'm still trying to process your text message.
Oh gosh. Okay. I say, okay, but with you saying nothing to me but posting everywhere else gives that off. I take it you're mad then. Should I be there or no? This is me asking if I should be on the live that night.
If you want to do the live, then yes, be there. I'll message you in a minute when I get back home.
And I said, okay. And then she never messaged me or called me. Let me move that one up. So then right before the live, I said, I want to be there, but I don't feel comfortable without hearing your thoughts and opinions on things. People would be able to tell.
I really don't want to talk about all this right now. I just would rather go on with the show and discuss everything later.
Message received. This is so hard for me. I've been crying all day.
Where do you want me to tell them you are?
Because at that, and then I just didn't respond to that because I was like, no, you don't tell me just to come onto the live and ignore everything else that I have said. So then the next day I said, have you thought about what I said? I'll say more time that goes on, and you have yet to say you want our partnership or our friendship is very hurtful. No matter what the outcome is, I don't want money. I don't want the channel. I want to be treated as an equal in all aspects except for money. The fact that that is hard is scaring me. Also, whatever your decision is, I'll respect. I just have to know where I stand.
Sorry, you guys got to bear with me. We got to get more build up as we go. So, as the conversation goes. So, this one goes a little something like this. Honestly, Mallory, that text threw me for a loop.
Why, though?
To be honest, I'm confused on what you want. I didn't even tell Craig first, and he isn't mad. I'm not even sure why you are mad, to be honest. I appreciate your help, and I try to give you compensation, even
How can you
drop
see that?
in my chat.
Oh, it's behind the thing for me.
Not fine. I can't see the screen well enough.
Hang on. Okay. I appreciate your help and try to give your yeah, okay. Even drop your Cash App links. Okay. So once again, guys, she goes straight to money, which in that one right before that, I specifically state this has nothing to do with money. So then I sent this long one, which is I'm clicking on it, and that's what you guys see when I click on it here. Okay. Oh, hang on.
Oh, hold on. I got to do the Britney. I got to do the Daisy Love. You fell and hit your head and ended up in the wrong chat. So please see your way the fuck out. Daisy Love. Okay, go on. Carry on.
Okay. So this is what I sent. I said, when you brought me on the channel and called it our channel, and we have split the work 50-50, and I put a lot of time and effort into this. I've never asked for compensation because I know this is your only income, and I'm okay with that. But when I think partners of the channel, I think partnership. Like when something is presented to the channel, it is presented to us as partners, not just you. That we would have a conversation about anything brought to the channel as partners. That's not the case. You only seem to ever want to call me a co-host on the actual live and not anything else. I've been on the channel with you every night for the last 8 months, and I still don't feel like I have any control. I do just as much as you do. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for you to pay me 50-50. That's not what I want. I want to be treated like an equal. Everyone sees us as two halves of a whole in front of the scenes, but behind the scenes, you do everything and make the decisions without telling me, and that's not fair with the amount of time and effort I put in as well. Yes, it's AWBJ. Yes, you started the channel, but for the past 8 months, it's been AWBJ and Mallory. So when you tell me stuff that has to do with the channel behind the scenes with all the other mods, that's embarrassing for me. Everyone expected that I would have been in that conversation and had a say in it and not surprised with everyone else. Hang on. AWBJ has been run as a duo for the last 8 months. I have been neglecting everything and feeling guilty when I'm not there. but I don't have the same commitments that you do. No one does. It's not fair, Brittany. I need you to decide if you want to continue AWBJ as a partnership with me. Not money, but respect and decision making. That we talk about things brought to the channel and that the business opportunities are given to the channel because we are both on there, not just you. I can't keep staying up late and doing research and doing the show every single night, feel bad that I'm missing a night, or letting you down when you don't treat me as an equal. You have to choose whether you want to work as a team or not. If not, that's fine. I'm not leaving, but I won't be able to continue doing every night and staying up researching. I would need to make new boundaries because I know I'm worth it. I just don't know if you see that. And I love you, so don't think I'm going to go anywhere else. If you say no to teamwork, If you say no to teamwork, lost my spot. I'm just going to be off YouTube until I pop in here or there. But I just don't feel like you care about my feelings, the work I put in, the equality of the channel, or of the work I put in versus the channel. Brittany, you didn't even ask me how I was doing after I attended a murdered person's funeral and spending the night with her family. That was really hard for me, and you didn't even text to ask how I was doing. A lot of people did, but the most important person to me didn't. Okay. So then we go back, and then after that, I wrote right after, I put, no one gets what you do out of this, Brit, but we do just as much work. We do it because we love you and we care about the cases.
This is twice you've brought up other people. Who is everyone?
So this is something she gets put on a lot, is that if you bring up that you're talking about her with someone else, even if it's not bad, she automatically turns it. And she's like, who's talking about me? How dare you talk about me behind my back? Which was not the case ever. Stop focusing on that and focus what I said about me.
You said everyone thought I would come to you. No, I'm going to focus on that because that's bullshit.
So you care more about the fact that people asked me if I knew before you said it to everyone, and that's it. And then how I feel? I've gotcha.
I don't want people in my mod group who talk bad about me behind my back.
No one was talking about her behind her back other than asking me if she had told me ahead of time, for the record, because they thought she would have. Now, I have apologized to the mean girls previously for this, but I said it's not like that, and you know that. We aren't shady-ass people like we're in your mod group before. So apologize once again to all you shady-ass people. But at the time, I had not learned anything because I was still technically there. I didn't learn a lot about the history and stuff like that until after I left.
My turn?
Yes.
Oh,
but it is.
But it is.
No, Brittany, it isn't.
And you have mentioned it multiple times. I'm sorry, but you have blown this way up.
I'm friends with people too. They have a right to ask me if I know things because they see you cutting me out of things and ask me. And I said, no, I haven't.
To say I've used you is unreal to me.
Can you read the whole thing I wrote?
I did 1,000 times.
Not just the parts that you can throw back at me. The one I just sent that was really long.
And I haven't responded because I need time. You keep trying to force a response.
Yes, because choosing whether or not you want me as a friend after 8 months shouldn't be a tough decision, Brittany.
Choosing whether as in WEAT. Choosing whether I want you as a friend or not, Mallory, I haven't.
Doyle.
Goodness.
Would you answer the phone, please? I'll give you more detail of what I mean.
I need a little time, Mallory. Just give me a little bit.
It's not fair to me, Brittany. I've been throwing up and crying for days over this. I don't understand how deciding whether you want the channel to continue with us or just you is a huge decision. That makes me feel like shit.
Mallory, I love you and would very much like to continue what we have been doing, but this is too much. I got excited about an offer that I got and told everyone on the spot because I was so excited. And this should have been something to celebrate. We were going through some of the toughest times in our life right now with losing Roger and taking on all the bills and houses.
Which I tell you guys again that when she did tell our whole group, she had said she got it a few days ago and was working through the paperwork, supposedly. Oh, why am I doing this? Is me scrolling up and down, by the way. I said, how many times do I have to say I don't want your money?
I'm not talking about money.
Your family and your family's well-being and financial stability is more important to me than having equality on that front.
I'm talking about dealing with stress.
Brittany, you aren't the only one who deals with stress. When was the last time you asked how I was doing? What's going on in my life?
Didn't say I was.
That I'm at -7 in my bank account and that my car went out on the way home from Winona. You aren't the only one who is stressed and broke, Brittany.
Didn't say I was.
But I've always focused on you as a person and respected you for who you are and wanting to help you and your family.
But what I did say was right now, I don't need a fight with anyone.
I'm not trying to fight with you. Just because I brought up something that makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean it's a fight. This is your business, Brittany. This is your income. You have to have conversations to figure them out, to figure out issues, not avoid them. Me telling you how I feel in a certain situation and asking for you to treat me as a partner 100% of the time and not just when you want is not a fight. It's something that you should want to do because you care about me. I'm not asking for money or even to change the name of the channel. I'm asking for you to care about me as a person and not just me as someone who helps with the show every night. The fact that you think it's fighting, oh god, sorry, hang on. The fact that you think it's fighting by me stating my feelings is not fair.
Mallory. Craig doesn't even require this.
Craig doesn't do half of the work for the channel.
You want me to come to you before I ever make decisions? I'm not comfortable with that. I'm sorry, I'm not.
Message received.
I have always gave money and dropped your cash links and your wish list and include your name in things because I felt it was right.
I don't care about money, Brittany. I don't want money.
I'm telling you that I haven't used you like you said, Mallory.
Okay. Oh god, sorry.
And I've tried to compensate you for your work.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you I don't want compensation. I do this work because I love you and I love the channel and I want to fight for these cases, not for money. I want respect and equality from you, personally, not financially.
You keep throwing up how you do half the work.
Because I do.
Right. Coming to you before I make any decisions.
Being a team, Brittany, coming to each other with team decisions.
Okay. Tell me, please, how I haven't given you respect and show that I care, aside from not telling you first about Bethesda, because I have given you way more than I ever have anyone on YouTube. I really wish you wouldn't have posted in the Discord that you are leaving.
So I do have the screenshot of what I wrote in Discord. I'll read it to you guys and then I'll show it to you once we're done. Hang on. I wrote
accent.
You need to work on the Southern accent.
I can't do it.
I wrote at everyone, hey guys, I'm going to be taking a break. My mental health is not Discord and such, but I just wanted to let you all know. Reach out if you have any questions or want to chat. I love you guys. So this is what she's talking about right now about me posting in Discord. Okay.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll take that off. Somebody's getting seasick from them moving. I forgot that I put that up there even.
Oh.
The background that we're choosing. Hold on.
You're good.
Hold on. Hold, please. Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So we're back now. You said I wish you wouldn't have put that in Discord. I said I was taking a break from my mental health, which is true, not leaving.
SMH.
What? I'm not allowed to tell everyone that I'm taking a break, that my mental health is struggling. I care about people and I'm going to let them know where I am. There's nothing wrong with that.
Immediately, question mark, question mark, question mark. Bringing the subs into this is not how this should go. Multiple people are going to want to know what's going on. It's been 1 day. I can just feel the rage in this.
It's an immediate change. They are going to ask where I am. Now you can say I'm focusing on my mental health. And yes, but the responses I have gotten from you have shown me what I mean to you. So although you think I'm blowing this up, I'm not. My feelings are valid. They aren't just subs to me. They are people who I speak to on a daily basis and would care if I'm not there. The fact that you are more worried about the image of you in the channel versus me and how I'm doing tells me everything I need to know. You hurt me, Brittany.
SMH, you are really, really blowing this up. You're being
Wrong,
selfish.
your.
Huh?
Should be apostrophe. Or
Yeah, of
whatever.
course.
I said, okay, Brittany.
I didn't tell you about Bethesda. I got excited and told the team all at once because I was excited. I need the team explanation when we're done with this. Has shit to do with my Imagine. Has shit to do with my Imagine. That's what it says. Okay. I very much care for these people as well. And pulling them into this is only going to make subs feel they have to pick a side. Huge mistake.
Except that I'm leaving for mental health. That has nothing to do with you and doesn't tell anyone to go anywhere and do anything. So I don't understand where you're coming from at all.
Honestly, I don't feel I did anything wrong to have to worry about my image, Mallory. I'm sorry I didn't tell you first, but that doesn't make me a monster.
Which obviously you guys can tell that that's not the issue at hand here. She doesn't seem to understand that. The fact that you are still only thinking about you is a lot. AWBJ was no longer just you. I had been the other half of the channel for 8 months, almost a year, and you couldn't even answer a phone call to have an adult conversation with me. So yes, I'm leaving. And no, I'm not going to throw you under the bus and say everything is happening. I blamed me leaving on my own self so that you wouldn't have to lie or answer questions about where I am because I am part of the channel. That's my exact point, Brittany. Other people than you have thoughts and feelings, but if they don't align with yours, then it's irrational and blowing it up. No, I'm not. I have every right to feel the way that I feel. And I protected you by saying what I said because now it's on me why I left, not you.
Nope. I'm not being selfish here. I gave far more to you than anyone else, but I never signed my channel over. How is it that you're the only one angry about something that's supposed to be an amazing opportunity?
Once again, completely missing the point of everything that I have said. I said, right, because I did much more than anyone else. I was a face on the channel who helped you run the channel for the last 8 months, Brittany. The fact that every time you dropped and your phone died and you were too busy, I carried everything, and I did it because I care about you and I knew how much the channel means to you. I have done just as much as you for nothing in return because I thought we were friends.
And you said I'm the only one who got constant compensation. Not true, Mallory. I love how you hold on. I love how you're throwing everything you have ever done up to me. I hate when people do that. It worked both ways.
Well, you don't appreciate what people do for you, then when you don't appreciate what people do for you, it's going to come up because people can only take so much.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting from you. Zero appreciation for shit I did for you.
Like what, Brittany? What didn't I constantly thank you over or appreciate? Please tell me. Hang on a
Are
minute.
you really going to say I didn't do shit for you? Really? I hope all of them is worth it to you. The people that are going to feel conflicted and stuck in the middle. I'm sorry you are hurting, but this time I didn't do anything wrong. I told a group of my friends about Bethesda offering a sponsorship, and
Oh,
you lost it.
You
And are
said
throwing
it wrong.
What?
It's not sponsorship.
I know, I can't talk like that.
It's
I told you
sponsorship.
sponsorship. Sponsorship. I told a group of my friends about Bethesda offering me a sponsorship, and you totally lost it and are throwing a fit about how I don't respect you and embarrass you, shaking my fucking head. SMFH, for those of you that don't know what that means.
Yeah. I said, oh shit. Brittany, I can't do this with you. Hang on.
It's hard to use.
I know. Brittany, I can't do this with you because you are strong on the fact that everything you do and say is correct, that you don't listen to anyone else ever. If you ever want to have an adult conversation, then we can. Anyone who has asked me what was happening, I've told not to pick sides. Everyone. So if you go to people and tell them, then that's on you. But I'm an adult from the beginning and has tried to have a phone call with you to talk about stuff. When you decide to talk like an adult and listen and stop deflecting every single thing, then we can talk. I've told you from the beginning I wouldn't talk bad about you, and I'll keep my words. Let me know. Still not talking bad, just showing receipts for future.
I've always said thank you. Ask well, and gave you access to shit I never have anyone else. I went above what anyone ever would do, and it's still not enough.
Being treated as an equal is all I was asking for when we were doing equal work. Simple as that.
That's exactly my problem right now. You're telling people already, not even letting time pass, and you're telling someone not to choose doesn't shit. Wait, is that really what that says? And telling someone not to choose doesn't shit, Mallory. I'm not a child.
Telling people that I'm leaving for my mental health has nothing to do with you.
I'm so confused. You're throwing a tantrum like a child and running and telling everybody. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Oh, it's mount. Well, I can't. Yeah. That's not even mouth, is it? No.
No, it says mountain.
Yeah. Why would you have to tell them not to pick sides? I'm not the only one acting like a child, or I'm not the one acting like a child.
So then it brings in the person that I had a thing with back in the time. I said, like, Chris, Brittany, you don't think he told me that you messaged him? I told him to stay with you and help, not everyone. Knock it off with all the bullshit. No one here is gossiping or talking shit about you.
Honestly, I'm seeing a side from you I didn't know existed. Existed. I did message him. I didn't know what has gotten into you. Wait, okay, hold on. This is great. Now I lose Chris and Jim as moms. I'm sure Poppy too. This is why I shouldn't have opened my circle up.
Like I said, when you're ready to have an adult conversation like I've tried from the beginning, then let me know. But I'm done with the conversation. You can think what you want about me, but it's your actions and words that are putting everything into motion, not me. I asked you for equality due to us doing equal work on the channel. You don't know how to do that and wanted me to continue doing half the work while being treated like everyone else. That's not fair. And no, if they come to me, I'll tell them to stay because I'm not selfish in the aspect that they are all their own people. My fight is not their fight. I don't know what you can't understand, that we aren't the same people that were from Krama. We aren't those people.
I'm not coming to you for your permission on making decisions for my channel. Blame me all you want. Are you going to pay the taxes every year on it? I had a feeling this was going to happen. Give me a heads up if you don't mind. Hold on. If you don't mind, before you head to MJ's, Allie's, and the rest of the Mean Girls crew. I don't even know who to trust at this point and what wrenches to pull. Shaking my fucking head. You want to?
Okay, so this was the end of that conversation. She then messaged me on July 1st. Do you want to read that one?
Yep. I would appreciate it if you delete the AWBJ Twitter account or rename it, whichever you choose.
Which I immediately did. I just deleted it. Which was all me. I made the account. I was the one putting all the tweets out on the account. I got all the followers for the account. She had nothing to do with it. So, for future reference. But I just deleted it.
The following day, I say, in character, keep in mind when you join the people who are out to destroy I have 2 little boys who depend on me and the money I make from the channel that they want so badly to destroy. Yeah. There you go. Pay close attention to that because
Yeah.
June 2nd or July 2nd, 2023, she used that as an attempt to silence her just like she did the other day. Yep. Saturday night. And I played
Yeah.
clips in the beginning of that. Yep.
The fact that you even think that I would do that shows that you never knew me at all. I told you from the beginning I wouldn't do that, and I'll stick to my word. Always have, always will. If you cared about me ever, you would have listened to my feelings and why. But you couldn't even give me the respect, so I'm done trying. You won, Brittany. I was only ever helping you because I considered you one of my best friends and I enjoyed your crime. All I ever wanted was to be treated as a co-host like the co-host I was. You and I must have different definitions of co-host, which is fine, but my feelings are valid. I did a lot. I never said you didn't pay me. I did say that I always told you that you didn't need to after Roger passed because I knew how it was money-wise. I cared, Brittany. I always cared. It was the fact that all did was ask to be treated as a co-host still. Co-host still monetarily. Was the money cool? Yes, of course, but it wasn't my reason why. I enjoyed doing it with you. I enjoyed our phone calls and the fact that you wouldn't even have a phone call with me after everything these last 8 months and then still think that I'm the type of person to try and bring you down. I'm not. And that hurts. And that after knowing me for so long, that you would even think that I would. You can think I'm crazy or emotional or whatever. That's fine. I guess I have to work on myself then. I'm sorry, Brittany. I honestly wish you nothing but the best and I hope you succeed. I will say that anywhere, anytime. I still say that. I just wish you would do better.
And I want to make it very clear to the chat once again. This is being done and shown because of the lies that have been told repeatedly. This is not to out private messages. In fact, I don't stand with that usually at all. But when you force somebody and you continue to lie and change situations and do this stuff, this is where you push people to the point where there's no option but to be fully transparent. And that is what Mal is doing.
Yeah.
There is not a whole lot of personal stuff, but I mean, it is very personal stuff at the same time. So if it makes you uncomfortable, I totally understand. But please understand that this is fully being done for transparency purposes only. This is not to be vicious. This is to correct the narrative and finally get the truth out there of what actually happened. So this stops.
Yeah.
This narrative that has been pushed on Mal and others is ridiculous. And this cannot continue to happen to people. And when you continue to lie about people, they come back with the truth. And this is what happens. I didn't treat you like a mod, Mallory.
Wait, I still have to read the other one, I think.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We were a team. I wasn't a mod. I was a co-host who did half the work, but was treated like a mod. I wanted to be treated like a co-host with the respect of a co-host, with say in different aspects of the channel because I was half the channel. I didn't want you to ask permission. I just wanted to be a part of it because I was half of the channel. It didn't feel like a team. I'm sorry if that got misconstrued. That's all I wanted to say. I wanted a phone call to talk it out. Sorry, Brittany. I'm sorry.
And Granny, you're right. If you support showing private messages, then support them or don't be shocked when it's your own. I absolutely agree with that too. I'm with that stance 100%. And I think Mal would have wished she would have shown the messages beforehand just to clear this up and show all of it so she didn't have to. I think that's what she would have preferred, honestly, from my
I
understanding.
didn't want to have to talk about it ever again.
This was one of those things that she never wanted to have to do from what I've gotten out of it. But when you continue to push people and you continue to do shit like this, it sucks. Okay, let me make sure. I lost my spot. Hold on. I didn't treat you like a mod, Mallory. You had access to some of my accounts. You know, I would have called you. I wasn't given a chance. I'm the type of person who needs time to process, and I was bombarded with calls and messages and people asking on the live about everything.
So I didn't respond after that. And then that night, I had gone to a 4th of July celebration. And on the way home from that, I had a friend of mine set up a phone call with her. And the whole time she was saying, I can't believe you told people I didn't pay you. And she's screaming at me. I'm crying. And I end up hanging up because I was like, this is going nowhere. If I come in here and you're screaming, then there's no reason to have a conversation. So then she talks about it here. but we don't really have to read all of this.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot
then
that's not being shown too. Please
Oh, yeah.
understand. This is just directly into stuff that
Yep.
she talked about with the channel, right? That she's brought up publicly.
Yep. So,
Okay.
it was at this point, so then NorCal Jim had left, but the thing is he had left both of us. Me and him have always been friends. We've been friends. We've never stopped being friends, but he left YouTube for a while. But yeah. So, and then obviously I had a thing with Chris at the time, and then I love Thistle to death. She's one of my best friends, and they were ones that were still over there talking, and Brittany assumed that they were all leaving, which was not the case. So then she goes into like, I'm trying to figure this all out. I knew this was going to happen. It's exactly how it always happens. Once again, there's a common denominator in why that always happens that she doesn't seem to be able to understand.
Yeah.
So then the next day I wrote, that's the issue, Brittany. We aren't like all of the mean girls. Once again, sorry, mean girls. The fact that you know all of us and immediately jump to that is not fair. I tried to talk to you before this all blew up, but you won't even let me talk without blowing up. No matter what you think, we aren't going to the mean girls. We aren't going to team up with anyone. We aren't going to do anything else. I told everyone to stay. I said, this is between Brittany and I. I always said that. So the fact that you are taking your emotions with me out on them isn't fair. You are doing exactly what the mean girls did to me. Treat them as their own people. Just know we aren't the same as everyone else. We never were and we never will be. Your secrets are safe with me. I won't ever betray you. The confidence you put in me. I was only ever trying to do this for good because I loved it and I loved you. I'm sorry if that all got misconstrued.
I'm taking my emotions out of them. They are leaving, choosing sides, just like I warned you would happen.
You still there?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
It went out at the very end. Jim is
Oh.
leaving me too, not just you, but you're assuming that Chris and Thistle aren't leaving isn't true.
It don't matter how many times you tell people not to choose, they do. Thistle has been doing passive things in chat for days now, all while lying to me that she wasn't around because she is sick. I haven't taken anything out on anyone. You already got your homepage set up, Mallory.
Then talk to her, Brittany. They aren't me. Give her the benefit at least of having a conversation. She wasn't lying. She is sick. Which I'll say again, Thistle is one of the most genuine, kind-hearted people you will ever meet. If you guys ever see her in a chat, say hi to her. She is one of the best people you could ever meet. But
someone sent me the screenshot.
My homepage says that I'm not doing anything on here because I had changed it. People were asking me. And so I had written on there like, yes, this is my page. No, I'm not going to be live streaming. I'm not going to be utilizing my channel, but thanks. Or something like that.
She was taking digs in my chat.
I said, then talk to her about it.
I will. She can be your mod.
I said, really, Britt?
I have to have people I can trust. Really? That's coming next. I'm having to start completely over with the exception of a few. So you were the problem for everybody else leaving too?
Yeah. Because we are the same people as everyone else. Yeah, I got that. Keep believing that. Then when you see that nothing is coming for you, maybe you'll be able to stop being defensive and actually think about everything. I'm not starting a channel, which at the time I was not. I'm not going to the mean girls. They're not mean girls, for the record. They're genuine people, and that's why I am friends with a lot of them now, because we are both genuine people, and you weren't. So that's the issue. I'm not starting an I Hate Brittany club, although I have been saying that in chat, so my bad. It's not who I am. And the fact that you think so low of me, just like you used to say to everyone else, I'm not you. You didn't understand why people would take their anger out on me because of you. Well, stick to your word with others as well. I have. They are their own people. If they leave, they are also leaving me. They aren't picking sides. They are just leaving it all. So know that. And although you're going to say, yeah, okay, whatever, Mallory, it happens every time. Remember, we weren't those mean girls. We will never be, and we will be cheering you on from a distance. How you choose to respond and do things is on you. But I'm done with all this stuff and not even having an adult conversation. You were one of my best friends. We were more than YouTube. I guess that only meant something to me. Good luck, Brittany. I'll always be Team Brit.
The fact that you keep telling me you don't matter to me really is an insult. It also tells me You don't know me.
So then that was the end of that conversation. One of the things I did do that was a little petty in the beginning was I paid for a monthly membership to Soundstripe, which is a website where you can connect a YouTube channel and utilize all of their music without it being copyright struck. And I had been paying for that and doing it on Brittany's channel. And when she never called me, I never got the chance to tell her that I switched it to my channel. And so that's where these next text messages come.
Hey, I got
didn't
hit with copyright today for the music playing in the beginning of my live. Can you please just tell me if you made it where it's not free anymore to use? Everything I've said you would do, you are doing in record time. Spare me with trying to tell me you aren't like the rest of these people. You are transparent AF. Every X-mod, everyone.
So that was because I had posted something saying I was going to be utilizing my channel eventually, but it was going to be in my own time. And a bunch of the people who do have issues with Brittany were in there and were very supportive of me. And to her, that meant that I was already talking to them behind the scenes and we were all best friends. So that was what that one is. So then this next one here, this gets into the end of the year. This is something where this was when I had my one and only call with her after I left. It is when the information about her other kids had come out. And I wanted her to make sure, because I did know about them, that I was not the one that shared that with anyone and it was not me. And so I brought that up and I just texted her. I said, it was not me. I would never, and I want nothing to do with it. Said, OMG, holy shit, called me. So I called her because I said at the very beginning, I said, I'm just calling you to give you the respect that you never gave me. And I said, we're not friends, but I wanted you to be able to hear it from my voice and from my mouth that I was not the one to share that with anyone. It was not me, and give you that respect. She goes on to have her children come in and say hi to Mallory. And the child says, we hate Mallory. Why are you talking to Mallory? And I'm just sitting there quietly. She goes, she's on the phone. We obviously don't. And he goes, no, we don't like her. And then he walked away. And then she gave me condolences because I lost my grandfather at the end of the year. She asked me how my mom was. And she just kept trying to talk to me like everything was cool. And I had to say multiple times, I'm calling you to let you hear this from me. But we are not friends. That's it. I'm just a better person. And I'm willing to call and tell you that. And so if you guys have ever heard her come on her live and say, I talked to Mallory. Last time we talked, we were good. No, we've never been good. I've just never called her out on any of it before now. So that was the one and only time I've had a conversation with her. You guys will see the next screenshot there is Monday, March 11th. Some of these have both of them I think have something to do with Granny. I think it was when I was talking to Granny in a chat. In someone else's chat, I think we were both in Queen Bee's chat. And I said, like, you can message me and I'll tell you something or something like that. And she's texting me why. Then there was a day that she did a day live, which she's deleted, talking about me and trying to get me to come up on panel, and the chat was going at me. I was at work. I had actually just sat down for my lunch break. And I told her I couldn't come up on panel, and they were all saying everything. And so that's when I texted her this. And I said, when you're ready to be an adult and have a conversation without your fan section who know nothing, I'll be here. What someone said about your mom is vile, and I would never. She had something going on about someone coming into her chat saying something about her mother, who has passed, which was disgusting and vile. And if anyone does that, that's disgusting. And I disown that. I don't like that at all. Same with the CPS stuff.
Wasn't it Rapper?
Well, people blamed Rapper, but it was only like one or two things where he usually does things in succession.
I wasn't there for that. I remember hearing about it after, but I was like, that's vile and nobody should be doing that whatsoever.
I only heard about it too. I never saw it either. So that's when I texted her this day. So then we get to July 1st, which is only about a month ago.
Yeah, last month.
And I think this is okay. This is the end of this. This is my last text with her. But the funniest part about this too, she texted me on July 1st, said, genuine question. Of course, I didn't hit this. I can read the rest of it. Hang on.
Yes.
Genuine question. What is your obsession? You left over a year ago. What's your goal here? Hang on. Let me go back to the messages so I can finish reading it on there. Un momento, por favor. Just scroll through.
Sorry for anybody who is uncomfortable with this, but this is one of those situations where it has been pushed and pushed, like I've explained numerous times. I have heard it myself, and Mal has just let it go and let it go. There is uncomfortable things that you hear in these and see in these, but
Yeah.
those are uncomfortable things that if she would have been honest with her subs from the first, this would have never had to happen. But you can't continue to lie on somebody, push them in a corner, continue to try and silence them and use everything that they actually care about, make them out to be a horrible person and not expect a response.
She doesn't, PB&J, and my mom never liked her and never trusted her, so there's that. Okay, so this is what that message says. Sorry, I forgot to screenshot it. I can screenshot it and share it later on too if I need to. But she said, genuine question. What's your obsession? You left well over a year ago. What's your goal here? You can hate me all day long. Fine. But does your hatred of me really trump the well-being of my kids? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Why would you help someone like GW, who actively lied and slandered me over my parenting that she knows zero about and has worked overtime time to convince people to call CPS to my home? The kid's school was called after threats were made. What did I do to you that it would equate to you trying to everything you can to destroy me? I haven't bothered you. I haven't come after you. Said anything about you in months. You go into every hate stream that you can find. Don't you dare ever tell me that I'm drama. You're up to your neck in it. You've generally allowed your hatred to consume you to a point that you don't even care what kind of harm this can bring to my kids. They are innocent in this and don't deserve any of it. Is this justified to you? Why? Because you don't agree with my method of true crime? So what? Just don't watch. What's your other reason? You can't said that I am harassing are bothering you in any way. The fight we had certainly doesn't justify the level of hatred. When will it be enough for you? You talk about how I need to self-reflect. How about you take a step back and actually look? You are 100% a bully in every sense of the word, not sense of the word. Your hatred for me is very concerning. It's like you just can't get enough. I have been emailed and have so many messages and screenshots of your cruel comments and lies that you have been spreading from people who are dumbfounded that you are taking part in the mob. They all say the same thing. They can't believe you have turned out to be such a mean person. Guess I shouldn't be shocked, to be honest. I am a bit. When we split, you surprised me with some of the lies you told and a few things you did. And even with the lies and hate bonding, I would have never ever thought you would support and collab with people who are actively out to hurt my children. You know me. You know I'm not a bad mother, and you know my children are happy and taken care of. Why are you doing this to me, Mallory? It's so effed up in every way. So, that's what that message on July 1st said. And then I did not respond because I was over it at that point. And if you guys can see here, I sent this message about the adult conversation May 3rd. This is July 1st. She reacts to it by giving the message a thumbs up. She has an Android, so. And then said, I guess your last text is null and void now, huh? Well, I would say the fact that you waited until it was convenient for you 2 months after I sent the text, yeah, it is null and void. So, but that is the end of my text messages with her. I will show a few more things though before.
Just a reminder too, please and thank you. Do not continue to bring up or mention this was extremely uncomfortable for Mal to even read these. But again, she is being blamed, just like the clip. I'll play it again here in a minute because it's so much bullshit And by the way, why are they running to Rabbit to tattle on me? I have my own ass channel. I'm a grown ass goddamn adult. What's Rabbit gonna do? Slap me on the hand? Like, what the? That's some weird ass shit. You think these people and thinking other creators can control me or get me in line? Fucking try harder. Kyle's been trying for a long time.
Come to me. I'll put nonsense in line.
That was cute. Hold on.
So I'm just going to bring up a few of the screenshots of things that were in those messages just to give some more context so that you guys can see the difference in everything. I'm back to my organization sharing.
You ready for this on here?
Yep.
Can I play this clip right quick to remind people what she's actively in time before Mal even showed these receipts, what she's doing, just so the people in the back who are like, oh my God, they're showing private messages. You understand a little bit of what's been going on for months and months and months and months. And it's just a little more amped up right now. But here's what she said. It's only 30 seconds.
CPS.
This is from today.
What the? Yeah, I agree with that, TJ, because several of them have threatened CPS. And I would imagine Nonsense and Mallory and all of them, they're okay with that because it's hurting me. You're cool with inciting this kind of shit. Like you just don't even give a F about my kids. Like she don't have kids, so I guess she wouldn't care. But they claim to love the kids so much on this platform, right?
Seems like we're the only ones, but that's fine.
So again, that's not happening. That's not what this is about. That's never been what this is about. This is multiple times now that she has tried to lump me and Mallory into inciting stuff against her kids, yada, yada, yada. We've stood very firmly against that. That is never this situation. Mallory is coming out with her receipts of what happened between them and her. And I'm giving her a safe space to do it because she deserves to be heard. And this whole attack and weaponizing, well, she doesn't have kids. This is all fucking gross at this point. So.
And the thing is this entire time she says things like that, is only because she knows how much I cared, and she knows that it has stopped me from showing all of this thus far. But it was, and I don't talk about the boys, I talk about her parenting. That's on you, not them. But also there's been a handful of times where she's taken her own kid's dignity by what she is, shared on this internet or let be heard. And I'm not even okay with that. And I've said that and I've been very vocal about that. But that is also, those boys are the reason why I have never come out and talked like I am today. And it's insane because I've even sent clips of the boys talking shit about me on a live. Like, she doesn't filter anything, and it's not okay. This is her world, not theirs. And that's something that she knows that I would have never put this out because of how much I do care, and I don't want all of this to happen. And the whole reason of this, it's like I've said from the beginning, I don't want people to unsub. I don't want people to go over and go in her chat. I don't want any of that. I don't want people to stop supporting her. But I just want people to be aware that the side that she's giving you is not accurate, and to protect yourselves. And know that any information you give her is not safe. Anything that she tells you regarding money, you really need to take with a grain of salt. And just know that if she does talk about other creators on this platform, that she's pushing a narrative. And it's not always accurate. And that a lot of the people that she has personally hurt are that personally hurt. You hurt people, Brittany. And that's the part of this that she does not understand, is that for a lot of people who have come into contact with her that have left her, she has personally hurt them. It has nothing to do with YouTube. And that's what a lot of us are trying to stop, is one more person from being blindsided and being hurt. Does that mean that I don't think you guys should go watch some of her true crime coverage? Absolutely not. Go do whatever you want to do. Go support her 100%. But just be aware of the truth behind things, because it is not always given. And that was my whole point behind this and sharing my receipts. But not only that, but also she's lied a lot about me and my character and what I'd be willing to do and different things like that. And I'm not okay with that. That's not who I am. I do care about her family. I still do to this point. Does she deserve it? Hell no. But unfortunately, unlike her, I have a heart and I care about me, how my words affect other people, and the different things that I have done or will continue to do. But the thing is, I'm also learning. And when I do something wrong, I apologize and I learn from it and I don't ever do it again. Brittany has been a revolving door and she doesn't learn because it's still lining her pockets. And that's something that I don't know, but that's the reason why I'm doing this today. It's not to get back at her. It's not to talk shit about her or spread lies. It's to just give you guys a different perspective with the receipts. So you don't have to trust me. I don't care. I don't care if people come to my channel or don't. I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't even know where else to go with that, you know?
You don't have to go anywhere with that because you showed receipts and proof. They have to make their decision. This is about you getting to speak your truth.
Yeah. But I just want that to be very clear. I'm also 100% with nonsense in the fact that no one should be going real life. No one should be calling CPS. No one should be going and trolling in her chats to do this after I'm done with this live. Like, I just hope I never have to hear her voice again, because it gives PTSD vibes. Like, the amount of hurt and stuff that I have gone through with her. She thinks that it was nothing, that our friendship was nothing. But the thing is it wasn't. And just because she felt that way doesn't mean that everyone else felt that way. To me, it was a real, genuine, best friendship. And there's still a lot of hurt there. And now you guys can see why. I read to you guys my messages. That's literally everything from when I left. So you guys can also compare that if any of you guys were there when she was telling the bullshit stories about why I left. But I don't know.
And please keep in mind that there is a ton that she is not showing for the dignity of her family. So while you think this might be bad, you're welcome, Brittany, that Mallory has your back, because there's a whole lot more that Bella even said.
Yeah.
Bella, she agrees. There's a lot that Bella that is not being shown or said out of respect for her family.
Yeah, and I just want to say I've been told by multiple people that she has continuously said one line to people, and it's, "I'm not here to make friends." Which I think is a different mindset than a lot of the rest of us have. Because I have met some of the most amazing people on this app. Unfortunately, I've also met a lot of the worst in humanity. But yeah, so I guess, does anyone have any questions though? Do you have any, Becky, or anyone in chat? I know there were some throughout and I tried to do it, but
if you guys have questions, will you ask them again?
Yeah.
Honestly, after all this stuff and then knowing what she's doing right now and then her crowd of people, first and foremost, let me address that. Rabbit and I are co-creators on this app. To even take that shit to another channel, that's weird as hell. Like, Rabbit and I aren't even close like that. Like, that's so weird. She's not my mom, my dad, or anything else. I'm giving Mal a spot to freely discuss, because half the reason why I was picked for this is because I don't have any personal vested interest with her or any background with her. So this was shocking to me, because I honestly have only pointed out things that she is actively doing in the cases that she is covering. This is such a personal situation for me. And I always said, like, I didn't understand it. I didn't know nothing about it. I get it though. Like, This is why so many remain silent, and she knows that they're going to. So she continues to do this stuff because it does involve very personal matters. And so navigating this was extremely hard for Mel. It was, as you could tell, she's finally settled in a little bit now, but she was really, really nervous in the beginning of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to.
And nobody stands with weaponizing CPS. That is the most ignorant shit
Yeah.
I've ever seen. Wasting resources. And first and foremost, for anybody that knows, that's you can fucking scream that to China and back and anywhere else you want to scream it. It's never going to come true over here. That's not something I do. That's not something I stand for. That's not something we'd ever encourage. We're not even telling people to unsub. You make your own decisions. You're grown ass adults. You do it. Go run to her. If you want to be the next best friend, next co-host, nobody's going to shade you for it. You have to make your own choices. But Mal deserves to not be silenced anymore. And there's sadly how many Mals in the chat? I mean, there's so many other people that have these similar experiences personally and the receipts to back it up.
Yes. And I thank you guys for all your support. I've had a lot of different conversations with a lot of different people that I care a lot about, that I respect a lot, that got me to this point of doing all of this. Here's one more thing though, before I okay, hang on. Let me answer Jennifer. I love both of them. I've never had any issues with them. Everyone just stopped talking to me when I stayed with Brittany, which I said they could. I said, I get it. We'll be cool. So, all right. So this was just a text. This was a message in Discord after I left. Am I still sharing this? Okay. A subscriber had reached out to me and said, like, what is going on? And this is what Brittany is thinking I'm telling people to choose behind the scenes. This is my messages to a subscriber. I said, I won't get into details. I'm not going to talk about it from my side just because I care about the friendship we had. You don't have to worry. The channel will go on and all will be good. It's just better for me not to be a part of it. I'll be around, maybe start a channel, maybe just be on friends panels every once in a while, maybe starting a podcast. I don't know yet, but I'm excited for the future to focus on things that matter. And then they said something to me. I blocked it out. I'm not going to put out theirs. And I said, she said something like, don't let it keep you down. I said, I won't. Just keep an eye out at other places. I'm not gone for good, just moving on to something better for me. I appreciate, by the way, your kind words and always being so welcome to me. It was never unnoticed. So this was the type of stuff that I was sending to people when she was assuming that I was telling people to leave. I also showed you guys, I just had up my message in Discord before that showed what I had written about my mental health. Here we go. Here's another one. I want you to support both. I just also want you to know, because I trust you and you are my friend, that I'm not the person she's portraying me to be. Her series of events is not true. So, and this was a few days after that. So this is even after that I said, I want you to support both. Okay. Sorry. Back to this now.
You're good.
Yep.
You're doing really good. Please ask questions.
Yes, please do.
This is your opportunity.
Yeah,
ask questions. Just keep it respectful. But if you have questions for Mal, let's get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And again, Mal is not saying she never did anything wrong. She absolutely, but she handled it individually with those people and has allowed those people to feel where they need to be, what they want to be. That's my understanding, correct?
Yes.
And however they sit with it. But she's not saying she was innocent. She's not saying that she didn't do nothing. She's not saying she was held hostage there. She's giving you, because this continues to be, it seems like this is kind of the favorite thing to do. I don't know. Yeah. This just frustrates the piss out of me, to be honest.
Yeah. And like I said, this I think was the end of my healing journey as well. To the point now where I don't think I have to, talk about it as much. Pepper, absolutely. Wolfie. that gets into the petty stuff. Someone in her immediate family, Gracie. I need permission before I can tell who Ruby is. The person who told me about Ruby has to give me permission. So if that person does, then I will.
I really appreciate how you do that. You're like,
It's not my story to tell.
I love that though. I respect the shit out of that you won't tell other people's stories. And you're like, if I get permission, then I will. But if not, like, you're not overstepping and trying to bring other people into what you're trying to prove. And I think that's very admirable from what I see.
Thank you. I try. And like I said, anyone whose name appeared on here, I went to them directly before we even did this live to make sure that they were okay with their name being out there and anything that I had shared. I'm just waiting for a message.
You're doing great. You're doing really good. Amethyst comment was spot on if you'd read that.
Oh, hang on. Oh. I see you. Oh, found him. Hang on. Hang on, let me send these to myself. Or actually, they're already in Messenger, so I'll just pull them up here and
Revival, that's a great question. And again, please feel free. Like, I'm going to continue to call out her misinformation in true crime cases. Again, this isn't a personal thing. I know she can't stand it when I say that. It's not personal in what she's making it out to be. I don't personally have any vested interest in her as a person. Like, I don't like her. That's all. That's the moral of the story. Like, that's a lot of humans in life. Like, there's just people that you're not going to jive with. That's her for me. We'll never, like, I don't want to be friends. I'm not one of those people on this app. So she takes it very personally, and I'm sure it feels very personal that I just don't give a shit. But I will continue to point out the shit that she does in these true crime cases, because that is an upper level. So she's not only doing it to families and victims, but she's victimizing the people who love and support her, and then silencing them when she doesn't get her way.
yeah.
That says a pattern of behavior. So not only does she do it behind the scenes to people that love and support her, but she's also doing, yeah.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm gonna share one other thing. Where am I? Oh, here we go.
To the moon and back.
I know.
And as far as sharing private messages, Mal knew right then and there what she was doing, what she had to do. Everything with private messages. I stand for, you don't see, I don't record calls. I don't do that shit. I don't release text messages. That's not a thing that I do. But I also understand a time and a place with this when it became so complicated and so complex that the only way to clear the situation and make it understandable is to be fully transparent. Brittany could have showed these exact same things. Why do you think she didn't?
Yeah.
She likes to share other stuff. She had the opportunity.
Because she's been talking about it quite a bit, Gracie, and putting things on my name and my character that are not accurate. So this is these are from Wolfie. So or technically Wolfie sent them to me. These are Brittany's examples of Wolfie bullying her. So I just want you to see that, and then I'm going to stop that one and share the other one. That was those, and then I'm going to show you what was in those screenshots so you guys can see how evil of a person Wolfie is.
Pepper, do you prefer me to take it down? If you prefer me to take it down, I will, but I think it would be important, if everybody's okay with it, to leave it up so they can see what questions, what we weren't allowing, because if I take it down, here's the problem. She will say, they let them trash my children. They talked about my kids. They talked about my husband if I don't leave it up.
Yeah.
I think it's more important that it stays as long as everybody's comfortable with that, because otherwise it'll be weaponized and it'll be twisted and turned that we said a bunch of stuff that we didn't.
All right. So you can see that now.
Okay, I'll share it now.
So this is what Brittany considered Wolfie bullying her. This was what Wolfie was saying in chat. Brittany's not in this chat, remind you guys. She's watching from the bushes and sending screenshots to me. saying, Wolfie talking shit again. It literally says, bet you thought Wolfie wasn't here. I'm listening with the eyeball emoji. Wolfie loves shiny new accounts. That's bullying Brittany, according to Brittany.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
In somebody else's chat?
Yes, this is an Allie's chat. Brittany was watching Allie's chat and saw this. I don't know if she was in there under an alt or what. I don't know. But she had sent me, I showed right before this, the screenshot. She said, she texted me these pictures and said, Wolfie talking shit again, and then sent me these screenshots. So this was if Brittany saying that Wolfie bullies her. So
that right there. I said that the other day. She seems very, very delusioned and paranoid. If you don't want my opinion, but that's what I feel like. Yeah, the paranoia of everybody. Like, that's why she has all these people watching everything all the time. Like,
yeah,
my mods watch all sorts of stuff because they choose to watch stuff, but they never do it because I'm like, can you go check? Like, that's not the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is so frustrating to see how many people have been affected by this.
And Vivian, I mean, yeah, they're all still there. I mean, I'm just looking in my phone. She has the same messages unless she's deleted them on her end. She has the same ones, so she can walk you through those messages if she wants to. Go ahead.
If Mal's not comfortable with it either, Brittany's not blocked over here. Brittany can come take a link if she wants to. I'll drop a link for her.
She doesn't know how to have a conversation.
Well, he is more than welcome, and I will mediate. I'm not going to jump on danging up on her, nothing. Like, she is more than welcome. If she has a spokesperson that she wants to send over that has to ask questions, feel free. Like, this is the time to get it all out. Like, this is over with for Mal, from what I'm hearing you say.
Yep.
And this live will be staying up 100%. Like, it's not getting taken down. It's not going to.
Yeah. And like I said, you guys even heard when we just read through those texts how many times I said we can have an adult conversation, and she doesn't take it up until I'm using my. I'm not going to let you wait 2 months to text me back when I've said that. When I've started saying something that shows who you are. That's not on me. That's on you. So
I think there's a lot of people that joined us here at the end that probably didn't hear the most recent clips. So I played you one from today during that live saying that we were inciting CPS calls. I'm going to go back and remind you what she also said on Saturday. So all of you in the bushes who say, I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know what's going on. Blah, 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 blah. This has all been done. She's still carrying on. No, this has been a continual thing that has been going on. And here you go. Here's a couple slight examples, and I can go back and pick out so many different things. Let me go back to this one. I'll just play this one.
Amethyst, yeah, I learned my lesson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the hard part with the term community too. It's something I've struggled with for so long. Like, I have great friendships with some of these people, amazing friendships, but they don't revolve around YouTube. Like, even my mods, we talk about YouTube stuff, but we talk about life. We talk, like, it's such a different thing, and it's not for the greater good of my YouTube channel. I could be rid of this tomorrow and still have the same conversations with these people. Like, it's just, the community thing is, she builds a community because that she relies on a community built here because of the common interest in the same conversations. I don't know. It's just weird. Okay, here's from Saturday what she said about Mal.
Would not give him a sip of beer. Mallory Doyle, this is for you. Mallory Doyle, aka Malicious in fucking tent. I'm going to tell you this one time. I'm sick of you. You don't stop talking about me. It never ends. I haven't spoke about you. I haven't spoke to you, and I don't bother you. But now you're sitting over there saying, I'll be so glad when I don't have to sit on my hands. You haven't been sitting on your hands. You've been trashing me, and you introduced yourself as my ex freaking co-host. There's never been a time that you sat on your hands. Go ahead. Out whatever else it is you want to out. Because to be perfectly fucking honest with you, half of the stuff that you come out with's been all lies. It's unreal to me. Mallory, I thought you were better than this. I've got kids, for God's sakes. I know that you don't have kids, so maybe you don't understand, but sitting there constantly going after another person, for what? What did I do to you? Nothing. Now, I'm going to save this for tomorrow because I've got some stuff to show y'all. And I'm going to do it on my second channel because I don't want to bring this here. I had no intentions on speaking on any of this tonight.
As she does it on her main channel.
I don't want to do this on this channel, but I will be going live on my main channel tomorrow. And I will be addressing some stuff and showing screenshots. I am sick of all of it. I don't bother these fucking people. Nonsense. I thought it wasn't personal, but there you are talking about me muting. She literally is over there saying she mutes every
blah,
time.
blah, 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 blah. Like,
Yeah.
I'll play that other little piece of that one with the bigger rant in it because I think that's important for people to hear. So two things you need to take away from that. She invited her to do this. She challenged her to. Mal answered the challenge. However, this was coming no matter what. Yeah. But she said, please do. So it's done. You got what you asked for.
Yeah.
I won't make you suffer through my part.
Cheap, freaking fraudulent.
Oh, but this part, this is fun. And then we'll play Rival's poem for a minute.
Fraud, and you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So
actually, I'm going to play that because
I was going to say too, you can always tell when she learns a new word.
Yeah.
Because she uses it over and over.
Yep.
I do.
So this is from Saturday night. So let me set the stage for you again. Mal was in my chat. Chico and Duchess and I were on panel. We were walking through her true crime content of how she had defended BHB, had nothing to do with anything else. She was very upset, went live, did this live. Mal got mixed into it. You'll hear that in a second. This is just a small section of that again, so you can hear what she has been doing in mixing Mal in with other things that are going on. This is an all one big situation. I review her content because of the misinformation she's doing there. She had personal issues with Mal from past. She brings it all together, claims we're all this big hate group, yada, yada. But she is now attempting to say that we are inciting people to call CPS. Absolutely the opposite. Not even remotely what we stand for. So
this because I'm passionate. I've been passionate about victims and their family members since I was 16. Oh, really? Really, bitch? You're passionate about going live and dragging people for filth and inciting all kinds of hate and real life shit against them? Because maybe
I'm the fraud, Brett. Don't get it wrong. I'm the fraud.
You won't do it, but hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't put nothing past you. You're a fraud, and you're as fraudulent as they come. I don't put shit past you. So I'm not even gonna say that you wouldn't do some foul real life shit like that on your own. I believe you would with a quickness. But
trying to gaslight her audience into thinking that I call CPS. So what is potential there? They get reactive and try to do it first. Bring it on. Your ass will just go to jail because I will get a lawyer. I won't play with you little kids. I handle business like a grown fucking adult. And don't play this game.
Yes, you're cheap, freaking fraudulent, petty Betty Karen trash bag. Oh my God, I can't.
Hold on, Mal's gonna get mentioned.
People like you that call shit like this. Period.
As her kids. Yeah. Mom, you heard in the background. Fucking bullshit. She finally muted though.
That's one thing that I don't have I have an issue with, obviously, because I don't do that. I don't support any of that. But You are the parent. You decide what your kids are aware of and what they're not.
Oh, the reason why she did that
happens
live
to
was
them
because of the spider conversation.
is
Yep.
about, is on you. That's on you, not me, not anyone else on YouTube. Don't let your kids hear shit. Don't let your kids become part of your content in the background. That's your parenting. You can't blame that on anyone else. So, and
Pull
that's
your
one of those things that it's like, no, it's not our fault that we hear shit in the background. Don't let us hear shit in the background. That's your responsibility, not ours.
And by the way, if your head is leaned to the speaker right now, like fully, please remove your head from the speaker. She claims that we all have that going on.
Here and mock me. You want to sit here and mock me about turning my audio off? I mute because of people like you, because of trash bags like you that sit there with your ear to the speaker, just looking for anything that you can to twist. You can't come on here and do your own content. You want to sit here and talk about people
part?
actually, people, you want to sit
Hold
here
on.
and say that people, oh my God, I'm so mad, y'all. I am so pissed
I
right
can't
now.
remember which part.
I don't know either, but I will say one thing.
Just
One
give
of
me,
the
Go ahead.
one of the things that she does state is that it doesn't matter because she wears headphones, so they can't hear anything because she wears headphones. So, there's that. But take that with what you will.
I have never in my life
I'm still listening to find out which part it is.
seen people that get so fucking mad at somebody that don't even speak on them. No, it's crazy. Mallory,
There
I
you
don't
go.
talk about you. Why can't you shut the fuck up? Why are you so obsessed?
Pretty sure she did that before I said anything, but that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's at least a year and a half. Is it not?
It's not.
That's another one though.
She can't get her own content.
So she brings Mallory up in the middle of it because Mallory was here in the stream. And what kicked that off? I think what kicked it off because I was reviewing her content. I told her not to like even remotely try it because I already had it clipped out of the stream we were reviewing. But in that stream of that she's talking about a missing child, just for full context so people don't misunderstand this, she brings up something about a story about a spider that she had to go kill in the bathroom. And she's like, this is how sad and pathetic the internet is. And we remained tactful, but we did address it because it was absolutely ridiculous. It was an attempt of, I don't even know, silencing us, weaponize. It was just the weirdest situation because it was unnecessary, had nothing to do with anything. But then somehow we were at fault for her having to have a conversation about people on the internet. That's how that turned out. And she was putting Mal in the middle of her anger towards the rest of us.
Yeah.
Which Mal had nothing to do with it. She was just in the chat. She was commenting in the chat, but that's it.
Yeah.
So.
Hang on. I may.
So next time she tells you all that she hasn't done shit, it's because she's deleting this shit. She's got 2 channels, so half of her audience doesn't see the shit that she's actually doing.
I just sent you a video.
Oh shit.
It's sending. It was sent to me by someone anonymously, going over her way of trying to talk about the meal that I sent her. So.
Oh.
It's still sending, sorry.
I was gonna say, do we need to preview it first or review? Has the person that's
it has been in this chat and clipped
okay,
it for me to send to me.
Okay. I'm gonna sit outside for a second. If there's questions, please absolutely ask. Again, I feel bad because so many people have gotten drug into shit with her recently again because she tries to deflect that. That's why I'm addressing her. That Mal I didn't even know who Mal was.
Mm-mm.
No clue.
I kept having to say it in the chat. She'd bring me up and you're like, I don't know these people. And I'm like, hi, I'm Mallory.
I know. I was like, oh, you wait, what? Why is she what? I was so confused.
Yeah.
we are not inciting any hate. We don't even want you guys to unsub. Go sit there. If you want to sit there, if you want to support that, just know what you're supporting. This is, it's sad. It's really sad that this even had to come to this, but she just can't stop. And Mal deserves to tell her story. So does everybody else. A lot of the other, there's so many people in here that have similar stories like this.
Yeah.
They were telling them in the chat.
Heather, let me also address that when Mal started her channel before her first live, we mods blocked every variation of BJ's name. She still ran with the narrative that someone was talking about her. Yep. I don't like the drama. I don't like it. Obviously, having a 5-hour stream on one thing says differently, but it's more of a, this was my final thing that I needed before I can heal and get past this. And now I honestly want to go eat a hamburger and lay in bed and do nothing now. Like, I feel so much weight lifted off my shoulders. It's insane.
Do you actually feel better though, or do you feel worse?
I feel better because I'm now done.
Good.
I had always had it hanging over my head, or people talking to me about, you still have those, or you have those if something happens, you have those screenshots if something happens, or it's okay, people just don't know the whole story. Well, now the whole story's out there. And now I can't help people decide what they want to believe. That's on them. But I know my truth is out there, with the receipts. And so I can just move on to do what I want to do and not have to worry about, oh, is this the time where she's going to say something that makes me feel like I have to put these out? You know what I mean?
Oh, this clip is unfucking believable.
Did you? Yes. I haven't listened to it. I just got it sent to me.
This is some shit. Okay, hold on. Let me airdrop it to myself because I want to show this.
Also, guys, thank you for all your support. It means a lot to me. I know there's a lot of you that I have talked to behind the scenes, or people that were subs back then, and it does mean a lot. And I'm excited to start the next chapter of just true crime for me. Well, true crime, and then obviously coming over here to help with the misinformation, because although my side of her drama is gone, unfortunately, she's still on the wrong side of this, to the point of misinformation and harming cases. And that's something that I very much am against, and I've been against since the beginning. So, if you guys do see me over here, yeah, every once in a while, am I going to take a jab? Probably, because I'm human and I was very hurt. But me being in a chat with other people talking about their problems with her isn't hate bonding or anything like that. Just get over it. Stop watching what everyone else does. Do your own thing. Your life would be so much better if you just focused on you and your true crime, regardless of if that's what you want to call it. And just, you could be good. You could do it. It's just, you need to get your head out of your ass. And that's probably the meanest thing I'll say.
I'm pulling this clip. Hold on.
Oh, God. No.
Brother.
I said from the beginning, Granny, that the reason I think she screamed my name the other day, okay, Tomboy Charm, is because I got tired of her saying that we all go into these chats because we hate her and we hate Bond. So the other day I started going in chats, and my first thing I would say is, only here because I hate Brittany J. So I was getting, or like, can't wait to hate Bond with you all throughout this live. And so I was taking a little bit, but I also knew this live was coming. But like, that's the extent of it. So, and it was more because she kept saying that we were all doing that. And so I was just going to finally, put something out there that she could say was factual. So.
Sorry, my computer's acting up. Hold on.
You're good.
The Chrome browser. Oh, it's acting like a.
Here.
I'll play the audio from it. That's all. Well, and I'll tell you what we're seeing.
I was gonna say, because I also, hang on.
It's my end's being a bitch and won't let me load it to my screen
Hang on.
here. You got it on yours.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me just download it quick.
This is just stupid. Like, what? Why do this? Why not just yeah.
Okay, hang on.
I feel like I'm dealing with a bunch of like 18-year-old girls who just failure to launch. Like,
Hey.
I can't even imagine, not you, but this rational thinking. Like, you took accountability. That's a huge thing. Like, you went to these people individually. That's amazing. Like, not you at all. It's just so frustrating because her comebacks and her rebuttals are so fucking immature and stuck on stupid. I'm not going to weaponize anything on your family. I'm not going to.
Nope.
Like, this is just the dumbest shit. And then to spin things, these people obviously know what you're going to hear her say about this fucking thing. Instead of being completely humbled and grateful for the support and the love, this is mind blowing to me. Okay, here it is.
Let me know if you can hear it though.
Now I'm really freaking out for this at this point.
Audio's here.
Here was the meal. Look, $229. It was the deluxe comfort meal. Look, first of all, we didn't even get that cheesecake thing in the back.
Does she think this is helping her?
She's saying they didn't get the cheesecake.
She got cheesecake bites because she didn't want the cheesecake. She picked out the cheesecake bites on her own, which I showed you guys in the picture. Dumb.
We got this isn't even a ham, by the way. I'm gonna show you what this was. Okay. We got a tiny little tray of what the hell was that? I think it was
This is after me and a bunch of other people that were her mods at the time sent her a $283 order of food after she had a death in the family. And instead of, just shutting up about it, she decides that she needs to go in and I showed you guys the receipts. I showed you guys what all came to this. Yes, this was on live just now. So. Yeah.
So instead of just being thankful, grateful, and sorry, I'm opening a Diet Coke. I can't, the audacity, do you know how many people in your chat go without? And that was, oh Lord, shut it, Becky.
Yeah. Well, and that just goes to show not only that, but she picked the damn meal out. Yep. Here's NorCal Jim just said, can you put his comment up there? Hang on. Stop trying here.
I'm wrestling.
You're good. Whatever NorCal just said, NorCal Jim.
This is just unfucking real.
Where'd you go, Jim?
Where did you go? Oh, right there.
We were on a call for quite a while picking all this out. Who does this? Yeah, Jim is the one that gave $100 towards that meal.
I'm really sorry, Jim. I truly, for all of you guys, like, this is what, it's just unbelievable. I just don't understand this.
Yeah.
It's just so unacceptable.
So I was given permission to tell the Ruby story, but I think it should be the end, the finale. So, and this is more petty. So we used to do giveaways on the backup, or not the backup channel, but on the members only. Brittany, for a lot of the time, was in charge of she insisted on doing giveaways for people who won for different things, different trivias, stuff like that. You should, Wolfie, yeah. And I'll tell you, it took probably about 2 months after you won something before you got your gift. And to some people's surprise, yes, Shacto, yes. To everyone's surprise, she, no, I haven't yet. Or I didn't show that one, Aaron, just because it wasn't mine, but, anyways, so one of the wonderful winning participants of this, which I will say I did give out gifts, but I knew that I didn't know what people wanted. So I always just gave them a handful of places, and said I'd send them a gift card. And I did that multiple times. Other people would say, no, don't send me a gift card. Just put it donate it towards something. I know I had a handful of people that wanted me to um give it to Maddie's kids, Maddie Kingsbury's kids. I showed her getting all of it and the thanking me for the meal, Aaron. I showed her text too. Anyways, so it came in. I didn't find this out till after I left, but I had someone come to me who was the recipient of one of her um one of her prizes. And they received a nice package. It had earrings in it, except for it was a set of 2 earrings, but one of them had been taken out. And also a card to someone named Ruby. It's a Dear Ruby. That is not the person's name that received it. As well as some kisses, Hershey Kisses, which were actually, I was able to tell, were from me because I sent her boys Valentine's Day boxes, and they were the Valentine's kisses that I'd sent them. And then in the bottom of it were 2 singular Swedish fish. So, if you won something from Brittany, or you see Wolfie, did you change? You haven't changed. Dried out singular Swedish fish. So that's been kind of an inside joke if you do see Swedish fish anywhere. I know that when Wolfie found out, Wolfie made an entire outfit with the actual earrings that were gifted. And I wish, Wolfie, can you send me a picture of that picture? Of your picture with the earrings and the Swedish fish that you used? I've only heard of a handful of people, but yeah. Yes, I can say she did. Peppermint tea. But that is kind of, if them wanting me to say, I know, Marcy. Are you still there, Becky? She's missing.
Yeah, I'm here. It's windy out here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for your comment on that.
I'm trying to remain. I don't. You know how hard this shit is for me to.
I said I was going to get petty just a little bit at the end here. Yes.
Oh, I don't care about the petty side. Get petty. Do whatever you want. I just want to say, nah, my motto for 2020, just get fucked, Brittany. Just get fucked. All the way around. Like, sorry.
They were just regular, Bryn.
I'm going to send out scorpions in my boxes if I ever send a giveaway. You're welcome.
Yeah. And that's, I think, one of the things, too, that I've said since I left is I want her to succeed, which sounds crazy. I just wish that she could, number one, do it on her own. Oh, did the box reek of cigarettes? I don't know. But I just wish that she would do it in a way that isn't harmful to cases or families, in a way where she's doing the work and not putting it off on other people. And then that's fine. But also, don't expect it to be your income. YouTube is something that can come and go in the blink of an eye. And it's so important that you don't expect others to do the work for you. and you can say this is your income, this is your only income, but the thing is you could very easily go get another job if this is not doing enough. And to the point where I offered her a job when I was there with her, and she turned me down. So that's one of the things that I was always very uncomfortable with, was her saying, this is my job, this is my income, you're going to hurt my income. Then get off of YouTube and get a job that has a reliable income.
Let me just say this. Hold on. Stop. If this is a job, then you treat it as such. You do not blend personal relationships and bank those relationships and then try to weaponize those relationships on the success or failure of your channel. That is not fair. That is not okay, and it wouldn't work in the real world. So if you got close with your boss and had a falling out and bullshit, you would lose your job. Same thing on this app. I mean, if you treat this as a job and say it's your job, then treat it as a job. Be ethical, be moral, and continue on. To mix business and pleasure, and then it's everybody else's fault. And say, oh, it's my job. You make this job. To rely, I got so much I could say right now.
It's one of those things where, yes, YouTube can be your job if you're doing enough content to be able to make the money to make it your income. Not, I need this because it's my money. You know what I mean? It's
such a risky thing to rely on YouTube for a job.
Well, you show one clip of the wrong thing and your YouTube channel could be gone. Then what?
Exactly.
YouTube should never be something that you put all of your marbles in. But also, you shouldn't be putting that type of pressure on your chat to say, oh, I need this, I can't do this. Well, then go get a job so that you don't have to ask your chat. And then if you happen to make enough to make it your income, then that's great. But that's not everyone else's responsibility. You have a responsibility as a parent to be able to do that, not us. If you make it and it can pay your bills, that's great. But YouTube is not an income like that, and you don't treat it like a job. So there's just that. Sorry. Can you share what I just shared?
Yes.
Those are the actual earrings that were gifted. They were cropped out of the photo that I was given. Wolfie has put them on to show us. And then we have Ruby, the 2 Swedish fish. So if you guys did see Wolfie going around with this as her thing, that was right after she was told the story. So the talk boy, I know, Heather. Yeah. Well, and it's not your income and it's not your job if you're having to beg people to give you that money. You have to earn that money to have it be your job and your income, and that's not happening in her case. Oh, you're in the SWAT. Oh, that's right. I'm in the SWAT with my talk boy. That's right, because she said that you probably changed your voice when it was the SWAT call. That's right. So, well, there you go. I don't think I really have a ton else to say. I'm starving.
I have some questions for you. Hold on.
Absolutely.
Give me 1 second because the little one's here, so I gotta mute.
No, you're good. Music City Mom Ruby is someone I know that had won a one of her giveaways. Apparently someone named Ruby had won one of them, and they got mixed around, and someone else got Ruby's card and gift. So, yeah. Well, and remember, guys, it was a group of 2 sets of earrings, but only one of them was on the board. Mystic Firefly, I'll be 30 this year in October.
Just a baby.
I am, but I've literally spent my entire life in school, though. I have 4 college degrees, 2 bachelors, and 2 masters. So,
what?
Yeah.
Why are you hanging out with me over here? I'm just a
Because
dumbass with a lot of opinions on the YouTube channel. I'm just joking. Okay, one thing I would like to ask you though, because how did you get lumped in? Like, how did she suck you in? Because you just seem to be way more observant and aware, and maybe, and I'm not saying this is any shameful thing, so please don't anybody take it that way. But the reason I'm asking is because I think a lot of people look for communities, friendship, other things. So what can you point out anything that you looking back missed, or what, like, how did she lure you in to get to this point?
A lot of it had to do with my own personal passion for it. And so forth. Like I said, I have my degrees. One of my masters is in forensic psychology. I've had this conversation with Becky before. But in the actual professional realm, a lot of things with forensic psychology are just competency in courts and stuff like that. And that's not something I wanted to do. My whole goal from the time I started college
Great, I agree with
was,
this.
yeah.
Some of the smartest, most educated people are in some of the most high power, coercive control cults. Like, it happens to anybody, just because that's not what I'm saying at all. So if that was worded in that way, Mal is a
No,
very
you're good.
smart, but I just want to know what it was for her.
No,
Like,
yeah, and that's kind of what I'm so because of that, what I've wanted to do this whole time was um utilize forensic psychology in either cold cases or missing persons cases. That was like that still is one of my life goals. Um and when I came onto YouTube and was watching streams, I was kind of seeing a way where I could utilize that. So when it came to me meeting Brittany, it wasn't something where like we were friends right away. No, I was friends with other people who were friends with her, who till this day are still great people. Shay Benet, Mal, people like that are who have also been very badly used and hurt by Brittany. But I was friends with them and then got brought into it. And I think the main thing with me is that to me it didn't seem like I was doing all the work because it's the stuff that I was doing on my own
because
time
you enjoy it anyways. Yeah.
because I was enjoying it. So to me it's like, yes, now there's a community where I can talk about the things that I do in my own time. And so when I'm like sharing videos or sharing messages, this is stuff that I'll just do even nowadays. I'll just share it with people that I'm close with because it's what I'm interested in, but it's also an arena that I want to help in. So when I was friends with her, it was more of I took our friendship very seriously, but I also never was upset about the amount of work and stuff. Um, because I enjoyed that and I still do. And hence why I never go live because it'll take me like 3 weeks to research a case. And then you guys saw even how I've been organized for this live. Now imagine me trying to tell the story of someone who's missing or been killed. Like I take it very seriously and um I that was I think one of the reasons why I did last for so long. But also I've said this and I've said it too, Brittany kept a lot of the drama behind the scenes away from me and like my group of mods that were there because none of us wanted anything to do with it. And we were trying to get her away from that. And I've shown you guys texts in here too. So it was a little bit easier because for us for a majority of the time I was there, other than things here and there, it was true crime, even behind the scenes.
That
So
makes sense.
it was easier for us because we were all talking about a common interest, and then we'd come online and share the common interest with everyone else, where I was actually making connections and stuff like that
Yeah.
with subscribers and talking behind the scenes, or they would send me something about a case we were covering and we would talk about it. And it was something that I cherished so much because that is what I was here for. You know what I mean? And So I think that's why it took me so long and I was there for so long, because it wasn't until I finally was like, shit, I can't live on 3 hours of sleep. I need to have this conversation with her. And then I started seeing more and more of those red flags, whether it be, you know, me knowing something behind the scenes and her purposely putting out a false narrative, or me knowing that that's not how something went down and her still putting it out there and just telling me not to talk about it. And it was kind of just like a bubbling up. And then eventually I probably still would be there if she would have had the conversation. I wouldn't have necessarily.
Would you be there now the way she does her content?
No, absolutely not. But I also don't think, and I don't say this in like a I'm better or anything like that. I don't think her content would have got to where it is today if she still had our group there with her. And that's not a dig at anyone else that's there now or whatever. But we did a very good job of keeping it to true crime and keeping it respectful. And now she doesn't have that. She has yes men around her. No one has the balls to say anything to her or go against her, because she'll just cut you out. She doesn't have anything. So it's something where that's why I think I was there for so long and I put up with it for so long. But it was also, I will say, a big turning point for me was when I went to Maddie's memorial. And for me, it was a real thing. This is a real person who was killed, who has 2 little kids under the age of 5 at the time, 5, 6, regardless, who now are growing up without a mother and a father because their father has done this. And it was something for me that really changed my perspective of things. And she did not care. It was still views, money. We gained this many subscribers tonight. We did this. Or someone would come up on panel and be sharing a really heartfelt story with us. And she'd be like, did you see how many viewers just dropped? We have to get this off of this subject.
Wow.
And it was like, that was the type of thing where I started to be like, I'm not like you. And I need to make sure that I don't change who I am because of who you are. And that was kind of that. Now, there are definitely red flags. Like I said, the lying, where she'd lie to the viewers and I would know the background and she would just tell me not to talk about it. The different things with money. I knew that a lot of her money wasn't necessarily going to what she was asking for. And I would hear, different things that she'd spent it on, stuff like that. And just, there's a lot to the red flags. Did I ignore them? Hell yeah, I did, because I enjoyed what I was doing. Not monetarily, but just in general. So, Granny, did you mention? Yeah. So there was many of times, especially when it came to Alma, who is probably one of the nicest women I've ever talked to, who was taken advantage of by Brittany. I don't know if she's still there. But Brittany would come onto the live before we'd hit the live button and be like, our memberships are down. I got to say how much I miss Alma when we first start the live, because then she'll come in and give memberships. So there's definitely a lot of stuff that I definitely should have not allowed to happen, but also it was new to me. Does that mean that I can't necessarily take accountability? Absolutely not. I was still there and I didn't say anything, and that is wrong. But there's definitely, like, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I hope not. She doesn't deserve. She did a lot more. So
okay, genuine question from Sunny Cat.
Nope, I got that. It was more along the lines of like littler things. So being the thing that set it off was the sponsorship, but it was more not, it was more like she just made a lot of decisions that even other people that I was around were like, she didn't bring that to you first, or different things, or like the taking the money out of the Patreon and being like, I didn't realize I had to ask you, when that was a 50-50 thing. And just, you know, different things like that, where it's just like, she would say things like, not show. I would spend an entire day researching and making a PowerPoint, and she'd be like, we can't do those because it makes the things drop, the numbers drop when you bring up stuff like that. People don't want to follow along. And like different things like that, where it's just like, okay, I'm doing all this work and nothing ever happened. And then it got to the point where it was affecting like my everyday life and my sleeping and my actual job and different things like that. I don't know. But it was more of just, I wanted to be respected for the work that I was doing and as her friend. And she didn't understand that. She coincides friendship with money and dropping links and availability and giving out her personal info. And that's never what it was for me. And it's one of those things where, yeah, was I stupid? Do I think she has the ability to be a good friend or a true friend? No, I don't. And that's my honest opinion. She doesn't. And that might not be her fault, but she doesn't. And I wanted probably more in a humanized, like a humanized connection, in the fact that she stopped faking it and started to just be, you know, purposefully not doing things. That's kind of where that is. Oh yeah. I'm after this. I think a lot of people were worried that this would bring me back into things. And to be honest, I've never felt freer. Freer, is that a word? Like I'm done after this. Like this is the last time. Like I said, I'll probably do little jabs here and there. Just because of the hurt that she has put on me. But talking in depth about different situations or leaving or letting it affect, which it hasn't even really affected my everyday life after those first few months. Like it hasn't. I don't watch her. I don't subscribe. I don't do that. I get sent stuff. But it's not something that, like, I don't know. You know. I don't really want to get into his personal stuff. What?
I'm pulling a couple clips to give some examples of some things in a minute.
Yeah. I don't really want to get into much about that. But I will say that I've been told lots of different things, and so have other people. So I don't know.
Can I give an example of some of the stuff she is doing currently, current time, that gets under my skin?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a clip from, I'm not sure, it says June 4th, but I'm not sure if this, yeah, that's when I must have recorded it. This is my screen recording. I'm not sure, but I want you guys to see, there is a pattern here. And Brittany, I told you, I've actually been able to go back and clip quite a bit and find the same pattern. When there is something that happens and somebody is calling her to the carpet, in essence, this is a typical rebuttal or something like this. This is how a lot of this works. And I want to show this because there will be a lot of this coming in the next few days. We've already seen it. There's already some. So I want to give you guys a few examples of what you're going to. I know that, Ellen, but Mal's on panel, so out of respect for Mal, I don't want to put her in a weird spot. But these are her words. So here you go.
Oh, I was gonna say too quick. Also, if you guys do hear anything that she says the next few days and it does make you question, feel free to reach out to me. If you guys need clarification on anything, because I'm sure she's gonna come out and she's gonna lie and say she has the receipts and then never come out with them. And just if you do know that although I'm done with it, if she does come out and lie about something, feel free to ask if it's true or not. That doesn't bother me. So go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're okay. This is just one, and I've got a few more. And I don't.
Hey guys, can y'all hear me? I'm not even going to make y'all go through the. I don't want to make y'all go through music and another countdown and all.
So what had happened previous to this is she had started a live, and she said, and this does happen. Just to clarify, I'm not saying that this is all a faked event, but she put this intentional comment on the screen, and you'll hear what she says.
That. Oh, I should have known. You know, we had to have something. I mean, it couldn't be left alone where it was at, right? They had to make sure that they had to go do one last hoorah and try their best to take my channel down.
She's constantly thinking, this is where I come to the paranoia. This is why I said the paranoia thing earlier. And I'm going to touch a little bit on that before we end today. Mal doesn't have to be here for that because it's going to go a little bit different, because I'm going to tell you where some of this comes from.
Jesus. All right. So for those of you that maybe weren't here before and are here now, I was live. I just started my live out, and I just got through telling everybody and their mama how bad my day was. A really bad day. Okay. I'm not going to share with y'all because people in their everybody in the sun comes after me. That's a part of the cheat seats, and they'll say that I'm trying to make you. I'm sad fishing and trying to grift and make y'all feel sorry for me. So I'm going to spare that.
Mystic, I don't know the timestamp. This is the very opening of that stream. My recording is from June 4th. The title of the video is, if it's still up, sorry. Body cam, Jen Soto, Steven Stearns, when Maddie was reported missing, open discussion. So again, a pure example of she has crime case tagged in the, okay. All right.
Detail of what's going on in my personal life. I don't have that luxury, but somebody freaking came in here and they sent a super chat and they set their picture to a wank, a peen, a freaking a worm, whatever your choice of
a penis.
Words for male genitalia. Okay, it was a bare freaking wank. And obviously, YouTube does not play when it comes to nudity. Yes, Mel 007. Good to see you, Mel. If you show nudity on your channel and you're reported, your channel goes down instantly. So it's a common tactic that people use. I don't know who did it, who's behind it, whatever. They're evil, whoever they are. But it's a common tactic that's been used since I've started my channel. They'll come in, they'll give you a super chat because the picture to us.
Never had any of this shit happen to me, not once in 2 years. And that's just honest.
It's very small. Yeah. So they'll drop like $1 super chat and say something that looks like they're normal, regular people. And
people do have crazy avatars and pictures as their thing. Yeah, that does happen. But
when you click on it, it's too late. You just flash nudity on your screen. So you have a matter of seconds to go and shut the live down and delete it. And if you don't get it in time, they report you to YouTube and immediately your channel goes down. That is the one way that they can get your channel down. So yeah, I'm sure it's somebody who hates me that, maybe reporting me is not enough. So they're trying the easy way to get me taken down. So to those of you that were here and I left abruptly, I apologize, but I would really like to keep my channel.
I've seen Deets get porn bombed so many times and she laughs so fucking hard and critiques.
Well, that's not the first time. When I was there was someone that put a butthole on theirs and came up and she kept the comment up forever.
Well, listen to the switch. So it starts off as she had a rough day, then somebody came in into this, and now here we go.
I'm just so tired of everybody. Okay, let's get started. Thank you everybody for coming back. I appreciate you very much. I know, Mel. You're right. Mel 007. It's good to see you.
She did, Brad.
HTC says it's wild. I kept looking at the super chat and trying to figure out what it was. I never saw it, but I imagine those fools play. Yeah, probably HTC. Oh, I'm sorry, Jazz. I hope your days get better too. Thank you, y'all. I think you need to know that people who love you will always be here for you. People ignore these people and concentrate on the good. You are so sweet. Thank you, y'all. I always speak up for you. They are trash, and you're better. Yeah, I'm like I said. I'm. Hey, Katie Bug. I'm not going to sit here and feel sorry for myself.
Yes, Am. Absolutely.
I do appreciate y'all and everything y'all do. So I thought, let's go ahead and just try to take a step back from Sebastian tonight, from the case that I cannot believe what's happened with Sebastian's case. I can't.
That she's encouraged and done too.
With the trajectory.
You guys want me to do a little here? Mal, you got time? You gotta go. You can go.
For calling that
No,
out.
you're good.
Okay, hold down the fort for 1 second.
Okay, fort holding. I did move to my bed. I'm laying in bed now, guys. You guys are just sitting on top of me, so congratulations. Now that I don't have to be looking at my notes or anything, I can just look at chat. So.
Okay, once upon a time, there was a conversation about how Brittany said something about, I'm going to play this clip. This is in regards to the Sebastian case. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want you to see a pattern of behavior with Mal here. I think it's appropriate because it extends beyond just how she treats people around her. This is now happening, and this is called cultivating a crowd and emotionally manipulating them. And I'm going to give you some examples. But this one is just a special insight into some foul shit. In all fairness, though, she is reading a comment on her screen in the beginning of this. But
Tag, that is pretty awesome. Thank you. Well, whatever the registered SO is, he is out there trying to help search. That's more than the child's mother is doing, so trolls can F off. Well, here's the thing. I want to make this abundantly clear. When CJ found that out, he severed ties. So I don't know what all this backlash is for or what it's about, but I can tell you, he doesn't deserve it, and it's bull. All right, let me go ahead and drop the link. I know.
So that was a comment that was read on the screen, but they're talking about Brothers Underwater Recovery, who was a registered sex offender who was brought in to search for Sebastian. And the reason I mention that is because, yes, that's a comment on the screen, but instead of saying, no, that's not cool, like, we don't know what Katie is doing, she allowed that to go on. She read it, allowed it to go on, and then said, CJ, who has now been served with a cease and desist afterward.
There's no apology for my behavior.
Give me a second. I'm going to find a couple more. I just wanted to play that one because I forgot I had that one and I found it the other day. Can you hold down the fort? Can you sing him a song, Val? Sing a song.
No, there's. I can actually sing.
You can?
But, yeah.
Well, why do you just let me? Come on.
I was like, Tess, how'd you know it's raining here? But then I was like, oh wait, never mind. I haven't decided what I want to eat yet. I need a vacation too. See, but I'm not one that can just like sit on the beach for a vacation. I'm like a go to Washington, D.C. and go to all the museums type of vacation.
I have a treasure trove.
Yeah. Oh yeah, anyone that's in the line for the hurricane too, stay safe. What's that, Debbie?
There's one specific one I'm looking for that I know is clipped out here, and I'm like, oh, should I give an example of what she did? Nah.
Blondie, I get it now. Ooh, that sounds good, Betty Jo. My issue is that I don't want to cook. So.
Found it. All right. Here we go.
Love fishing. Okay.
Same live stream. June
hey guys,
4th.
Can y'all hear me? I'm not even going to make y'all go through the.
We're gonna skip forward.
A worm. I think I am. Oh, I'm sorry, Jazz. I hope your days get better too. Thank you, y'all. I think you need to know that people who love you will always be here for you. People ignore these people and concentrate on the good. You are so sweet. Thank you, y'all. I always speak up for you. They are trash, and you're better. Yeah, I'm like I said. I'm. Hey, Katie Bug. Try to take a step back from Sebastian tonight.
Okay, hold on.
Grab a link and drop it.
Hold on.
I have to look at all angles. But is there anybody that really believes?
Where the hell did that go? Hold. It
You're
just
good.
switched.
I was
Pause.
gonna say, Duchess living in Minnesota, we are the land of 10,000 lakes, and I love a good cabin trip with some fishing, stuff like that. I love it. Campfire, read my book. I'm a reader too, if you guys want to follow me on Goodreads. It's about as cool as I am. No, she can't, Aaron. um, I'm not going to reach my goal this year, I don't think, though, Tess. I've been slacking because I also do diamond paintings and stuff. And then I always try to, like, no. Well, sometimes. I think that was one of the first messages I ever sent to Becky, was a list of all the smutty books that I'd read that I thought she would enjoy. I'm in Minnesota, so.
All right.
Do a little
I don't know how that did that.
chill sesh.
And
Last
then I
night was
lost
a
it.
good stream. Did you guys enjoy it? I hope you did.
Date on this screen recording is May 13th. Title of the video, Seth speaks on the latest updates. Let's review and discuss.
Good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm grateful. Hi, JC. Hey, everybody. Trying to give a little time for people to get in. Hey, PJ. Hey, brown eyed girl. Still
Pause for a
nice.
sec.
You.
I was just gonna say that's also one thing is she wouldn't let me go, or she wouldn't let me start the live until there was at least 100 people waiting. So there's that. Go ahead.
See, I don't get all this shit. I'll never understand all this shit. Listen to this.
I'm gonna go ahead and do my intro, and I'm just gonna put this out here real quick. Can the mods drop my links real quick? Guys, I appreciate you more than you know. It means the absolute most to me. All you do, as you guys know.
Notice the tone in her voice is completely different. I'll show you an example.
Y'all are the reason that I am able to do this full time. I'm gonna just ask. I'm just gonna put it out there. If anybody would like to throw in a couple of bucks tonight on the Cash App or the PayPal or the Venmo, either one, it would be greatly appreciated. I am this is really freaking hard because I know they're listening to everything I say. I have something that I have to take care of, and it's God, God, I don't want to do this. Anyway, if anybody would like to help, that's all I'm going to say. Because if I say any more, people are going to rip me a new one. I could really use your guys' help if anybody could help out. If you can't, that's okay. We're still going to do the stream. I'm just putting it out there. If anybody would like to help at all, yes, Scrap Owl, very much so. And I'm not worried about. I'm worried because I know that all the haters, the people that I don't want to cause any more hate towards myself, and I know that that's going to come. They'll be live about me tomorrow for this, but I don't know what else to do. So anyway, I just want to put it out there. If anyone could help, it would be greatly appreciated. And if you can't, that's okay. We're still going to do a live just like it's a normal live, just like every day. If that's okay, that's all I'd like to say.
And just so you know, my people are fast as fuck, boy, when they want a clip.
Because they'll rake me over the coals. But I appreciate all of you guys.
So she has trained her audience to listen to this and think, well, she's a victim. She's right. They're going to do this. And then it goes into the, oh, poor her. She has now gotten to she's using us addressing her as part of the grift. Well, I don't want to, no, just say it. If you're really in fucking dire need, like, again, I don't mind people needing a hand up. That constant handouts is ridiculous.
Really do. Like I said, it's out there. If you can't, that's okay. If you can, it's greatly appreciated. You don't know how much. And there's that. So thank you. Sorry that I even also, if you could take a second and click the thumbs up.
Okay, that's just another one. I mean, I've got hundreds. Do you want me to play a clip to kind of combat what was said in some of those clips about what we've supposedly lied about with him in the background? Or do you want me to wait to do that a different day?
I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
Okay, hold on. Hold, please. Yeah. This is from, look at me coming with timestamps and everything. Friday, June 28th, which is a Friday. So, of course, again, he's an adult. He can do what he wants. Please go listen to my stream. I provided timestamps and you can hear exactly what I said. I didn't say anything about him being adult. I was using it as an example because she has now, yeah. So not only does she do stuff like this to her friends and people who care and support her, but then she turns around and does shit like this. She lied about this situation. It would never have been a big deal, but this is what you don't call me a liar because I'm going to go clip this shit out. Oh, by the way, I've got this full stream recorded too. I don't even remember why.
Right. She is.
Somebody's out here saying, I have your social security number. Oh, God. Thank you. They took it down.
So right at the beginning of the live, a troll comes in, supposedly dropping her social security number. Just like the other day, somebody came in under a troll account and said something about crazy kids, and she just lit the shit up. It's always these very specific things. If you sit back and watch, and I encourage you, those in here that support her, sit back and watch. See how many times in the beginning of an opening stream that she has some problematic thing that happens in her life. Please look and see and tell me that she doesn't use that as a crutch for the entire stream. Go point them out. You can point them and pull them out and see. And then you start going, is that really even actually happening? I have never heard somebody have all these threats without having proof. She finally showed an email the other day, I guess, but then she sent it to us.
Yep.
Here you go.
Oh, fuck them.
Yeah. People,
please
get out of here. You're not welcome here.
Y'all,
I don't get, maybe my mods are just badass and maybe the people just like, none of this shit's happened to me in 2 years. We get some crazy shit in here and I just laugh about it. So maybe I'm boring to troll. I don't know.
That's probably not the real T-Rev. Okay. There's a bunch of fake people coming in. That's not T-Rev. That's not the real one.
No, it wasn't.
No shit.
All right, hold on a second.
Who cares?
I'm about to fix it. Give me just a second. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a second.
This is where she accidentally showed her back office. I'm not showing it on the screen. The reason why I'm even playing this one first is because Joneson got blamed for this. She went off about Joneson. Somebody was screen recording. She showed her back office on accident. And then she deleted the live and then made this thing and tried to basically blame Joneson for what had happened. No, what had happened is she showed her back office.
Absolutely. Absolute insanity.
I just hope people are seeing that there's a pattern of her behavior of blaming everybody else.
Hold on.
It's very clear.
Yeah. Plus, even in that video itself, that's strictly YouTube membership, stuff like that. That doesn't include the Cash Apps, the Venmos, the PayPals.
Yeah. She made what, $4,600 on the main channel. And again, make that
The
coin. Do
second
it.
channel, Patreon.
Yeah, do it.
Yep.
Just do it ethically. But there's always this spin. It's always somebody else. Somebody's doing something to her.
Yep.
In my whole life, I have never been in a crew with the Mean Girls.
And she actually even goes and selects her. She's on her main channel in the YouTube studio, what she shows, and she clicks on her backup channel. So it's not edited. It's nothing.
Right.
one
Me
thing-
either.
For one thing, it drains you.
Yeah.
I mean, it just takes all of your strength away.
Yeah.
And for another thing, I
Perpetual
want to live
victim.
my life peaceful. I can't
Right.
do this, you know? I mean, how these girls,
Revival, if you need another example of why I'll never let you be my Nana, I don't want a Nana like this.
can be mean girls and continue this. I can't.
Well, because she lives for the.
So that was that. And then she took it down, but she somehow spun that into Jones, and it was Jones and at fault for that.
Yeah.
I'll reserve. I'll wait on the ones with him in the background because I'll put it in the clip where I'm just going to clip through and
Yeah.
lie after lie after lie, just correct them because I could care less if her husband drinks. It was kind of funny because he was annoying the shit out of her and she told him to shut up. She was trying to be serious. It was actually funny, but I don't care if he does. I was using it as a simple example, but there's a pattern of behavior and I really encourage people to go watch. You've got what Mal says, you know what's going on the back end of things. You've heard it from so many people. You see what she does out here publicly. There's a pattern of behavior right in front of your eyes that you don't even need to see. But now you see the other side of things, that it's not only happening out here publicly and kind of masked a little bit. Now you see the emotional manipulation in behind the scenes too. And she's completely ungrateful for what she does get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I won't bore you. I have clip after clip after clip after clip after clip after clip. And that's what all I can say is this is just, it's not that hard. Change it up. Change it up, be ethical, go back to doing true crime, researching true crime, really dig into the cases, give some dignity to the victims and their families. You have a great opportunity to do it. You don't need to do all the speculation, crazy shit. You don't need to hurt all these people behind the scenes either. They're not the problem. You are. You claim you come from the political sphere. This is where I don't know if you're going to want to jump off and say your exit or not. I'll be careful.
You're good.
Okay. Mal's like, where's she going? Mal's
That's
in the
okay.
hot. No, she claims she came from the political sphere. And she does state some more, in my opinion, extremist views. Again, her personal choice. But it's almost, I sense this paranoia, like in everything she does, whether it's the political stuff she talks about. There is a big, heavy paranoia that I get from her. Everybody's watching her. Everybody's doing this. Everybody's out to get her. Everybody's taking her channel down. Everybody, everything. Poor her, poor her, poor her. It doesn't matter what conversation she's having, whether it's politics, true crime, drama, anything. It is all that same extremely heightened delusional state, in my opinion. And it's very paranoid and it's very bothersome.
Yeah.
So, and this is what she does behind the scenes. Obviously, Mal was silent for a long time.
Yeah, I feel good though. I feel relieved. I'm going to sleep well tonight. And I know that everything that I've done, I did with my heart. Even the things that I regret, I did it from a place of caring for her. And that's why I'm still here. To try and make, even if it's just a small difference in any aspect of a case or sharing someone's missing persons flyer, to just being in a conversation that makes me think in this realm. I think I'm excited to just have it be that now and not have this looming. So thank you. I appreciate you allowing me to be here to utilize your platform to be able to have these conversations, and everyone in chat for the support and love and questions and everything like that. So thank you. I appreciate it. I do.
Of course, no problem. No problem. I'm going to share you guys one more clip because this got mentioned. She started the whole I'm a troll for KJ. I'm going to show you guys who's in her ear. I'm going to just play a clip of who's in her ear and what you can expect, because obviously this has been going on for a long time. I actually know about it. She claims that I'm a KJ troll, and this is like, there's just something with everything. So that's that, but that's it. Here's the last one. Here's where I'm going to show you guys. If you want to go get my info, I mean, she'll tell you. Hold on. This is who she's running with now.
For some people.
The voices you are going to hear in this clip are Veda Jade from the anti-KJ community, who Sarah and BJ have been summoning over to her channel recently and dangling and claim, this is where they're getting their information. I'm going to let Veda Jade tell you who she is.
There's nonsense, this docs that was emailed to me. Oh gosh. And that was emailed to me last year. Jesus. God, at the doxes that are in my email, guys, you wouldn't believe it. Like, they sent me her husband's company information, everything about his company. The hell, they even have a fucking note card with his company stuff on it.
You sit there. Have fun with that. There you go. So be very careful, because those are the people that are amongst you. People that have my entire husband's business on note cards. That's who is now taking Mallory's spot, is people like that are good with this kind of grimy shit. Be very careful, because there's no boundaries that these people know that she's around now. That was Veda Jade, who is feeding her this information that when we were doing this live, claiming that she's over there claiming I'm a KJ troll. That's who's feeding her that information. That's the type of people that she's invited into her circle, because she thinks she's going to be able to get one up on me. So she went from Mal, who is a decent, honest person, to now other people who won't take accountability for what they do and do dirty, dirty shit. So be very careful, people.
Mm-hmm.
Be very aware of what your surrounding is.
Kyle comes in with the one-liners right at the end.
He knows what these people are like. I mean, it takes a special type of stupid to sit on a live stream and brag about having my docs and all my husband's company's business stuff on a note card. Like, that's dedication.
Yeah.
So just be very aware, because shit's going to get a little bit wonky for a little bit after Mal did this.
Yeah. Don't give in to it, though. And if you do question anything, come to me. I don't mind.
Go to Mal about any of that stuff, because I don't know shit about shit. I learned a lot today, but my brain is pretty much fried. But it's going to get crazy, and Mal knows that.
Yep.
I've been here, done that. I don't give two shits. Let's go.
Yep. Well, thank you again. I'll jump down.
I'm going to close out.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks again.
Bye, Mal.
Bye.
Thank you for coming up. She's such a sweet young lady. She really is. She really is. Just be careful and safe, because there's a lot of people that are around and amongst these communities right now that you don't want in your stuff. And these people that were once around her at least had some boundaries and sense of boundaries, this whole other group. So be very careful, because there's a lot of them that are around that stuff, and I don't want anybody else to get hurt. You want me to play the funniest clip for you, Brat? Okay, if you have a sensitive stomach, please don't listen to the upcoming. I got you. I got you a Veda Jade clip. That will make you go, what? What the fuck? That's what we'll end it with. Okay? Who knows where I'm going? You can tweeze a chicken. I'm just joking. You can.
I really do. Like, a lot. Like, I'll be, like, plucking my badge hairs, and then I'll have a mirror at my ass crack wondering if I missed one and overthink it. It's so stupid. Like, stuff like that.
That'll make you ponder life for a while. Did you catch what that was said? Did you catch what that said, Brat? That'll make you ponder life for a little bit. Do you need me to play it again? My OGs in here know exactly what I just played. Did you hear what that was? I'm sorry, what? I'll play it again. That's Veda Jade. No, hold on. Here you go. Yeah, please don't ever allow my streams played around children.
I really do. Like, a lot. Like, I'll be, like, plucking my badge hairs, and then I'll have a mirror at my ass crack wondering if I missed one and overthink it. It's so stupid.
There you go, Brat. That'll make you ponder life for a while. Like, this is the type of people that are amongst us. I'm sorry. Okay. All I could do, I listened to that like, what? So many times. The first couple times I listened to that. Yeah. This is why these people do nothing. Like, they don't bother me. I know, Sheila, but she's all around us. She's all around us entertaining that shit. So be prepared. This is why none of your guys' crazy affects me, really, truly, because I have dealt with that. How do we send fucking sir? She's got him. Brat, she's got the perfect. She's grouped. Yeah, we're good to go. She got rid of Mal for that. Well, no, that's not technically what happened. I'm just being a smart ass, but I don't know. It'll make you ponder a lot of stuff at the end of the. Oh, hold on. We got to play Revivals. Revivals will hold us out. I'll play Revivals clip. Just be very aware, you guys. I can't say it enough. Like, I know some of the other people that are lining up to do shit now. Just be careful, because some of you need to protect your families, your sanity, and some other shit, because this has gotten wild and freaking weird, and it's only going to get weirder because this is how this goes. Okay. You guys are hysterical. All right.
Nonsense exposed again. So BJ tried to put Nonsense to shame. She'd called her the most despicable name. A fraud? A cunt? Oh no, a trash bag. For filth or nonsense, she thoroughly did drag. And then after rising to a miserable heat, BJ took her stream and hit delete. An audio recording did suddenly appear. Nonsense was so shook you could smell the fear. What? Not fear. Her voice was completely calm. And the subs still listening did a collective face palm. Just another exposure. There will surely be more. The Islanders will be there for the creator they adore.
I freaking love Revival. You guys go check out Revival's chat and channel. She is hysterical. She has poems for all of this fuckery, and she's funny as shit. All right, I have done more time. I put in a lot of hours on this app the last few days, and I feel like my head is still spinning. Revival is amazing. She is funny as hell. She is freaking funny as hell. It might require the job. I don't even want to know where you guys took this conversation. What's the AI say? Let's check. You guys are freaking hysterical when this shit gets going. We just, one of these days, we should just have a live stream where I go through and pull out clips and make you guys listen to clips. You guys would be stunned at some of the shit that we've heard and has been said over the years. Those of you that aren't from over this place. You guys would be stunned at some of the shit that we've heard. And I don't want to hear myself. I was pulling the chat summary. Viewers are commenting on a female streamer's recent comments about plucking hair from sensitive areas. While some find the subject amusing, others find it inappropriate. This chat AI stuff is fucking weird. Others and uncomfortable to discuss. Hey, I'm not the one that does it. I didn't say that shit. I just played that shit. That's it. Let's not split hairs here. The poor AI is like, I can't even, the AI is over there screaming in pain. Like, what is happening? I'm officially off potatoes. What's that mean? Did you have a mashed potato? You guys. Oh, the chat summary. I tell you what, that thing is always, I don't know, needs to go home. All right, y'all, I am out of here. Thank you guys for all hanging out with us today. Thank you for being here and supporting Mal. I know that meant a lot to her. If you have questions, please direct them to her. This will remain up, and we will go from there. See you all later. Oh, shit. Hold on. One shot. Oh, that was fast. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Did you tell them about my thing?
No, I'll do that on another live stream. One shot. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all. That is also why I have a tier on the cabana that's called the plucking cabana. If you don't know, now you know. If you've always wondered why the fuck would somebody have a plucking cabana, well, it's an inside joke. And you'll know now you'll understand why. But thank you so much, One Shot, again. Thank you for this weirdness. It's always weird over here. Oh my gosh, Britt, I forgot I did that to him on stream. What? I did. Okay, y'all. Kenzie has some news. Well, we're gonna do a members only stream and just shoot the shit probably later tonight. So anybody that's a member, I'll see you guys later tonight. We have some stuff to discuss. Sis wants to come on and hang out, I think, a little bit and just bullshit with us. So we'll do that. And then later on this week, I will get back into my normal content. Have a great day. Stay safe out there. Please, please. I'm not saying this as an understatement. There are some real fucking weird pieces of shit lurking around in these communities. And I say that very seriously. So please be careful, safe, and stay informed. Bye, y'all.